Tonight we embark on humanity's most extraordinary journey. You will witness the complete, uninterrupted story of ancient China, a civilization that has endured for over 5,000 years, a culture that shaped the destiny of our modern world. This is more than history. This is the foundation of human achievement itself. Ancient China gave us paper, gunpowder, the compass, and silk. Philosophies that still guide billions of people today. Innovations that touch every aspect of your daily life. The wisdom of Confucius, the mysteries of Taoism, the engineering marvels that defied nature itself. You will experience the rise and fall of legendary dynasties. Walk alongside emperors and peasants whose lives changed everything. Discover inventions that transformed civilization. Witness moments of triumph and tragedy that echo through time. From the earliest humans along the Yellow River to the last imperial dynasty, nothing is left untold. Every dynasty, every breakthrough, every lesson that connects ancient wisdom to our modern world. Let this timeless story carry you through the night. Our story begins in the mists of time itself. 3 million years ago, the first humans walked across what would become China. The land was different then. Vast forests covered mountains that still stand today. Rivers carved paths that would nurture civilization for millennia to come. In 1929, archaeologists made a discovery that changed everything. Deep within a cave at Zhoukoudian near modern Beijing, they found him. Peking Man. His bones told a story spanning 750,000 years. Here was proof that early humans had mastered fire. They crafted tools from stone and bone. They survived ice ages that transformed the landscape around them. These early inhabitants chose their location wisely. The Yellow River Valley offered everything needed for survival. Rich soil deposited by countless floods, fresh water flowing year-round, shelter in caves and river bends, protection from the harsh winds of the northern steppes. The Yangtze River Valley to the south provided different gifts. Warmer temperatures allowed longer growing seasons. Dense forests offered timber and game. Wetlands created perfect conditions for wild rice. The geography of China itself was shaping human destiny. Climate became the great teacher. Ice ages forced adaptation and innovation. Warmer periods allowed expansion and growth. Seasonal patterns taught the rhythm of planting and harvest. The land demanded cooperation between families and tribes. Survival required sharing knowledge across generations. Early humans learned to read the natural world. They tracked animal migrations with remarkable precision. They identified hundreds of edible plants and their seasons. They discovered which stones made the sharpest tools, which caves offered the best protection, which river crossings remained safe during floods. Fire mastery transformed everything. Cooked food provided better nutrition. Light extended the working day. Heat allowed survival in harsh winters. Smoke could preserve meat for lean times. Controlled burning improved hunting grounds. Fire became humanity's first great technology. These ancient peoples left traces we still discover today. Stone tools scattered across river valleys, cave paintings showing hunted animals, evidence of primitive shelters and seasonal camps, burial sites revealing early spiritual beliefs. Each artifact tells part of humanity's longer story. The geography that sheltered these early humans still shapes China today. The same river systems that provided fresh water, the mountain ranges that offered protection from invasions, the fertile plains that would feed billions of people, the mineral deposits that would fuel future innovations. Ancient choices created lasting patterns. Around 10,000 years ago, everything changed. The discovery that seeds could be planted and harvested transformed human existence forever. This agricultural revolution began independently in China. It created the foundation for all civilization that followed. In the southern regions, communities discovered wild rice growing in wetlands. They learned to flood fields deliberately. They selected the best seeds for replanting. Within centuries, rice cultivation spread across the Yangtze River Valley. Villages grew into towns. Towns developed specialized crafts and trade. Northern communities chose a different path. They domesticated millet, a hardy grain that survived cold winters. Millet could grow in drier soils than rice required. It stored well through long winters. It provided reliable nutrition year after year. Northern and southern China developed distinct agricultural traditions that continue today. Agriculture created surplus food for the first time in human history. Not everyone needed to hunt and gather. Some people could specialize in other skills. Potters created vessels for storing grain and water. Weavers developed techniques for making cloth from plant fibers. Toolmakers crafted better implements for farming and crafting. The discovery of silk production began during this period. Chinese communities learned to cultivate silkworms. They mastered the delicate process of unwinding cocoons into continuous thread. Silk became China's first luxury product. It remained a closely guarded secret for thousands of years. Control of silk production would influence international relations for millennia. Pottery reached remarkable sophistication during the Neolithic period. The Yangshuo culture produced painted ceramics of extraordinary beauty. Red clay vessels decorated with geometric patterns, burial urns crafted for sacred purposes, storage jars that could hold a family's entire grain harvest. Each pot reflected growing artistic sensibility and technical skill. Metallurgy began with copper working around 3000 BCE. Communities learned to smelt ore from rocks. They created tools more durable than stone. Copper axes cleared forests more efficiently. Copper needles produced finer textiles. Bronze working would follow, combining copper with tin to create even harder metal. The Longshan culture emerged around 3000 BCE with remarkable innovations. They created China's first urban settlements. They developed sophisticated pottery wheels. They built defensive walls around their communities. They established trade networks spanning hundreds of miles. Social hierarchy became more complex and formalized. Village life created new social structures. Extended families formed clans with shared ancestors. Clans developed distinctive rituals and traditions. Elders gained authority through knowledge and experience. Shamans emerged as spiritual leaders who communicated with ancestors and natural forces. Social roles became more specialized and hereditary. Ancestor worship took root during this period. Families created shrines honoring deceased relatives. They believed ancestors continued influencing the living world. Proper rituals ensured ancestral blessings and protection. Neglecting ancestors brought misfortune and disaster. This spiritual foundation would shape Chinese culture for thousands of years. Trade networks connected distant communities. Jade from western mountains traveled to eastern settlements. Shells from southern coasts reached northern villages. Salt from coastal regions fed inland populations. These exchanges spread new technologies and ideas across vast distances. Cultural unity began emerging from regional diversity. As villages grew into kingdoms, stories emerged of legendary rulers who shaped civilization itself. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors represent humanity's transition from primitive society to organized civilization. These figures blend historical memory with cultural ideals that still inspire Chinese identity today. The Yellow Emperor, known as Huangdi, stands as the most important legendary founder. Stories credit him with inventing the wheel, the compass, and traditional medicine. He unified scattered tribes under common laws and customs. He established the foundation for Chinese writing. He created the first governmental structures that balance power with responsibility. Huangdi's greatest achievement was cultural rather than military. He brought together diverse peoples speaking different languages. He created shared rituals and traditions that transcended tribal boundaries. He established the concept of common ancestry that made strangers into relatives. Under his leadership, the Chinese people first saw themselves as one unified culture. The development of writing during this legendary period marked humanity's transition from prehistory to recorded history. Early Chinese characters grew from simple pictures representing objects and ideas. A circle meant sun. Wavy lines represented water. Gradually these symbols became more abstract and sophisticated. Writing allowed knowledge to pass between generations without distortion. The earliest Chinese writing system required years of study to master. Scribes became powerful figures in society. They kept records of harvests and trade. They recorded laws and governmental decisions. They preserved religious rituals and cultural traditions. Writing created the first professional class based on knowledge rather than birth or strength. The mandate of heaven emerged as a revolutionary political concept during this period. Rulers held power not through military strength alone, but through moral virtue. Heaven judged each dynasty's worthiness to govern. Natural disasters and social unrest indicated heaven's displeasure. Virtuous rulers received heaven's blessing and support. Corrupt leaders lost the mandate and faced legitimate rebellion. This concept created extraordinary stability in Chinese political thought. It explained why dynasties rose and fell. It provided moral justification for political change. It established expectations for ethical governance. It connected political authority with spiritual responsibility. The mandate of heaven would guide Chinese politics for over 3,000 years. Multiple tribal cultures gradually merged into recognizable Chinese civilization. The process was neither quick nor simple. Different regions contributed distinct traditions and innovations. Northern tribes brought military organization and bronze working. Southern communities provided agricultural techniques and artistic sensibilities. Western peoples contributed trade networks and diplomatic skills. Cultural integration required compromise and adaptation. Different languages influenced each other until common dialects emerged. Various religious traditions blended into shared spiritual practices. Regional crafts spread across cultural boundaries. Marriage between tribal groups created bonds stronger than political alliances. Unity grew from diversity through centuries of patient integration. The legendary period established patterns that would define Chinese civilization. Centralized government balanced with local autonomy. Cultural unity respecting regional differences. Moral leadership grounded in spiritual authority. Technological innovation guided by practical wisdom. Respect for ancestors combined with openness to change. These foundations would support the world's longest continuous civilization. As legends gave way to recorded history, the stage was set for China's first dynasty. The knowledge accumulated over millennia would soon be organized under formal governmental structures. The cultural unity achieved through legendary leadership would be tested by the challenges of imperial rule. The transition from prehistory to history was complete. The transition from legend to history begins with water. Around 2100 BCE, the Yellow River became humanity's greatest enemy. Massive floods devastated the northern plains year after year. Entire communities disappeared beneath rushing waters. Crops rotted in waterlogged fields. Famine and disease followed every flood. The very river that gave life threatened to destroy civilization itself. Traditional accounts tell of Yu the Great, a leader who spent 13 years fighting the floods. He dredged river channels with his own hands. He built dikes and canals that redirected deadly waters. He slept outdoors with his workers for over a decade. His hands became permanently calloused from constant labor. His feet grew thick and hard from walking through mud and water. Yu's approach differed from all previous attempts at flood control. Earlier leaders tried to block the water with massive dikes and walls. He understood that water must flow somewhere. He created channels that guided floods away from populated areas. He built reservoirs that stored excess water for dry seasons. He established drainage systems that prevented future flooding. Archaeological evidence suggests these flood control stories contain historical truth. The Erlitou culture, discovered in modern Henan province, shows signs of massive engineering projects. Ancient canal systems still visible today. Evidence of coordinated construction across hundreds of miles. Bronze tools designed specifically for earth moving and water management. The scale suggests governmental organization far beyond tribal leadership. Yu's success in controlling the floods earned him unprecedented authority. Grateful communities pledged loyalty to their savior. He established the principle that effective leadership deserved continued power. When Yu died, the people chose his son to continue his work. This decision created hereditary rule in China. The concept of dynastic succession began with flood control. The Xia dynasty marked China's entry into the Bronze Age. Archaeological sites reveal sophisticated bronze-working techniques, ritual vessels of remarkable beauty and complexity, weapons designed for organized warfare, agricultural tools that increased farming efficiency. Bronze represented technological advancement and social sophistication. Bronze working required specialized knowledge and expensive materials. Copper and tin had to be mined from distant locations. Smelting demanded high temperatures and careful timing. Casting required artistic skill and technical precision. Bronze production created the first industrial specialists in Chinese history. The Erlitou culture provides our best evidence for early dynastic civilization. Large palace complexes suggest centralized government. Workshops indicate specialized craft production. Storage facilities show systematic resource management. Burial sites reveal clear social hierarchies. Archaeological evidence supports written accounts of China's first dynasty. Social stratification became clearly defined during the Xia period. The royal family held supreme authority over all land and people. Nobles controlled specific territories and their populations. Craftsmen enjoyed higher status than farmers due to their specialized skills. Farmers formed the largest social group, providing food for everyone else. Slaves, often prisoners of war, performed the most difficult manual labor. Early governmental structures developed from practical necessity. The royal court handled disputes between territories. Military commanders organized defense against external threats. Engineers supervised public works projects like canals and roads. Scribes recorded laws, taxes, and governmental decisions. Religious specialists maintained connections with ancestors and divine forces, the great established principles that would guide Chinese governance for thousands of years. Leadership required demonstrated competence rather than birth alone. Rulers held responsibility for their people's welfare. Public works projects served the common good rather than royal glory. Natural disasters reflected governmental failure rather than random misfortune. Effective administration earned the right to continued authority. The Xia dynasty created China's first systematic approach to government and society. Power flowed from the king through a hierarchy of nobles and officials. Each level held specific responsibilities and authority. This structure provided stability while allowing flexibility in local governance. Royal succession followed patrilineal inheritance with practical modifications. The crown passed from father to elder son when possible. If the heir was too young or incompetent, brothers or capable relatives could rule temporarily. The royal family consulted with nobles and advisors before making major decisions. This system balanced hereditary authority with practical governance needs. The king served as both political leader and high priest. He conducted ceremonies honoring ancestors and natural forces. He mediated disputes between noble families. He commanded military forces during times of war. He supervised major engineering projects that benefited the entire kingdom. Royal authority came from spiritual connection, as well as political power. Noble families controlled specific territories within the kingdom. They collected taxes from farmers and craftsmen. They maintained local military forces for defense and order. They supervised infrastructure projects like roads and canals. They served as judges in legal disputes. Nobles owed loyalty and service to the king in exchange for their privileges. Bronze Age technology transformed every aspect of daily life. Bronze plows increased agricultural productivity significantly. Bronze weapons gave military advantages over stone-using enemies. Bronze cooking vessels improved food preparation and storage. Bronze bells and musical instruments enhanced religious ceremonies. Technological advancement strengthened social and political structures. Agricultural improvements supported rapid population growth during the Xia period. Better plows allowed cultivation of previously unusable land. Improved irrigation systems made farming more reliable. New crops introduced through trade provided dietary variety. Food storage techniques reduced losses from spoilage and pests. Population growth created larger armies and more extensive public works projects. Trade networks expanded dramatically under Xia rule. Bronze working required tin from distant regions. Luxury goods travelled hundreds of miles between communities. Salt, jade, and silk moved along established routes. Traders carried new technologies and ideas between different cultures. Economic prosperity strengthened political stability and cultural development. Religious practices became more sophisticated during the Xia period. Ritual bronze vessels served specific ceremonial purposes. Ancestor worship involved elaborate ceremonies and offerings. Shamans developed complex techniques for communicating with spiritual forces. Religious calendars coordinated agricultural and governmental activities. Spiritual authority reinforced political legitimacy. The Ye dynasty established the dynastic succession model that would define Chinese politics for over 3,000 years. Each dynasty claimed legitimacy through moral virtue and effective governance. Natural disasters and social unrest indicated loss of heavenly approval. Successful dynasties maintained power through competent administration and cultural development. Failed dynasties lost the mandate of heaven to more capable successors. Internal conflicts gradually weakened Xia authority during the dynasty's final centuries. Royal succession disputes divided the ruling family. Noble families grew increasingly independent and rebellious. Natural disasters strained governmental resources and popular support. Economic problems reduced the dynasty's ability to maintain military forces and public works projects. Competition for resources created tension between different regions. Northern territories faced pressure from nomadic peoples seeking better grazing lands. Southern areas developed their own trade networks that bypassed royal control. Eastern regions built military strength that eventually challenged central authority. Western communities maintained loyalty longer but could not provide sufficient support. The Shang people emerged as the most serious threat to Xia rule. They controlled territory in eastern China along the Yellow River. They mastered bronze-working techniques that equaled or exceeded Xia capabilities. They developed military innovations including horse-drawn chariots and composite bows. They created governmental structures that attracted support from dissatisfied Xia subjects. Archaeological evidence suggests the transition from Xia to Shang was gradual rather than sudden. Many sites show continuous occupation with changing material cultures. Bronze-working techniques evolved smoothly from Xia to Shang styles. Religious practices maintained consistency despite political changes. Trade networks continued operating under new management. Cultural continuity provided stability during political transformation. The Shang victory over the Xia established patterns that would repeat throughout Chinese history. Military innovation provided tactical advantages in warfare. Political competence attracted support from capable administrators and generals. Economic strength allowed sustained military campaigns and effective governance. Cultural sophistication appealed to educated elites and common people alike. The fall of the Xia dynasty provided important lessons about governance and leadership. Military strength alone could not maintain political authority without popular support. Economic prosperity required careful resource management and fair taxation. Cultural development strengthened dynasties more than conquests or monuments. Effective administration mattered more than royal bloodlines or ancient traditions. The Xia dynasty's legacy extended far beyond its political achievements. The concept of dynastic succession became fundamental to Chinese political thought. Flood control techniques developed under Yu the Great continued serving communities for centuries. Bronze working skills spread throughout East Asia. Governmental structures evolved but maintained basic principles established during Xia rule. As Xia authority collapsed, the stage was prepared for Shang innovations that would advance Chinese civilization to new heights. Military technology would become more sophisticated. Urban planning would create larger and more complex cities. Writing systems would develop into forms recognizable today. Religious practices would integrate ancestor worship with political authority. The foundation laid by the Xia dynasty would support even greater achievements under Shang leadership. The Shang dynasty transformed Chinese civilization into something recognizable to modern eyes. Around 1600 BCE, Shang leaders created the first truly organized state in Chinese history. Their innovations in government, military organization, and urban planning established patterns that would influence China for thousands of years. The Shang king stood at the center of everything. He was both supreme political ruler and high priest. Every important decision required his approval. All military campaigns began with his command. Religious ceremonies could not proceed without his participation. The king owned all land within his territory. He granted portions to nobles in exchange for loyalty and service. Royal authority extended through a sophisticated bureaucracy that managed every aspect of government. Ministers supervised different departments with specific responsibilities. Military commanders organized armies and planned campaigns. Engineers supervised public works projects and city construction. Scribes recorded laws, taxes, and administrative decisions. Religious specialists maintained ceremonial calendars and conducted rituals. The Shang military represented a revolution in warfare technology and organization. Horse-drawn chariots provided mobility and shock value in battle. Bronze weapons offered superior cutting power and durability. Composite bows increased range and accuracy for archers. Professional soldiers trained constantly rather than fighting only during emergencies. Military engineering created fortified positions and siege techniques. Chariot warfare required extensive training and expensive equipment. Only nobles could afford horses, chariots, and bronze weapons. Chariot crews included a driver, archer, and spearman working as a coordinated team. Infantry forces supported chariots with shields, spears, and crossbows. Military organization reflected social hierarchy, with nobles commanding and commoners serving. Shang society was strictly organized from top to bottom. The royal family held absolute authority over everyone else. Noble families controlled territories and commanded military forces. Craftsmen enjoyed higher status due to their specialized bronze working skills. Farmers formed the largest population group, providing food for the entire society. Slaves, usually prisoners of war, performed the hardest manual labor. Social mobility was limited but not impossible. Skilled craftsmen could gain noble status through exceptional work. Military veterans received land grants and elevated positions. Scribes and administrators advanced through demonstrated competence. Marriage between social classes occasionally occurred, though it remained uncommon. Merit could sometimes overcome birth, but rarely. The Shang created China's first true cities with sophisticated urban planning. Ao, their early capital, featured distinct districts for different social classes and activities. Royal palaces occupied the center with elaborate courtyards and ceremonial spaces. Noble residences surrounded the palace complex with their own compounds. Craftsmen quarters contained workshops for bronze working, pottery, and textile production. Anyang became the greatest Shang capital around 1300 BCE. Archaeological excavations reveal a city of remarkable complexity and size. Massive earthen walls protected the urban core from attack. Underground drainage systems managed water flow and sanitation. Paved roads connected different districts and facilitated trade. Storage facilities held grain reserves for times of scarcity. Urban planning reflected Chang understanding of social organization and practical needs. Residential areas were segregated by social class and occupation. Religious spaces occupied central locations accessible to all citizens. Commercial districts facilitated trade and craft production. Agricultural areas on the city's outskirts supplied food for the urban population. Defensive fortifications protected against external threats. Territorial expansion followed systematic patterns of conquest and administration. Shang armies conquered neighboring territories through superior military technology. Defeated rulers could retain local authority by acknowledging Shang supremacy. Tribute payments and military service obligations bound conquered territories to the central government. Shang administrators supervised local affairs and collected taxes. The Shang established China's first systematic approach to territorial administration. Royal governors managed the most important conquered territories. Local rulers maintained authority in exchange for loyalty and tribute. Military garrisons prevented rebellions and maintained order. Trade networks connected distant territories to the capital. Cultural assimilation gradually spread Shang customs and technologies. The Shang dynasty created technological and cultural innovations that transformed human civilization. Their achievements in writing, bronze working, and artistic expression established foundations that continue influencing the world today. These innovations emerged from practical needs but became sources of beauty and wisdom. Oracle bones represent humanity's most important breakthrough in communication and record-keeping. Shang diviners carved questions onto turtle shells and animal bones. They applied heat until the bones cracked in distinctive patterns. Royal scribes interpreted these cracks as answers from ancestors and spirits. The questions and interpretations were recorded using China's first systematic writing system. The Oracle bone writing system contained over 4,000 different characters. Many characters clearly depicted the objects they represented. A circle meant sun. Wavy lines indicated water or rivers. More complex ideas required combinations of simpler symbols. Abstract concepts developed through creative applications of concrete images. This writing system evolved directly into modern Chinese characters. Oracle bone inscriptions provide detailed information about Shang society and beliefs. Royal genealogies traced family relationships back multiple generations. Military campaigns were recorded with dates, commanders, and outcomes. Agricultural records tracked harvests, weather patterns, and seasonal activities. Religious ceremonies were documented with participant names and ritual procedures. These records create the first detailed picture of ancient Chinese life. Bronze working reached unprecedented artistic and technical sophistication under Shang craftsmen. They mastered piece mold casting techniques that produced intricate decorative patterns. Royal bronze vessels featured complex designs of mythical animals and geometric shapes. Ceremonial weapons combined practical function with artistic beauty. Musical instruments created sounds that enhanced religious ceremonies and court entertainment. The bronze casting process required remarkable skill and coordination. Craftsmen created detailed clay models of desired objects. They constructed complex molds that captured every decorative detail. They mixed copper and tin in precise proportions to achieve optimal strength and beauty. They heated metals to exact temperatures for successful casting. Each bronze vessel represented weeks or months of expert labor. Jade carving became a distinctly Chinese art form during the Shang period. Craftsmen worked this extremely hard stone using bronze tools and abrasive powders. Jade objects served ceremonial and decorative purposes rather than practical uses. Burial goods included jade weapons, ornaments, and ritual vessels. The difficulty of working jade made these objects symbols of wealth and status. Silk production expanded dramatically under Shang rule. Communities perfected techniques for raising silkworms and harvesting cocoons. Weavers created fabrics of extraordinary fineness and beauty. Silk garments became status symbols reserved for royalty and nobles. Trade in silk products connected China to distant regions. The secret of silk production remained closely guarded for centuries. Textile innovations extended beyond silk to include hemp, romi, and other plant fibers. Shang weavers created complex patterns using multiple colors and materials. Clothing styles indicated social status and occupational roles. Royal garments featured elaborate embroidery and decorative elements. Textile production became one of China's most important crafts. Astronomical observations achieved remarkable precision during the Shang period. Court astronomers tracked solar and lunar cycles with mathematical accuracy. They predicted eclipses and other celestial events. They created calendars that coordinated agricultural and religious activities. Astronomical knowledge supported both practical administration and religious authority. The Shang calendar combined lunar months with solar year calculations. Intercalary months corrected for the difference between lunar and solar cycles. Seasonal festivals marked important agricultural transitions. Religious ceremonies followed astronomical schedules. The calendar became an essential tool for governmental and social organization. Musical instruments reached sophisticated development under Shang patronage. Bronze bells created precisely tuned sounds for ceremonial use. Stone chimes produced ethereal tones that enhanced religious experiences. Drums provided rhythm for military and religious ceremonies. String instruments accompanied court entertainment and private gatherings. Music became integral to Shang cultural expression. Court ceremonies combined music, dance, and ritual into elaborate performances. Royal banquets featured professional entertainers and musicians. Religious festivals involved entire communities in coordinated celebrations. Military ceremonies used music to inspire soldiers and demonstrate royal power. Cultural performances strengthened social bonds and political authority. The Shang dynasty established religious and philosophical traditions that would influence Chinese civilization for thousands of years. Their approach to ancestor worship, spiritual communication, and divine kingship created lasting patterns in Chinese thought and culture. These beliefs provided meaning and stability in an uncertain world. Ancestor worship became the foundation of Shang religious practice. The royal family maintained elaborate tombs for deceased kings and queens. Regular ceremonies honored ancestors with food offerings, wine, and precious objects. Living family members believed ancestors continued influencing worldly affairs. Proper respect ensured ancestral blessings and protection. Neglecting ancestors brought misfortune and disaster. Royal tombs reveal the extraordinary importance of ancestor worship in Shang society. King Tang's burial site contained hundreds of sacrificed attendants, horses, and chariots. Precious bronze vessels, jade ornaments, and silk garments accompanied the deceased ruler. Food containers held provisions for the afterlife journey. Weapons provided protection in the spiritual realm. These elaborate burials demonstrated beliefs about life after death. Shamanism provided the primary method for communicating with spiritual forces. Royal shamans entered trance states to contact ancestors and spirits. They used drums, dancing, and ritual substances to achieve altered consciousness. Shamanic journeys brought messages from the spirit world to living rulers. These communications guided political decisions and military campaigns. Shamans served as intermediaries between human and divine realms. Human sacrifice played a significant role in Shang religious practices. Major ceremonies included sacrificial victims to honor spirits and ancestors. Military prisoners, slaves, and sometimes volunteers were offered to ensure spiritual favor. Archaeological evidence shows hundreds of sacrificial burials at important ceremonial sites. These practices reflected beliefs about spiritual requirements and social hierarchies. Divination through oracle bones provided systematic methods for seeking spiritual guidance. Royal diviners asked specific questions about military campaigns, weather patterns, and administrative decisions. The spirit world responded through crack patterns in heated bones. Skilled interpreters translated these patterns into practical advice. Divination integrated religious belief with governmental decision-making. Oracle bone inscriptions revealed detailed information about Shang spiritual beliefs. Questions addressed military strategy, agricultural planning, and diplomatic relations. Ancestors were consulted about proper ceremonial procedures. Spirits provided guidance about taxation, legal decisions, and resource allocation. Religious consultation influenced every aspect of royal administration. The concept of divine kingship emerged from Shang religious practices. The king served as the primary intermediary between human society and spiritual forces. His moral character and ritual competence determined the kingdom's prosperity. Natural disasters indicated royal failure to maintain proper relationships with spirits and ancestors. Successful rulers demonstrated spiritual approval through peace and abundance. Divine kingship created both authority and responsibility for Shang rulers. The king's spiritual connection legitimized political power and military command. His religious duties required constant attention to ceremonial obligations. Royal moral character became a public concern affecting everyone's welfare. This concept would evolve into the mandate of heaven that guided Chinese politics for millennia. Cultural practices developed during the Shang period continued influencing Chinese civilization long after the dynasty's fall. Ancestor worship remained central to Chinese family life and social organization. Divination techniques evolved but maintained their importance in decision-making. Bronze working skills spread throughout East Asia and beyond. Writing systems developed into forms still used today. The integration of political authority with religious responsibility became a defining characteristic of Chinese governance. Rulers were expected to maintain harmony between human society and natural forces. Administrative competence required spiritual wisdom as well as practical skills. Cultural development was seen as evidence of divine approval. These concepts would guide Chinese political thought for thousands of years. The Shang dynasty established foundations that supported China's development into the world's most enduring civilization. Their innovations in government, technology, and spiritual practice created templates for future dynasties. Their cultural achievements demonstrated human potential for artistic beauty and intellectual sophistication. Their legacy would influence not only China but civilizations across the globe. Around 1046 BCE, everything changed at the Battle of Muye. The Zhou people, led by King Wu, faced the mighty Shang army on a plain near the Yellow River. The Shang forces seemed overwhelming. They had superior numbers, better equipment, and centuries of military experience. Victory appeared impossible for the Zhou rebels, but something extraordinary happened that day. Many Shang soldiers refused to fight against the Zhou. They had grown weary of their cruel king's endless wars and brutal sacrifices. When the battle began, entire Shang units turned their weapons around. They joined the Zhou forces against their own rulers. The mighty Shang dynasty collapsed in a single afternoon. King Wu faced a profound challenge after his victory. How could a small people justify conquering the greatest civilization in the world? How could they claim legitimate authority over millions of Shang subjects? The Zhou answer would transform political thought forever. They created the Mandate of Heaven, the most influential political concept in Chinese history. Heaven, they declared, granted authority to rule based on moral virtue, not military strength. The Shang dynasty had lost Heaven's blessing through corruption and cruelty. Heaven transferred its mandate to the more virtuous Zhou rulers. This concept justified their conquest and established principles for legitimate government. The Mandate of Heaven created revolutionary ideas about political authority. Rulers held power only as long as they governed wisely and justly. Natural disasters, rebellions, and social problems indicated Heaven's displeasure with the current dynasty. Virtuous leaders could legitimately rebel against corrupt rulers. No dynasty held permanent authority. All political power remained conditional on moral performance. The Zhou established a feudal system to govern their vast new territories. The king granted land to relatives and loyal supporters in exchange for military service and tribute. These feudal lords controlled their territories but owed allegiance to the Zhou court. They maintained local armies and administered justice. They collected taxes and supervised public works projects. Feudal lords received bronze vessels inscribed with the terms of their grants. These inscriptions recorded the lord's responsibilities and privileges. They specified military obligations and tribute requirements. They established boundaries and legal authorities. Bronze inscriptions became legal documents that defined governmental relationships. The feudal system created stability while allowing local flexibility. Feudal lords understood local conditions better than distant royal administrators. They could respond quickly to emergencies and opportunities. They maintained cultural connections with their subjects. Local loyalty supported royal authority across vast distances. Duke of Zhou became the most important figure in early Zhou history. When King Wu died unexpectedly, his son was too young to rule effectively. Duke of Zhou served as regent, governing in the young king's name. His reforms established governmental structures that would influence China for thousands of years. Duke of Zhou created systematic approaches to law, administration, and ceremonial practice. He established legal codes that applied throughout Zhou territory. He organized governmental departments with specific responsibilities. He developed court rituals that reinforced royal authority. He created educational systems for training administrators and officials. The Duke's most important innovation was the concept of moral leadership in government. Officials were selected based on virtue and competence rather than birth alone. Administrative positions required demonstrated ability and ethical character. Governmental service became a moral calling requiring personal sacrifice for the public good. These principles would evolve into Confucian ideals about good government. Bronze inscriptions from the Western Zhou period provide detailed historical records. They document land grants, legal decisions, and governmental appointments. They record military campaigns, diplomatic negotiations, and ceremonial events. They preserve speeches, laws, and administrative procedures. These inscriptions create the first systematic historical record in Chinese literature. Bronze working reached new heights of artistic and technical achievement under Zhou patronage. Royal workshops produced vessels of extraordinary beauty and complexity. Ritual bronzes featured intricate decorative patterns and symbolic designs. Musical instruments created precisely tuned sounds for court ceremonies. Bronze technology spread throughout the Zhou realm and beyond. The Zhou achieved remarkable cultural synthesis between their own traditions and Shang innovations. They adopted Shang writing systems while adding their own characters. They incorporated Shang religious practices while emphasizing their own spiritual beliefs. They used Shang governmental techniques while implementing their own reforms. Cultural integration strengthened rather than weakened Zhou authority. Zhou cultural policies promoted unity while respecting diversity. Local traditions continued alongside royal requirements. Regional crafts and customs were preserved and encouraged. Marriage between Zhou and local families created lasting bonds. Cultural exchange enriched everyone while maintaining social harmony. The Western Zhou period established patterns that would define Chinese civilization for millennia. The concept of conditional political authority based on moral performance. Feudal systems that balanced central control with local autonomy. Cultural integration that created unity from diversity. Educational traditions that prepared capable administrators. These innovations provided foundations for future dynasties. In 770 BCE, barbarian invasions forced the Zhou court to abandon their western capital. They moved eastward to Luoyang, beginning a new phase of Chinese history. This relocation marked more than geographical change. It signaled the beginning of royal authority's gradual decline and the rise of powerful feudal states that would reshape Chinese civilization. The move to Luoyang weakened Zhou royal power in several ways. Distance from their ancestral homeland reduced spiritual authority. Loss of their original territories meant fewer resources and smaller armies. Reliance on feudal lords for protection made the king dependent on his supposed subjects. The royal court became a symbol rather than a source of real political power. Feudal states gradually became independent kingdoms in all but name. They developed their own administrative systems and legal codes. They maintained professional armies and conducted independent foreign relations. They controlled trade and taxation within their borders. Royal authority became ceremonial rather than practical. 7 major states emerged as the dominant powers during this period. Qi controlled the eastern coastal regions with their maritime trade advantages. Jin dominated the northern territories with their military strength. Chu ruled the southern valleys with their agricultural wealth. Qi held the western mountains with their defensive positions. Wu, Yue, and Yan controlled smaller but strategically important territories. Interstate relationships became increasingly complex and sophisticated. States formed alliances against common enemies and economic partnerships for mutual benefit. Diplomatic missions negotiated treaties, trade agreements, and marriage arrangements. Hostage exchanges guaranteed treaty compliance. Professional diplomats developed international law concepts that governed state relationships. Warfare evolved beyond simple conquest towards strategic thinking and political calculation. Military campaigns aimed to weaken enemies rather than destroy them completely. Siege warfare developed advanced techniques for capturing fortified cities. Naval battles became important in southern regions. Military intelligence and espionage became systematic practices. Despite political fragmentation, this period witnessed unprecedented cultural flowering. Competition between states encouraged innovation and creativity. Rulers sponsored scholars, artists, and craftsmen to enhance their prestige. Cultural exchange spread new ideas and technologies rapidly. Intellectual freedom flourished in the absence of centralized control. Confucius emerged as the most influential thinker of this era. Born in the state of Lu around 551 BCE, he witnessed the social chaos and political corruption of his time. He developed philosophical teachings aimed at restoring social harmony and good government. His ideas would influence Chinese thought more than any other individual in history. Confucian philosophy emphasized moral cultivation and social responsibility. Individuals should develop virtue through education and self-discipline. Rulers must govern through moral example rather than force alone. Social relationships required mutual obligations and respect. Ritual propriety maintained social order and cultural continuity. These teachings provided alternatives to political chaos and military violence. Confucius attracted disciples who recorded and transmitted his teachings. The Analects preserved his conversations and observations about politics, ethics, and social relationships. His followers established schools that trained administrators and officials. Confucian principles gradually influenced governmental practices throughout the Chinese world. Other philosophical schools developed competing approaches to social and political problems. Taoists emphasized harmony with natural forces rather than social control. Legalists focused on strict laws and administrative efficiency. Mohists promoted universal love and mutual benefit. This intellectual diversity created rich philosophical traditions that continue influencing human thought. Economic development accelerated despite political instability. Agricultural techniques improved through iron tools and better irrigation. Trade networks expanded as states competed for commercial advantages. Craft production became more sophisticated and specialized. Urban centers grew larger and more prosperous. Population increased throughout the Chinese cultural region. Iron working revolutionized both agriculture and warfare during this period. Iron tools were cheaper and more durable than bronze implements. Farmers could clear forests and cultivate marginal lands more efficiently. Iron weapons gave military advantages to states that mastered the new technology. Iron production required different skills and resources than bronze working, creating new economic patterns. Coinage systems developed to facilitate expanding trade relationships. Different states created distinctive coin designs and metal standards. Currency simplified transactions and encouraged commercial growth. Standardized weights and measures supported interstate commerce. Banking practices developed to handle increasing financial complexity. Social mobility increased significantly during the spring and autumn period. Merit and ability became more important than birth in determining social position. Professional soldiers, administrators, and craftsmen could advance through demonstrated competence. Educational opportunities expanded beyond the traditional nobility. Social relationships became more fluid and dynamic. Bureaucratic reforms replaced feudal relationships in many states. Professional administrators managed governmental departments based on specialized knowledge. Legal codes applied equally regardless of social status. Tax systems became more systematic and efficient. Military organization emphasized training and discipline rather than noble leadership alone. Cultural exchange accelerated through increased trade, diplomacy, and warfare. Technological innovation spread rapidly between competing states. Artistic styles influenced each other across political boundaries. Religious practices adapted to local conditions while maintaining common elements. Language and writing systems became more standardized despite political division. By 475 BCE, political fragmentation had intensified into constant warfare between 7 major kingdoms. The Warring States period began with the complete collapse of Zhou royal authority. What remained was a world of independent kingdoms locked in perpetual struggle for survival and supremacy. Yet this age of violence became China's greatest period of intellectual achievement. The 7 major kingdoms each controlled substantial territories and populations. Qin dominated the western regions with their mountains and strategic advantages. Chu ruled the vast southern territories with their agricultural wealth. Qi controlled the eastern coastal areas with their maritime trade. Yan held the northeastern regions bordering nomadic peoples. Han, Wei, and Zhao divided the former Jin state in central China. These kingdoms were true nation-states rather than feudal territories. Each maintained professional armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They developed sophisticated administrative systems with specialized departments. They controlled their own taxation, legal systems, and foreign relations. Royal courts sponsored cultural activities and technological innovations to enhance state prestige and power. Military technology advanced rapidly under the pressure of constant warfare. Iron weapons became standard equipment for all armies. Crossbows provided superior range and penetrating power compared to traditional bows. Cavalry units offered mobility and shock value on the battlefield. Siege engines could breach the strongest fortifications. Professional soldiers trained constantly rather than fighting only during campaigns. The introduction of cavalry revolutionized military strategy and tactics. Horsemen could scout enemy positions, harass supply lines, and exploit battlefield opportunities. Cavalry required different training, equipment, and leadership than infantry forces. States that mastered mounted warfare gained significant advantages over their neighbors. Military innovations spread quickly as kingdoms copied successful techniques. Fortification systems became increasingly sophisticated and extensive. Defensive walls protected not only cities but entire territorial boundaries. Underground tunnels and hidden passages provided escape routes and surprise attacks. Water defenses used rivers and canals to protect strategic positions. Garrison towns controlled key transportation routes and border regions. This period of warfare produced the world's first systematic military literature. Sun Tzu's Art of War analyzed strategy, tactics, and logistics with unprecedented sophistication. Military manuals documented siege techniques, cavalry operations, and intelligence methods. Strategic thinking became a specialized field of study. Military academies trained professional officers in the arts of war. Despite the constant violence, the Warring States period became China's golden age of philosophical development. Political chaos created demand for new approaches to governance and social organization. Intellectual freedom flourished in the absence of unified authority. Rulers competed to attract talented thinkers who might provide advantages over their rivals. Confucianism evolved and expanded through the teachings of Mencius and Junzi. Mencius emphasized the innate goodness of human nature and the importance of moral education. Zunzi argued that human nature required cultivation through ritual and law. Both thinkers developed Confucian ideas about government, ethics, and social relationships. Their work prepared Confucianism for its later role as state ideology. Taoism developed into a systematic philosophy through the work of Laozi and Zhuangzi. Laozi's Tao Te Ching presented a mystical approach to understanding natural harmony and personal fulfillment. Zhuangzi used stories and parables to illustrate Taoist principles about spontaneity and non-interference. Taoist thought provided alternatives to Confucian activism and legalist control. Legalism emerged as the most practical philosophy for managing large states and professional armies. Han Feizi systematized legalist thought into comprehensive theories about law, administration, and political power. Legalists emphasized strict laws, harsh punishments, and centralized control. They provided techniques for building state power and maintaining social order through force and efficiency. Mohism developed universal principles of love and mutual benefit that transcended state boundaries. Mozi taught that rulers should promote the welfare of all people, not just their own subjects. Mohist philosophy included logical methods for analyzing arguments and evidence. Mohist engineers developed defensive technologies and military innovations. Their ideas influenced both philosophical and practical approaches to warfare and governance. The school of names focused on logic, language, and definition as tools for understanding reality. These thinkers analyzed the relationship between words and concepts. They developed methods for precise argumentation and clear communication. Their work laid foundations for Chinese approaches to logic and scientific method. Language studies became important for diplomatic and administrative purposes. Economic innovations transformed production, trade, and finance during this period. Agricultural productivity increased through iron tools, improved irrigation, and intensive cultivation methods. Craft production became highly specialized with sophisticated techniques for metalworking, textile production, and ceramic manufacture. Trade networks connected all regions of China and extended into Central Asia. Coinage systems became standardized within individual states while remaining distinctive between kingdoms. Currency facilitated commercial transactions and governmental taxation. Banking practices developed to handle long-distance trade and credit arrangements. Merchant classes gained wealth and social influence previously reserved for nobility and officials. Urban development reached unprecedented levels during the Warring States period. Capital cities housed hundreds of thousands of residents in planned districts. Commercial centers facilitated trade and craft production. Defensive fortifications protected urban populations during sieges. Public works projects provided water supplies, sanitation systems, and transportation networks. Cultural exchange accelerated despite political divisions and military conflicts. Technological innovations spread rapidly between competing kingdoms. Artistic styles influenced each other across political boundaries. Scholarly traditions shared common elements while developing regional characteristics. Marriage alliances created personal connections that transcended political loyalties. Technological diffusion occurred through trade, warfare, and diplomatic contact. Ironworking techniques spread throughout the Chinese cultural region. Agricultural innovations increased productivity in all kingdoms. Military technologies were copied and improved by competing states. Craft techniques traveled with artisans seeking better opportunities. The Warring States period prepared China for unification under a single authority. Military innovations provided tools for conquest and control. Administrative techniques offered methods for governing large territories and populations. Philosophical traditions supplied ideological foundations for imperial rule. Economic development created wealth that could support unified government. The stage was set for the rise of Qin, the kingdom that would end centuries of division and create China's first true empire. The lessons learned during the Warring States period would influence Chinese politics, philosophy, and culture for thousands of years. The intellectual achievements of this era would provide wisdom for future generations facing their own challenges of governance and social organization. In the far western mountains of China, the kingdom of Qin had been quietly building strength, while other states exhausted themselves in endless warfare. Geography gave Qin decisive advantages that would eventually allow them to conquer all of China. Mountain passes protected their heartland from invasion. Fertile valleys provided agricultural wealth. Strategic positions controlled trade routes between China and Central Asia. The Qin people had learned harsh lessons about survival from their dangerous neighborhood. Nomadic tribes regularly raided their borders. Other Chinese states viewed them as semi-barbarian outsiders. Military pressure came from all directions. These challenges forced Qin to develop exceptional military discipline and administrative efficiency. What seemed like disadvantages became sources of strength. Around 361 BCE, Lord Shang arrived in Qin with revolutionary ideas about government and society. He brought legalist philosophy from the eastern states where intellectual competition had produced new approaches to political problems. Lord Shang convinced the Qin ruler that traditional methods could not compete with more advanced kingdoms. Only radical reforms could provide the strength needed for survival and conquest. Lord Shang's reforms transformed every aspect of Qin society. He abolished the old feudal system and replaced noble privileges with merit-based advancement. He created legal codes that applied equally to everyone regardless of birth or social position. He established systematic taxation and military service obligations. He reorganized the population into administrative units responsible for collective behavior and mutual surveillance. The legalist system emphasized strict laws and harsh punishments to maintain social order. Everyone knew exactly what was expected and what penalties awaited disobedience. Officials advanced through demonstrated competence rather than family connections. Military service provided opportunities for social mobility. Economic success depended on productive work rather than inherited privileges. Agricultural reforms increased food production dramatically. Qin encouraged farmers to cultivate previously unused land through tax incentives and land grants. They introduced iron plows and improved irrigation systems. They promoted new crops and farming techniques from other regions. Population growth provided more soldiers and workers for state projects. The Qin state developed the most professional army in the Chinese world. Universal military service created a large pool of trained soldiers. Standardized equipment and tactics improved battlefield effectiveness. Regular training and discipline created reliable military units. Merit-based promotion encouraged aggressive leadership at all levels. Qin military organization emphasized practical efficiency over traditional honor codes. Soldiers advanced in rank by taking enemy heads in battle. Units that failed in combat faced severe punishments. Successful commanders received substantial rewards and higher positions. This system created armies that fought with desperate effectiveness. Military technology reached new levels of sophistication under Qin development. Mass production techniques created standardized weapons and armor. Crossbow mechanisms were manufactured with interchangeable parts. Siege equipment could breach the strongest fortifications. Engineering corps built roads and bridges to support military campaigns. Economic policies supported military expansion through systematic resource management. State monopolies controlled salt and iron production. Standardized currency facilitated trade and taxation. Commercial regulations encouraged productive activities while preventing speculation. Economic planning coordinated agricultural and industrial production with military needs. The conquest campaigns began in earnest around 230 BCE under King Zheng, who would later become the first emperor. Qin armies struck with overwhelming force and careful planning. They used superior weapons, tactics, and logistics to defeat larger enemies. Political warfare divided enemy alliances and encouraged defections. Psychological intimidation demoralized opposition before battles began. Each conquest followed similar patterns. Qin forces isolated enemy kingdoms by cutting supply lines and communication routes. They offered generous terms to nobles who surrendered early. They showed ruthless cruelty to those who resisted. Once victory was achieved, they systematically dismantled local power structures and integrated territories into the Qin administrative system. The state of Han fell first, overwhelmed by Qin's coordinated assault. Zhao proved more difficult but eventually succumbed to superior resources and relentless pressure. Wei and Chu fought desperately but could not match Qin's military efficiency. Yan and Qi attempted to form defensive alliances but were defeated separately. By 221 BCE, King Zheng ruled all of China. The young king faced an unprecedented situation. No one had ever governed such a vast territory or diverse population. Traditional methods were clearly inadequate for managing an empire that stretched from tropical regions to northern steppes. The challenge required innovations that would influence governance for thousands of years. King Zheng proclaimed himself Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. The title itself announced revolutionary intentions. Previous rulers had been kings of particular states or peoples. The first emperor claimed authority over all civilized territory and all Chinese people. His reign would transform China from a collection of competing kingdoms into a unified empire. The first emperor understood that military conquest alone could not create lasting unity. Centuries of warfare had proven that temporary victories meant nothing without systematic changes in how society was organized. He launched the most comprehensive transformation in human history. Every aspect of Chinese life would be standardized and integrated into a single imperial system. Political unification required the complete destruction of the feudal system that had governed China for over 1,000 years. The first emperor abolished all noble titles and hereditary privileges. Former kings and princes were relocated to the capital, where they could be watched constantly. Their ancestral lands were divided into administrative districts governed by appointed officials rather than hereditary lords. The new administrative system divided the empire into 36 commanderies, each subdivided into counties and local districts. Imperial governors administered each commandery with complete authority over civil and military affairs. These officials served at the emperor's pleasure and could be transferred or dismissed at any time. Centralized control replaced regional autonomy throughout the empire. Bureaucratic appointments were based on legalist principles of efficiency and loyalty, rather than birth or personal connections. Officials advanced through demonstrated competence in administrative duties. Regular inspections evaluated performance and detected corruption. Standardized procedures governed everything from tax collection to legal proceedings. The imperial bureaucracy became a professional service dedicated to state power. Standardization policies created unity from the diversity of conquered territories. The first emperor mandated uniform currency throughout the empire. Round copper coins with square holes replaced the various currencies used by different states. Standard weights and measures facilitated trade and taxation. Uniform regulations governed commercial transactions across vast distances. The standardization of writing systems represented perhaps the most important unification policy. Different regions had developed variant characters and writing styles during centuries of political division. The first emperor ordered the creation of a uniform writing system based on Qin practices. This standard script allowed communication across linguistic boundaries and created the foundation for Chinese literary culture. Legal unification imposed legalist principles throughout the empire. A comprehensive legal code specified punishments for every possible offence. Laws applied equally to all subjects regardless of birth, wealth, or social position. Local customs that conflicted with imperial law were abolished. Harsh punishments deterred crime and rebellion while reinforcing state authority. The Great Wall Project demonstrated imperial power while providing practical defense against northern nomadic peoples. The first emperor connected and extended existing border fortifications into a continuous defensive system. Hundreds of thousands of workers labored on the wall under harsh conditions. The project consumed enormous resources but created a powerful symbol of imperial unity and strength. Wall construction required unprecedented coordination and engineering expertise. Workers built watchtowers at regular intervals for communication and observation. Garrison towns housed permanent military forces. Supply routes brought food and materials to remote construction sites. The finished wall stretched over thousands of miles across mountains, deserts, and rivers. Transportation infrastructure connected the empire through systematic road and canal construction. Imperial highways linked the capital to every major city with standardized widths and construction techniques. Bridges crossed rivers and gorges using advanced engineering methods. Canals connected river systems and facilitated bulk transportation of goods and troops. The road system included rest stations, supply depots, and communication relays at regular intervals. Official messengers could travel from the capital to distant provinces in record time. Commercial traffic moved efficiently along protected routes. Military forces could deploy rapidly to trouble spots. Transportation improvements unified the empire economically and administratively. Administrative divisions created systematic governance structures for the vast imperial territory. Each commandery contained multiple counties with standardized administrative procedures. Local officials reported regularly to provincial governors who answered directly to the imperial court. Population registers tracked every family for taxation and military service purposes. Legal records documented court decisions and administrative actions. The imperial court developed elaborate ceremonies and protocols that reinforced the emperor's supreme authority. Court dress, architectural styles, and ceremonial procedures followed strict regulations. Palace complexes demonstrated imperial power through their scale and magnificence. Official ranks were indicated by distinctive clothing, insignia, and privileges. The emperor appeared in public only during carefully orchestrated ceremonies. Suppression of opposing philosophies aimed to eliminate intellectual challenges to legalist orthodoxy and imperial authority. The first emperor banned Confucian texts that promoted feudal values and limited government. He ordered the burning of historical records that glorified previous dynasties. Private schools were closed and replaced with state educational institutions. Only practical subjects like law, medicine, and agriculture were permitted. The book-burning campaign targeted philosophical works that questioned absolute imperial authority. Confucian classics that emphasized moral limitations on political power were systematically destroyed. Historical chronicles that recorded the achievements of previous dynasties were burned. Poetry and literature that celebrated regional cultures were eliminated. Only official versions of approved texts survived. Intellectual persecution extended beyond book burning to include the execution of scholars who criticized imperial policies. Hundreds of intellectuals were buried alive for opposing the emperor's reforms. Private libraries were searched and destroyed. Underground schools faced severe punishments. The imperial government attempted to control all sources of education and information. Economic policies supported imperial unity through state control of key industries and resources. Government monopolies managed salt and iron production, the most profitable sectors of the economy. Standardized coinage facilitated taxation and reduced regional economic independence. Public works projects provided employment while creating infrastructure that benefited state power. Agricultural improvements increased food production to support the growing imperial population. New irrigation systems brought water to previously uncultivated areas. Improved farming tools increased productivity per worker. Government granaries stored surplus crops against times of scarcity. Agricultural colonization expanded cultivation into frontier regions. The first emperor died in 210 BCE during a tour of his eastern provinces. His death began a succession crisis that would destroy the dynasty he had worked so hard to create. The crown passed to his younger son, who became the second emperor under the influence of court officials who had opposed many of his father's reforms. The second emperor lacked his father's determination, vision, and administrative ability. He was easily manipulated by court factions pursuing their own interests rather than imperial unity. Essential reforms were abandoned or reversed. Military discipline declined without the first emperor's personal leadership. Administrative efficiency deteriorated as officials focused on personal advancement rather than state service. Popular rebellions erupted within years of the first emperor's death. The harsh legalist system had created resentment among peasants, crushed by taxation and forced labour obligations. Nobles who had lost their traditional privileges sought opportunities for revenge. Regional differences that had been suppressed by imperial force began reasserting themselves. The Chensheng and Wuguang rebellion began among conscript labourers who faced execution for arriving late at their assigned posts due to flooding. Their desperate revolt sparked uprisings throughout the empire. Former nobles organised resistance movements in their ancestral territories. Regional armies declared independence from imperial authority. Within months, the unified empire was fragmenting into competing kingdoms. Liu Bang, a minor official of peasant background, emerged as the most successful rebel leader. He combined military skill with political wisdom, offering amnesty to Xin officials who surrendered. His forces eventually captured the capital and executed the third emperor, ending the Qin dynasty after only 15 years of rule. The rapid collapse demonstrated the fragility of political systems based purely on force and legal compulsion. Despite its brief duration, the Qin dynasty left an indelible impact on Chinese governance and culture. The concept of unified imperial rule became the standard for Chinese political organization. Administrative techniques developed by the Qin were refined and improved by subsequent dynasties. Standardization policies created cultural unity that survived political division. The imperial ideal would guide Chinese politics for over 2,000 years. The Great Wall became the most enduring symbol of Chinese civilization and imperial power. Later dynasties maintained and extended the fortification system. The wall demonstrated Chinese engineering capabilities and determination to defend their cultural boundaries. It became a source of national pride and identity that transcends political changes. Modern China still regards the Great Wall as a symbol of national unity and strength. Archaeological discoveries have revealed the extraordinary scope of Qin achievements and ambitions. The Terracotta Army, discovered near the first emperor's tomb, contains thousands of life-sized clay soldiers, horses, and chariots. Each figure was individually crafted with unique features and expressions. The army was intended to protect the emperor in the afterlife, demonstrating beliefs about imperial power continuing beyond death. The Terracotta Army represents only a fraction of the first emperor's tomb complex, which covers several square miles and remains largely unexplored. Ancient accounts describe a vast underground palace with rivers of mercury, mechanical devices, and precious treasures. Archaeological evidence suggests the tomb contains chambers and corridors that could take decades to excavate safely. The Qin dynasty provided crucial lessons about the relationship between political power and social stability. Pure force and legal compulsion could achieve remarkable short-term results, but could not create lasting loyalty or cultural integration. Successful governance required balancing central authority with local autonomy, innovation with tradition, efficiency with humanity. These lessons would influence Chinese political thought for centuries. The first emperor's reforms created institutional foundations that supported much longer-lasting dynasties. Administrative techniques, legal principles, and cultural policies developed under Qin rule were refined by later rulers. The concept of meritocratic bureaucracy became central to Chinese governance. Standardization policies created cultural unity that facilitated political reunification after periods of division. The legacy of Qin unification extended far beyond China's borders. The imperial system became a model for governance throughout East Asia. Chinese administrative techniques influenced governmental development in Korea, Japan, and Vietnam. The concept of cultural unity supporting political authority spread throughout the region. Chinese writing systems, legal codes, and bureaucratic practices were adopted by neighboring civilizations. The Qin dynasty demonstrated both the possibilities and limitations of revolutionary political change. Determined leadership and systematic reforms could transform entire civilizations in remarkably short periods. But lasting change required more than force and efficiency. It needed cultural integration, popular support, and institutional flexibility. The lessons of Qin success and failure would guide future dynasties attempting to govern the vast Chinese empire. From the ashes of Qin tyranny emerged one of history's most unlikely heroes. Liu Bang was born a peasant in a small village. He worked as a minor police officer in his local community. He had no noble blood, no classical education, and no military training. Yet this common man would found a dynasty that lasted over 400 years and created the golden age of Chinese civilization. When the Qin Empire collapsed into chaos, Liu Bang joined the rebellion not from ambition but from necessity. His unit was late for military service due to heavy rains. Qin law demanded execution for such delays. Faced with certain death, Liu Bang and his men chose rebellion over submission. This desperate decision began one of the most remarkable rises to power in human history. Liu Bang possessed qualities that made him a natural leader during chaotic times. He treated people fairly regardless of their background. He listened to advice from capable followers. He kept promises made to allies and enemies alike. He showed mercy to defeated opponents when possible. These traits attracted talented supporters who might otherwise have served other rebel leaders. The struggle for control after Qin's fall became known as the Chu Han contention. Liu Bang's main rival was Xiang Yu, an aristocratic general with superior military skills and larger armies. Xiang Yu won most battles through brilliant tactics and personal courage. He seemed destined to become the next emperor of China, yet he lacked the political wisdom to consolidate his victories. Xiang Yu made a crucial mistake that cost him the empire. He burned the former Qin capital instead of using it as his base. He executed surrendered enemies rather than winning their loyalty. He ignored capable advisors who disagreed with his opinions. He trusted allies who later betrayed him. Military genius could not compensate for political failures. Liu Bang learned from every defeat and adapted his strategies accordingly. He built alliances with regional leaders through generous terms and mutual respect. He recruited talented administrators who had served the Qin government. He established secure base areas that provided resources for extended campaigns. He avoided decisive battles until conditions favored his forces. The final confrontation came at the Battle of Gaixia in 202 BCE. Liu Bang's forces surrounded Xiang Yu's army and cut off all escape routes. Xiang Yu fought with desperate courage but could not break through the encirclement. Rather than surrender, he committed suicide beside a river, ending the last serious challenge to Liu Bang's authority. Liu Bang became Emperor Gaozu, founder of the Han dynasty. He faced the same challenge that had confronted the first emperor of Qin. How could one person govern an empire containing millions of people across vast territories? His solution combined the best features of previous systems while avoiding their fatal weaknesses. The Han administrative system adapted successful Qin innovations while abandoning their harshest features. The empire was divided into commanderies governed by appointed officials, ensuring central control. But alongside these were kingdoms granted to Liu Bang's relatives and allies, providing rewards for loyalty and local autonomy where appropriate. This mixed system balanced efficiency with flexibility. Confucian values were integrated into governmental operations for the first time in Chinese history. Officials were expected to demonstrate moral character as well as administrative competence. Legal punishments were reduced from Qin severity levels. Educational programs trained bureaucrats in classical literature and ethical principles. The emperor was portrayed as a moral exemplar rather than merely a military commander. Economic recovery began immediately under Han rule. Harsh Qin taxes were reduced to encourage agricultural production. Forced labor obligations were limited to emergency situations. Trade restrictions were lifted to stimulate commercial activity. Currency systems were stabilized to facilitate economic transactions. Population growth resumed after the devastation of the Qin collapse and subsequent warfare. Agricultural improvements supported rapid population expansion during the early Han period. New irrigation systems brought water to previously uncultivated lands. Iron tools became more widely available to ordinary farmers. Crop rotation techniques increased soil fertility. Government granaries provided security against harvest failures. Rural prosperity provided the foundation for urban development and territorial expansion. The Silk Road emerged during the early Han period as a network of trade routes connecting China to Central Asia and beyond. Chinese silk, porcelain, and manufactured goods travelled westward. Horses, precious metals, and luxury products flowed eastward. Cultural exchange accompanied commercial transactions. Diplomatic missions established relationships with distant kingdoms and peoples. Silk Road development required significant military investment to protect trade routes and diplomatic missions. Han armies established garrison posts at strategic locations along the routes. They negotiated agreements with nomadic peoples who controlled key passages. They built fortifications to protect merchant caravans. These efforts created the first systematic international trade network in human history. Military expansion under the early Han emperors established Chinese control over territories that remain part of China today. Southern campaigns brought the Pearl River Valley under imperial control. Northern expeditions pushed nomadic peoples away from agricultural regions. Western conquests established Chinese presence in Central Asia. Eastern campaigns extended imperial authority to the Korean peninsula. These military successes required professional armies equipped with advanced weapons and siege techniques. Han forces used crossbows, cavalry, and iron weapons more effectively than their opponents. Military engineering created fortifications and supply systems that supported extended campaigns. Professional officers provided tactical expertise and strategic planning. Military colonies established permanent Chinese presence in conquered territories. Court culture flourished under Han patronage as emperors competed to demonstrate their sophistication and learning. Palace complexes rivaled those of the Qin in scale and magnificence. Court ceremonies followed elaborate protocols that reinforced imperial dignity. Artistic productions reached new levels of technical skill and creative expression. Intellectual activities attracted scholars from throughout the empire. The Han court became a center of learning that preserved and transmitted Chinese cultural traditions. Imperial libraries collected classical texts that had survived Qin destruction. Court scholars produced historical works, philosophical treatises, and literary compositions. Educational institutions trained officials in traditional knowledge and administrative skills. Cultural synthesis created new forms of artistic and intellectual expression. In 141 BCE, a 16-year-old prince ascended the Han throne as Emperor Wu. His reign would last 54 years and transform China from a regional power into an empire that stretched across Asia. Emperor Wu combined military ambition with cultural vision. He created the golden age of Chinese civilization through conquest, diplomacy, and patronage of learning. Military campaigns during Emperor Wu's reign expanded Chinese territory to its greatest extent in ancient times. His armies conquered vast regions in Central Asia, establishing Chinese control over the Silk Road trade routes. They pushed into the Korean peninsula, bringing advanced Chinese civilization to new peoples. They marched south into Vietnam, extending imperial authority to tropical regions with different climates and cultures. The Central Asian campaigns represented the most ambitious military undertakings in Chinese history. General Jiang Qian led diplomatic missions that established contact with distant kingdoms and peoples. His reports described fertile valleys, powerful horses, and wealthy cities that could benefit Chinese civilization. These discoveries motivated military expeditions that established permanent Chinese presence in Central Asia. Chinese forces faced formidable challenges in their Central Asian campaigns. Desert conditions tested soldiers accustomed to temperate climates. Mountain passes required engineering skills to transport supplies and equipment. Nomadic enemies used mobility and local knowledge to avoid decisive battles. Distance from China made reinforcement and resupply extremely difficult. yet persistent effort eventually achieved lasting success. The conquest of Fergana demonstrated Han military capabilities and determination. This wealthy kingdom possessed the heavenly horses that Emperor Wu coveted for his cavalry forces. When diplomatic negotiations failed, he launched massive military expeditions across thousands of miles of difficult terrain. The final success established Chinese reputation for power and persistence throughout Central Asia. Korean campaigns brought Chinese civilization to the peninsula through a combination of military conquest and cultural assimilation. Chinese colonies established administrative centers and agricultural communities. Korean elites were educated in Chinese classics and governmental techniques. Marriage alliances created bonds between Chinese and Korean noble families. These policies created lasting cultural connections between China and Korea. Vietnamese territories in the south provided different challenges and opportunities. Tropical climates required adaptation of Chinese military and administrative techniques. Local peoples possessed their own sophisticated cultures and governmental traditions. River systems created natural barriers and transportation routes. Chinese control depended more on alliance with local elites than direct military occupation. Silk Road development reached unprecedented levels during Emperor Wu's reign. Diplomatic missions established formal relationships with kingdoms across Central Asia. Commercial treaties guaranteed safe passage for merchant caravans. Military escorts protected valuable shipments from bandits and hostile peoples. Government subsidies encouraged private merchants to undertake dangerous but profitable journeys. The Silk Road created cultural exchange opportunities that enriched Chinese civilization. New foods, medicines, and technologies entered China from Western regions. Chinese innovation spread westward to benefit distant peoples. Religious ideas traveled along trade routes, introducing new spiritual traditions. Artistic styles influenced each other across vast distances, creating new forms of creative expression. Economic policies during Emperor Wu's reign supported military expansion while encouraging domestic prosperity. State monopolies on salt and iron provided revenue for military campaigns. Standardized currency facilitated trade throughout the expanded empire. Government workshops produced weapons, tools, and luxury goods for military and civilian use. Agricultural improvements fed growing populations and armies. The salt and iron monopolies represented sophisticated approaches to economic management. Government control ensured quality standards and steady revenue streams. Professional administrators managed production and distribution systems. Technological improvements increased efficiency and output. These policies provided models for state economic intervention that influenced Chinese governance for centuries. Court scholarship flourished under Emperor Wu's patronage as intellectual competition enhanced imperial prestige. The Grand Historian Sima Qian produced the Records of the Grand Historian, China's first comprehensive historical work. Court poets created new literary forms that expressed imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Philosophers developed new approaches to ethics, politics, and natural phenomena. Scientific investigations advanced understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. Sima Qian's historical work established standards for Chinese historical writing that continue influencing scholarship today. His comprehensive approach covered political events, cultural developments, and individual biographies. His analytical method sought patterns and lessons that could guide future generations. His literary style combined accuracy with engaging narrative techniques. The records became the foundation for all subsequent Chinese historical writing. Religious synthesis during Emperor Wu's reign created new approaches to spirituality and imperial ideology. Confucian ethics provided moral foundations for governmental operations. Taoist philosophy offered insights into natural harmony and personal development. Traditional ancestor worship maintained connections with cultural heritage. New religious traditions introduced from foreign lands expanded spiritual options. The imperial ideology that emerged during this period portrayed the emperor as the son of heaven, who maintained harmony between human society and natural forces. Imperial ceremonies reinforced this spiritual authority through elaborate rituals and symbolic displays. Court astronomers interpreted celestial events as reflections of imperial virtue or failure. This religious dimension strengthened political authority while creating moral responsibilities for rulers. Emperor Wu's court became a cultural center that attracted talent from throughout the known world. Scholars, artists, and craftsmen sought imperial patronage for their creative work. Foreign ambassadors brought knowledge and techniques from distant lands. Military commanders shared experiences from campaigns in exotic territories. Cultural diversity enriched Chinese civilization while maintaining its distinctive character. The height of Han power during Emperor Wu's reign established China as the dominant force in East Asia. Chinese armies commanded respect from all neighboring peoples. Chinese culture influenced governmental and social practices throughout the region. Chinese trade networks connected diverse economies and societies. Chinese technological innovations spread to benefit peoples across vast distances. The Han dynasty faced its greatest crisis during the reign of Wang Mang, a court official who usurped power and attempted radical reforms that alienated every social class. His policies created economic chaos and social unrest that nearly destroyed Chinese civilization. Fortunately, members of the Han royal family survived to restore legitimate rule and begin a new golden age of cultural and technological achievement. Liu Shu emerged as the most capable of the Han restoration leaders. He combined military skill with political wisdom, avoiding the mistakes that had destroyed Wang Mang's regime. His forces gradually reunified the empire through careful campaigns that minimized destruction and civilian suffering. In 25 CE, he established the Eastern Han dynasty, with its capital at Luoyang. The move to Luoyang marked more than just geographical relocation. It represented a fresh start that learned from previous mistakes while maintaining successful traditions. The new capital was strategically located at the intersection of major transportation routes. It provided access to fertile agricultural regions and important commercial centers. The location balanced security considerations with administrative convenience. Luoyang became one of the world's largest and most sophisticated cities during the Eastern Han period. Palace complexes rivaled earlier imperial capitals in scale and magnificence. Commercial districts facilitated trade throughout the empire and with foreign kingdoms. Residential areas housed hundreds of thousands of people in planned neighborhoods. Public works provided water supplies, sanitation systems, and transportation networks that supported urban life. Agricultural improvements during the Eastern Han period supported remarkable population growth and economic prosperity. New irrigation techniques brought water to previously uncultivated lands. Improved ploughing methods increased crop yields per unit of labor. Better seeds produced more nutritious and abundant harvests. Government policies encouraged agricultural development through tax incentives and technical assistance. The population of China may have reached 60 million people during the Eastern Han period, making it the most populous region in the world. This demographic success reflected effective governance, agricultural prosperity, and social stability. Large populations provided labor for public works projects and soldiers for military campaigns. They also created markets for manufactured goods and supported sophisticated urban cultures. Technological innovations during the Eastern Han period changed human civilization in ways that continue influencing our world today. The invention of paper provided a cheap and convenient writing surface that revolutionized communication and education. The development of the seismograph allowed prediction and study of earthquakes. Medical knowledge advanced through systematic observation and treatment of diseases. Paper manufacturing began around 105 CE, when Kailun developed techniques for creating writing surfaces from plant fibers, cloth scraps, and other organic materials. Paper was cheaper than bamboo strips, more convenient than silk, and more durable than wooden tablets. The technology spread gradually throughout China and eventually reached other civilizations through trade and cultural contact. The invention of paper transformed education, government, and cultural life throughout China. Books became more affordable and widely available. Government records could be kept more efficiently and economically. Personal correspondence increased as writing materials became cheaper. Literary and scholarly works reached broader audiences. Paper became one of China's most important technological gifts to world civilization. Jiangheng's seismograph represented remarkable achievements in scientific observation and mechanical engineering. This bronze device could detect earthquakes occurring hundreds of miles away. It indicated the direction from which seismic disturbances originated. Government officials used this information to organize relief efforts for disaster-stricken regions. The seismograph demonstrated Chinese capabilities in precision engineering and scientific method. Medical knowledge advanced significantly during the Eastern Han period through systematic study and practical application. Physicians developed new surgical techniques and pharmaceutical preparations. They created detailed anatomical studies based on careful observation. They established medical schools that trained new generations of healers. Medical texts preserved knowledge that could be transmitted across time and distance. Buddhist introduction to China began during the Eastern Han period through trade contacts and diplomatic missions. Indian merchants and missionaries brought Buddhist teachings along the Silk Road trade routes. Chinese scholars translated Buddhist texts into Chinese and adapted foreign concepts to local cultural conditions. Buddhism gradually gained followers among all social classes while coexisting with traditional Chinese religious traditions. Buddhism offered new approaches to spirituality and philosophy that enriched Chinese culture. Its emphasis on compassion and universal salvation appealed to people suffering from war and social upheaval. Its sophisticated philosophical traditions provided new ways of thinking about reality and human existence. Its artistic traditions influenced Chinese sculpture, painting, and architecture. Buddhist monasteries became centers of learning and cultural preservation. Religious diversity during the Eastern Han period created rich spiritual traditions that served different human needs and interests. Confucianism provided ethical guidance for governmental and social relationships. Taoism offered insights into natural harmony and personal development. Buddhism addressed questions about suffering and spiritual liberation. Traditional ancestor worship maintained cultural continuity and family cohesion. Literary achievements during the Eastern Han period established new forms of artistic expression that influenced Chinese culture for centuries. Historical writing reached new levels of sophistication and comprehensiveness. Poetry developed distinctive styles that expressed both personal emotions and social concerns. Philosophical works explored ethical, political, and metaphysical questions with remarkable depth. These literary traditions created foundations for later Chinese cultural development. Bangu's history of the former Han dynasty established standards for dynastic histories that became models for all subsequent Chinese historical writing. His comprehensive approach covered political events, cultural developments, and institutional changes. His analytical method sought patterns and lessons that could guide future rulers and officials. His work preserved invaluable information about early Chinese civilization. Administrative efficiency reached remarkable levels during the Eastern Han period as governmental institutions matured and improved. Professional bureaucrats managed complex administrative systems with standardized procedures and regular oversight. Educational programs produced capable officials trained in classical learning and practical skills. Examination systems began developing merit-based selection processes. These innovations created foundations for Chinese governmental traditions. Cultural synthesis during the Eastern Han period combined traditional Chinese values with new influences from foreign contact and internal development. Artistic traditions evolved to incorporate new techniques and themes. Intellectual traditions expanded to address new questions and challenges. Social practices adapted to changing economic and demographic conditions. This synthesis created distinctive Chinese cultural characteristics that influenced civilization for thousands of years. The Eastern Han dynasty gradually declined during the 2nd century CE as a combination of internal problems and external pressures weakened imperial authority. Economic troubles stemmed from the costs of maintaining large armies and extensive bureaucracies. Natural disasters disrupted agriculture and caused widespread suffering. Social unrest increased as different groups competed for resources and political influence. Economic problems began with the enormous expenses of governing such a vast empire. Military forces stationed throughout the territories required constant support and supply. Government officials at all levels demanded salaries and benefits. Public works projects consumed huge amounts of resources and labor. Tax collection became increasingly difficult as prosperity declined and resistance increased. Population growth that had been a source of strength became a burden as agricultural productivity could not keep pace with demographic expansion. Famines became more frequent and severe. Competition for land and resources intensified social tensions. Urban overcrowding created sanitation and social problems. The government struggled to maintain order and provide essential services. Natural disasters struck with devastating frequency during the late Eastern Han period. Floods destroyed crops and displaced populations. Earthquakes damaged cities and disrupted transportation. Droughts created famines that killed millions of people. Locust swarms devoured remaining crops. These disasters strained government resources and damaged imperial prestige. Social unrest manifested in various forms as different groups expressed dissatisfaction with imperial policies and social conditions. Peasant rebellions erupted in regions suffering from economic hardship. Religious movements promised spiritual salvation and social transformation. Regional elites began asserting independence from central authority. Military commanders accumulated personal power that challenged imperial control. The Yellow Turban Rebellion of 124 CE represented the most serious internal challenge to Han authority. This massive uprising was led by Zhang Jue, who combined religious teachings with social and political reforms. His followers wore yellow headbands to identify themselves and proclaimed the establishment of a new golden age of peace and prosperity. The rebellion spread rapidly across northern China. The Yellow Turban Rebellion revealed fundamental weaknesses in Han governmental and social systems. Imperial armies struggled to suppress the uprising despite superior equipment and training. Local officials often proved incompetent or corrupt when faced with serious challenges. Social divisions made unified resistance to rebellion difficult to organize. The government's eventual success came at enormous cost in resources and legitimacy. Regional warlords emerged from the chaos as military commanders accumulated personal armies and territorial control. They maintained nominal loyalty to the Han Emperor while exercising independent authority within their domains. Competition between warlords created constant warfare that further weakened central government. The empire gradually fragmented into competing power centers. The final Han Emperor abdicated in 220 CE, ending over 4 centuries of dynasty rule. His abdication marked the beginning of nearly 400 years of political division and warfare. Yet the Han dynasty's cultural and institutional legacy continued influencing Chinese civilization throughout this period of disunity and beyond. The term Han Chinese emerged from this dynasty's lasting impact on Chinese identity and culture. Even today, the majority of Chinese people identify themselves as Han Chinese, reflecting the enduring influence of this remarkable dynasty. Han cultural characteristics, governmental institutions, and social practices became fundamental to Chinese civilization. Governmental institutions developed during the Han dynasty provided models for all subsequent Chinese dynasties. Administrative techniques, legal principles, and bureaucratic procedures were refined and improved but maintained their essential Han characteristics. The concept of imperial rule balanced with Confucian ethics became the standard approach to Chinese government. Cultural achievements during the Han period established foundations that supported Chinese civilization for thousands of years. Historical writing traditions, literary forms, and artistic styles developed during Han rule continued evolving, but maintained their distinctive characteristics. Educational systems, philosophical approaches, and religious practices established during this period influenced Chinese culture indefinitely. The Han dynasty's approach to cultural integration and territorial administration provided lessons for governing diverse populations across vast distances. Their combination of central authority with local autonomy became a model for imperial administration. Their synthesis of different cultural traditions created unified Chinese identity while respecting regional diversity. Technological innovations from the Han period, particularly paper manufacturing, eventually reached other civilizations and transformed global culture. Chinese medical knowledge, astronomical techniques, and engineering capabilities influenced developments throughout East Asia. The Silk Road networks established during Han rule continued connecting China to the wider world. The transition to the period of disunity began with competing claims to Han legitimacy by regional warlords. The Three Kingdoms period would see China divided among Wei, Shu, and Wu kingdoms, each claiming to represent true Han succession. This political division would last for centuries, but Han cultural and institutional legacies would eventually support reunification under new dynasties. The Han dynasty demonstrated that effective governance required more than military power or administrative efficiency. It needed cultural integration, social stability, and economic prosperity. The lessons of Han's success and decline would guide future dynasties attempting to govern the Chinese Empire. Their achievements in creating unified Chinese civilization remain among humanity's greatest governmental and cultural accomplishments. The collapse of the Han dynasty left China divided among competing warlords, who claimed the right to restore imperial unity. Three leaders emerged as the most powerful contenders for supreme authority. Cao Cao controlled the northern plains around the Yellow River. Liu Bei established his base in the southwestern mountains of Sichuan. Sun Quan dominated the fertile Yangtze River Valley in the southeast. Their struggle would last for nearly a century. Each of these kingdoms developed distinctive characteristics that reflected their geographical advantages and cultural traditions. The Wei Kingdom in the north inherited the former Han capital and claimed direct succession from imperial authority. Their territory included the most populous regions and productive agricultural areas. They possessed the strongest military forces and most sophisticated administrative systems. The Shu Kingdom in the southwest occupied naturally defensive mountain territories. Liu Bei claimed legitimacy through his distant relationship to the Han royal family. His followers portrayed their cause as restoring rightful imperial rule against northern usurpers. The mountainous terrain provided protection, but limited agricultural resources and population growth. The Wu Kingdom controlled the Yangtze River Valley with its network of rivers, lakes, and fertile rice fields. Sun Quan's forces developed superior naval capabilities for fighting on water. Their territory supported prosperous agricultural and commercial activities. Strategic position allowed control of trade routes between northern and southern China. Military conflicts between these kingdoms created constant warfare, but also stimulated remarkable innovations in strategy and tactics. Commanders developed new approaches to siege warfare, naval battles, and cavalry operations. Engineering advances produced better weapons, fortifications, and transportation systems. Intelligence networks provided information about enemy movements and intentions. The Battle of Red Cliffs in 208 CE demonstrated how smaller forces could defeat larger armies through superior strategy and tactics. Sun Quan and Liu Bei formed a temporary alliance against Cao Cao's massive invasion force. They used fire ships to destroy Cao Cao's fleet and forced his retreat northward. This victory established the balance of power that maintained the Three Kingdom division. Naval warfare reached new levels of sophistication during the Three Kingdoms period. The Wu Kingdom developed advanced shipbuilding techniques that produced faster and more maneuverable vessels. Naval battles involved coordinated movements of hundreds of ships using various tactical formations. Fire weapons and boarding techniques created new methods for defeating enemy fleets. Cavalry operations evolved as all three kingdoms sought mobility advantages over their enemies. Northern armies developed heavy cavalry units equipped with armor and long lances. Southern forces created lighter cavalry for reconnaissance and harassment operations. Horse breeding programs improved the quality and number of military mounts available for campaigns. The romance of the Three Kingdoms, written much later, transformed historical events into legendary stories that captured popular imagination. Heroes like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhuge Liang became symbols of loyalty, courage, and wisdom. Their adventures inspired countless generations while preserving memories of this turbulent period. The romance became one of China's most beloved literary works. These legendary figures represented idealized virtues that transcended their historical circumstances. Guan Yu embodied perfect loyalty and military honor. Zhuge Liang demonstrated wisdom and strategic brilliance. Liu Bei showed benevolent leadership and moral character. Their stories provided moral guidance and entertainment for people throughout Chinese history. Cultural development continued despite constant warfare as competing kingdoms sought to demonstrate their legitimacy through patronage of learning and arts. Each court sponsored scholars who preserved classical texts and created new works. Poets and artists found opportunities for creative expression. Educational institutions trained officials and maintained cultural traditions. The Wei Kingdom established the most systematic approaches to governmental administration and cultural patronage. They created comprehensive legal codes and administrative procedures. They sponsored historical projects that documented previous dynasties. They supported technological innovations that improved agriculture and manufacturing. Their cultural achievements demonstrated their claim to imperial succession. Regional differences became more pronounced during the Three Kingdoms period as each territory developed distinctive characteristics. Northern regions maintained closer connections to traditional Chinese culture and governmental practices. Southern areas adapted to different climates and agricultural systems. Western territories developed frontier cultures that blended Chinese and local traditions. Local governance systems evolved to meet practical needs during this period of political fragmentation. Administrative units became smaller and more responsive to local conditions. Tax systems adapted to regional economic patterns. Military organization reflected geographical and demographic realities. These innovations would influence governmental development for centuries. Economic development continued despite political instability, as trade and craft production adapted to new conditions. Merchants developed networks that crossed political boundaries. Artisans created distinctive regional styles and techniques. Agricultural innovations increased productivity in different climatic zones. Commercial centers emerged at strategic transportation points. The Three Kingdoms period demonstrated that political division did not necessarily prevent cultural and technological progress. Competition between kingdoms stimulated innovation and excellence. Regional diversity enriched Chinese civilization as a whole. Military pressures encouraged technological advancement. These lessons would influence later periods of Chinese history. Preparation for eventual reunification began as each kingdom developed administrative and military capabilities that could support imperial rule. Successful governmental techniques spread through conquest and cultural exchange. Military innovations provided tools for future unification campaigns. Cultural synthesis created common elements that transcended political divisions. The Wei Kingdom eventually achieved temporary reunification under the Jin dynasty in 280 CE. Sima Yan, who had usurped power from the Wei rulers, completed the conquest of Wu after decades of patient preparation. His forces used superior numbers and resources to overcome Wu's naval advantages. For the first time in nearly a century, China was unified under a single authority. The Jin reunification represented remarkable administrative and military achievement. Jin forces coordinated complex campaigns across thousands of miles of difficult terrain. They integrated conquered territories into existing governmental systems. They managed the enormous logistical challenges of feeding and supplying massive armies. Their success demonstrated that unified rule remained possible despite regional divisions. However, Jin unity proved tragically brief. Court intrigue, incompetent leadership, and economic problems weakened imperial authority within decades. Regional commanders accumulated personal power that challenged central control. Natural disasters and social unrest created additional pressures. The dynasty that had achieved reunification became unable to maintain it. The War of the Eight Princes devastated China between 291 and 306 CE, as members of the royal family fought for control of the empire. These civil wars destroyed agricultural productivity and displaced millions of people. Military forces turned from protecting the empire to plundering its resources. Government administration collapsed as officials focused on personal survival rather than public service. Northern nomadic peoples took advantage of Chinese weakness to launch massive invasions. The Xiongnu, Ji, Qiang, Di, and Xianbei peoples swept across the northern plains in waves of conquest and settlement. They established numerous kingdoms throughout northern China. Han Chinese populations fled southward in one of the largest migrations in human history. The 16 Kingdoms period saw northern China divided among various nomadic dynasties that competed for territory and legitimacy. These kingdoms adopted Chinese governmental techniques, while maintaining their own cultural traditions. Some rulers attempted to restore Chinese classical culture. Others emphasized their nomadic heritage and military capabilities. Political instability remained constant. Han Chinese migration to the south transformed the demographic and cultural character of the Yangtze River Valley and beyond. Millions of refugees brought northern Chinese dialects, customs, and technologies to southern regions. They established new agricultural communities and urban centers. Their arrival accelerated economic development and cultural integration throughout southern China. The Eastern Jin dynasty established itself at Nanjing as the legitimate continuation of imperial Chinese rule. They controlled the Yangtze River Valley and territories to the south, while northern China remained under a nomadic rule. Their court preserved Chinese cultural traditions and governmental institutions. They maintained diplomatic relations with northern kingdoms while planning eventual reconquest. Southern kingdoms developed distinctive characteristics during this period of division. The warmer climate supported different agricultural systems based on rice cultivation and water management. River transportation networks facilitated trade and communication. Cultural development emphasized elegance, refinement, and artistic sophistication. Buddhist influence grew stronger in southern regions. Buddhist development accelerated dramatically during the period of disunity, as people sought spiritual comfort during times of political chaos and social upheaval. Monasteries provided refuge for scholars and artists fleeing warfare. Buddhist teachings about suffering and liberation appealed to populations experiencing constant hardship. Royal patronage supported monastery construction and scholarly activities. The monastery system created new forms of social and economic organization throughout China. Monastic communities developed agricultural techniques suited to their local environments. They established schools that preserved classical learning alongside Buddhist texts. They created artistic workshops that produced sculptures, paintings, and architectural decorations. Monasteries became centers of cultural preservation and innovation. Buddhist translation projects during this period made Indian texts accessible to Chinese readers while adapting foreign concepts to local cultural conditions. Scholar monks like Kumarajva produced Chinese versions of major Buddhist works. These translations influenced Chinese philosophical and literary traditions. They created new vocabulary and concepts that enriched Chinese language and thought. Technological and artistic achievements continued despite political fragmentation, as different kingdoms competed to demonstrate their cultural sophistication. Northern kingdoms sponsored engineering projects that improved agriculture and transportation. Southern courts patronized poets and artists who created works of enduring beauty. Cross-cultural exchange introduced new techniques and ideas. The period saw remarkable innovations in agriculture, manufacturing, and transportation. Water-powered machinery improved grain processing and textile production. Agricultural techniques adapted to different regional conditions increased crop yields. Transportation systems developed to serve the needs of divided territories. These innovations provided foundations for future economic growth. Artistic achievements reached new heights during this period, as court patronage and Buddhist influence created demand for sophisticated cultural production. Sculptors created Buddhist statues of unprecedented beauty and technical skill. Painters developed new styles that captured both religious themes and natural landscapes. Calligraphers refined writing styles that became models for future generations. Ethnic integration accelerated as nomadic peoples adopted Chinese culture while contributing their own traditions to the developing synthesis. Intermarriage between Chinese and nomadic families created new social groups. Military techniques combined Chinese and nomadic approaches. Religious practices blended traditional Chinese beliefs with nomadic shamanism and Buddhism. Cultural synthesis during this period created new forms of Chinese civilization that incorporated influences from many different sources. Traditional Chinese values adapted to new social conditions. Foreign religious and philosophical ideas found expression through Chinese cultural forms. Artistic traditions evolved to meet changing tastes and spiritual needs. This synthesis would influence Chinese culture for centuries. Buddhism's integration with Chinese culture during the period of disunity created one of the most significant religious transformations in human history. Indian Buddhist teachings adapted to Chinese social conditions and philosophical traditions. Chinese scholars interpreted Buddhist concepts through Confucian and Taoist frameworks. Buddhist monasteries adapted Indian organizational models to Chinese legal and social systems. Chinese Buddhism developed distinctive characteristics that differed from its Indian origins while maintaining essential spiritual teachings. Meditation practices incorporated Taoist techniques for achieving harmony with natural forces. Ethical teachings emphasized Confucian virtues like filial piety and social responsibility. Artistic expressions used traditional Chinese forms to convey Buddhist themes and stories. The development of Chinese Buddhist schools created systematic approaches to spiritual practice and philosophical understanding. The Tiantai school emphasized the unity of all Buddhist teachings and practices. The Pure Land school focused on faith and devotion to Amitabha Buddha. Chan Buddhism combined meditation with sudden enlightenment experiences. These schools provided different paths for spiritual development. Taoism evolved from philosophical tradition into organized religion during this period as it competed with Buddhism for followers and imperial patronage. Taoist priests developed elaborate rituals and ceremonies. They created institutional structures similar to Buddhist monasteries. They produced religious texts that systematized Taoist beliefs and practices. Taoist alchemy sought immortality through spiritual and physical cultivation. Religious Taoism incorporated popular beliefs and practices that had existed in Chinese culture for centuries. Ancestor worship remained central to Taoist religious life. Nature worship acknowledged spiritual forces in mountains, rivers, and forests. Folk medicine used herbs and spiritual techniques for healing. These elements created distinctively Chinese religious traditions. Art, poetry, and literature flourished during the period of disunity as cultural competition stimulated creativity and excellence. Courts sponsored artistic productions to demonstrate their sophistication and legitimacy. Religious institutions commissioned works that expressed spiritual teachings. Individual artists found freedom to explore new themes and techniques during times of political chaos. Poetry reached new heights of technical refinement and emotional expression during this period. Poets like Tao Qian created works that captured the beauty of rural life and the wisdom of withdrawal from political involvement. Court poets produced elaborate compositions that celebrated imperial power and cultural achievement. Buddhist poets explored spiritual themes through traditional Chinese literary forms. Painting developed new techniques and subjects as artists responded to changing cultural conditions and foreign influences. Buddhist art introduced new stylistic elements and symbolic meanings. Landscape painting emerged as artists sought to capture the spiritual essence of natural scenes. Portrait painting refined techniques for representing individual character and social status. Literature expanded to include new forms and themes that reflected the complex cultural conditions of the period. Historical novels romanticized the Three Kingdoms period. Religious literature explored Buddhist and Taoist teachings. Folk tales preserved popular beliefs and cultural values. These works created foundations for later Chinese literary development. Technological innovations continued despite political instability, as practical needs and cultural competition encouraged invention and improvement. Agricultural techniques adapted to different regional conditions and climatic challenges. Manufacturing processes improved to meet demand for weapons, tools, and luxury goods. Transportation systems developed to serve divided political territories. Educational systems adapted to changing political conditions while preserving essential cultural traditions. Private schools replaced some governmental institutions. Monasteries provided education alongside religious training. Family education emphasized classical learning and moral cultivation. These adaptations maintained cultural continuity despite political disruption. Scholarly traditions evolved as intellectuals responded to new philosophical and religious influences while maintaining connections to classical Chinese learning. Commentaries on ancient texts adapted traditional teachings to contemporary conditions. Historical writing documented the complex events of the period. Philosophical treatises explored the relationship between different intellectual traditions. The foundation for future reunification developed gradually as cultural synthesis created common elements that transcended political boundaries. Shared religious traditions provided spiritual unity. Common literary and artistic standards maintained cultural coherence. Similar governmental techniques facilitated eventual political integration. Educational traditions prepared capable administrators for unified rule. Regional cultures that developed during this period enriched Chinese civilization as a whole, while maintaining distinctive local characteristics. Southern Chinese culture emphasized refinement and artistic sophistication. Northern traditions preserved military virtues and governmental expertise. These regional differences would continue influencing Chinese culture after reunification, while contributing to overall cultural diversity and strength. The period of disunity demonstrated that Chinese civilization could maintain its essential characteristics despite political fragmentation and foreign conquest. Cultural adaptability allowed integration of new influences while preserving traditional values. Educational institutions transmitted classical learning across generations. Religious traditions provided spiritual guidance during difficult times. These achievements prepared China for renewed greatness under future unified dynasties. After 4 centuries of division, warfare, and chaos, China desperately needed a leader who could restore unity and peace. That leader emerged from an unlikely source. Yang Jian was a Chinese general serving a nomadic dynasty in northern China. He possessed the military skills to conquer enemies and the administrative wisdom to govern a reunified empire. His rise to power would end the longest period of disunity in Chinese history. Yang Jian seized control of the northern Zhou kingdom in 581 CE through careful planning and decisive action. He had married into the royal family and gained the trust of key military commanders. When the young emperor died, Yang Jian became regent for the child heir. Within months he had eliminated his rivals and proclaimed himself emperor of a new dynasty. He chose the name Sui, meaning peaceful. The new Sui dynasty faced enormous challenges that had defeated previous reunification attempts. Northern and southern China had developed different governmental systems, military traditions, and cultural practices. Regional dialects made communication difficult. Economic systems had adapted to serve smaller territories. 400 years of separation had created barriers that seemed impossible to overcome. Yang Jian, now Emperor Wen of Sui, approached reunification with systematic patience rather than rushed military campaigns. He first consolidated control over northern China by winning the loyalty of nomadic peoples and Chinese populations alike. He offered amnesty to former enemies who submitted peacefully. He demonstrated effective governance that attracted support from war-weary populations. The conquest of the Chen dynasty in southern China came after years of careful preparation. Sui forces built a massive fleet to challenge southern naval supremacy. They trained armies for fighting in the river systems and rice fields of the south. They established supply lines that could support extended campaigns in unfamiliar territory. When the invasion began in 589 CE, it succeeded with remarkable speed. Administrative reforms created unified governmental systems that balanced northern and southern traditions. Yang Jian adopted successful elements from both regions while eliminating practices that had caused previous failures. He established standardized legal codes that applied throughout the empire. He created administrative districts that reflected geographical and cultural realities, rather than purely political boundaries. The 3 departments and 6 board system revolutionized Chinese government administration. The Department of State Affairs handled general governmental operations. The Imperial Chancellery reviewed and approved official documents. The Imperial Secretariat drafted laws and regulations. Each department supervised specialized boards responsible for personnel, revenue, rituals, war, justice, and public works. This system would influence Chinese government for over 1,000 years. Legal unification required careful balance between different traditions and practical needs. The Sui legal code combined the best features of northern and southern law while eliminating contradictions and inconsistencies. Punishments were standardized throughout the empire. Court procedures followed uniform protocols. Legal education trained judges and administrators in consistent application of imperial law. Economic reconstruction began with a comprehensive census that revealed the true condition of the reunified empire. The population had grown to nearly 50 million people despite centuries of warfare. Agricultural productivity was recovering in regions that had enjoyed peace. Trade networks were beginning to reconnect separated territories. The economic foundation existed for renewed prosperity. Tax system reforms created fair and efficient methods for supporting the imperial government. Land taxes were based on actual productivity rather than theoretical assessments. Labour obligations were distributed equitably among the population. Commercial taxes encouraged trade while providing government revenue. The equal field system granted land to farming families in exchange for tax and service obligations. Population census techniques developed during the Sui period provided detailed information about demographic and economic conditions throughout the empire. Government officials recorded the number of households, their productive capacity, and their tax obligations. This information allowed systematic resource planning and fair distribution of governmental burdens. Military reorganization created professional forces capable of defending the reunified empire against internal rebellion and external invasion. The militia system required all adult males to serve in local defense units while maintaining their agricultural occupations. Professional soldiers formed the core of imperial armies. Regional military commands balanced central control with local defensive needs. Defensive strategies recognized that a reunified China faced different threats than smaller divided kingdoms had encountered. Northern borders required protection against nomadic invasions. Southern coasts needed defense against maritime attacks. Internal security systems prevented regional rebellions from spreading. These comprehensive defensive preparations provided stability for economic and cultural development. Cultural integration policies promoted unity while respecting regional diversity. Educational standards were harmonized throughout the empire while allowing local variations in curriculum and teaching methods. Religious practices were regulated to prevent conflict while maintaining spiritual freedom. Artistic traditions from different regions were encouraged to interact and influence each other. The imperial examination system began developing during the Sui period as a method for selecting capable officials, based on merit rather than birth or regional origin. Examinations tested knowledge of classical texts, legal principles, and administrative procedures. This system would eventually create a unified class of educated administrators who shared common training and values regardless of their regional backgrounds. Infrastructure projects connected the reunified empire through improved transportation and communication systems. Road networks linked major cities and administrative centers. Postal relay stations provided rapid communication between the capital and distant provinces. Canal systems facilitated bulk transportation of grain and other goods. These improvements supported both governmental administration and commercial development. Cultural synthesis accelerated as reunification allowed free exchange of ideas, techniques, and traditions between formerly separated regions. Northern military and administrative expertise combined with southern artistic and commercial sophistication. Buddhist and Taoist traditions from different regions influenced each other. Educational practices spread throughout the empire, creating common cultural foundations. Preparation for future prosperity occurred through systematic attention to governmental institutions, economic development, and cultural integration. The Sui dynasty established administrative frameworks that could support long-term imperial rule. They created economic policies that encouraged productivity and trade. They promoted cultural unity that transcended regional divisions. These achievements provided foundations for the Golden Age that would follow under the Tang dynasty. Emperor Yang Di ascended the Sui throne in 604 CE, with ambitions that exceeded even his father's remarkable achievements. He envisioned transforming China into the greatest empire in human history through massive construction projects and military conquests. His grand vision would create some of China's most important infrastructure, while ultimately destroying the dynasty that made these achievements possible. The Grand Canal represented the most ambitious engineering project in human history up to that time. Yang Di ordered the construction of a waterway system that would connect the Yellow River in the north with the Yangtze River in the south. This canal would allow efficient transportation of goods and people across the entire empire. It would unite China's economy as completely as Yangjian had united its politics. Construction of the Grand Canal required mobilizing resources on an unprecedented scale. Over 6 million workers labored on various sections of the project. Engineers designed sophisticated lock systems to manage water levels across different elevations. Architects planned cities and storage facilities along the canal route. The scale of organization rivaled the building of the Egyptian pyramids. The southern section of the Grand Canal connected existing rivers and lakes through carefully planned channels. Workers dredged deeper waterways and built embankments to control water flow. They constructed bridges that allowed road traffic to cross without interrupting canal transportation. Towns along the route provided supplies and services for construction crews and future canal traffic. The northern section presented greater engineering challenges because it required crossing mountainous terrain and managing water supplies in drier regions. Workers carved channels through solid rock and built aqueducts to carry water across valleys. They created reservoir systems that stored water for canal operation during dry seasons. The technical achievements rivaled any engineering project in the ancient world. Economic impact of the Grand Canal transformed trade and agriculture throughout the empire. Bulk goods could now travel efficiently between northern and southern China. Rice from the fertile south could feed populations in the northern capital. Manufactured goods from urban centres reached rural markets more easily. Commercial activity increased dramatically as transportation costs decreased. The canal system created new economic opportunities for millions of people. Boat builders constructed vessels designed for canal navigation. Dock workers loaded and unloaded cargo at canal ports. Innkeepers provided accommodation for travellers. Merchants expanded their operations to serve canal trade. Entire communities developed around canal transportation. Military campaigns during Yangdi's reign aimed to establish Chinese supremacy throughout East Asia. 3 massive invasions of Korea sought to bring that peninsula under direct Chinese control. These campaigns involved hundreds of thousands of soldiers and consumed enormous resources. Despite initial successes, Korean resistance and logistical difficulties prevented lasting conquest. The Korean campaigns demonstrated both Chinese military capabilities and the limits of imperial power. Chinese forces could penetrate deep into Korean territory and capture major cities. They possessed superior siege equipment and professional training. However, extended supply lines, difficult terrain, and determined local resistance made permanent occupation extremely costly and ultimately impossible. Central Asian expeditions sought to restore Chinese control over Silk Road trade routes that had been lost during the period of disunity. Chinese armies marched thousands of miles across deserts and mountains to establish garrison towns and tributary relationships. These campaigns succeeded in restoring Chinese prestige but required constant military presence to maintain control. Infrastructure projects extended beyond the Grand Canal to include palaces, roads, and defensive fortifications throughout the empire. Yangdi constructed magnificent palace complexes that demonstrated imperial power and cultural sophistication. He built new roads that improved transportation and communication. He strengthened border defenses against nomadic invasions. The eastern capital at Luoyang became one of the world's largest and most beautiful cities under Yangdi's patronage. Palace complexes covered vast areas with gardens, lakes, and ceremonial buildings. Administrative centres housed the growing imperial bureaucracy. Commercial districts served merchants from throughout the known world. The city symbolised Sui power and ambition. Economic strain from massive projects and military campaigns gradually undermined the dynasty's financial stability. Construction costs exceeded government revenues despite increased taxation. Military expenses consumed resources needed for civilian administration. Natural disasters disrupted agriculture and reduced tax collections. Popular resentment grew as burdens increased while benefits remained unclear. Popular unrest erupted as economic hardship combined with resentment against forced labour obligations and military conscription. Peasant rebellions began in regions suffering from natural disasters and excessive taxation. Regional nobles organised resistance movements. Military commanders began asserting independence from central authority. The empire that Yang Jian had united began fragmenting again. The Limi rebellion in the east demonstrated how quickly Sui authority could collapse when faced with determined opposition. Limi attracted support from displaced peasants, ambitious nobles, and dissatisfied officials. His forces captured strategic cities and threatened the capital itself. Government armies proved unable to suppress the rebellion effectively. Yangdi's assassination in 618 CE ended the Sui dynasty after only 37 years of rule. Court officials, military commanders, and regional governors had lost confidence in imperial leadership. The emperor's death triggered a new period of warfare as various claimants competed for succession. The unification achieved by Yangzhen seemed to have been lost forever. However, the Sui legacy proved more enduring than the dynasty itself. The Grand Canal continued serving Chinese commerce for over 1,000 years. Administrative systems established by Yang provided frameworks for future dynasties. The precedent of reunification inspired new leaders who would restore Chinese unity. The infrastructure created during Sui rule supported the golden age of Chinese civilization under the Tang dynasty. The rapid collapse of such a successful dynasty provided important lessons about the relationship between governmental ambition and popular support. Military conquest and engineering achievements meant nothing without sustainable economic policies and social stability. The Sui experience would influence Chinese political thought for centuries, demonstrating both the possibilities and dangers of unlimited imperial power. From the chaos of Sui collapse emerged one of history's most remarkable dynasties. Li Yuan was a Chinese general stationed on the northwestern frontier when Yang Di's assassination plunged the empire back into civil war. Unlike other regional warlords who sought only personal power, Li Yuan possessed a vision of restored Chinese greatness that would surpass all previous achievements. Li Yuan's rise to power demonstrated exceptional political and military skills. He secured the loyalty of frontier troops through fair treatment and shared hardships. He formed alliances with nomadic peoples who controlled strategic territories. He attracted capable advisors who understood both military strategy and civilian administration. Most importantly, he won support from his teenage son Li Shimin, who would become one of China's greatest emperors. The Tang founding in 618 CE required 7 years of warfare to eliminate rival claimants and restore imperial unity. Li Yuan's forces moved systematically across China, defeating enemies through superior organization rather than simply overwhelming numbers. They offered generous terms to surrendering opponents and harsh punishment to those who continued resistance. By 625 CE, Tang authority extended throughout the former Sui territories. Li Yuan abdicated in 626 CE in favor of his son, who became Emperor Taizong. This transition occurred after Li Shimin eliminated his brothers in a palace coup that secured his succession. Despite this violent beginning, Taizong would become known as one of China's most benevolent and effective rulers. His reign established patterns of governance that influenced Chinese politics for centuries. Governmental reforms under Taizong perfected administrative systems that balanced efficiency with fairness. The 3 departments and 6-board structure inherited from the Sui was refined and expanded. New oversight mechanisms prevented corruption and ensured competent performance. Regular policy discussions between the emperor and his advisors created systematic approaches to governmental challenges. Taizong's approach to leadership emphasized consultation and consensus building rather than arbitrary decree. He encouraged officials to offer criticism and alternative suggestions. He admitted mistakes and changed policies when evidence showed better approaches. He promoted capable individuals regardless of their social background or previous political affiliations. This style created governmental effectiveness and popular loyalty. The merit-based bureaucracy reached full development under Tang rule through expansion of the imperial examination system. Examinations tested candidates on classical literature, philosophy, law, and administrative procedures. Successful candidates received appointments based on their scores rather than family connections or political influence. This system created a professional civil service that served imperial interests rather than personal loyalties. Examination system development attracted talented individuals from throughout the empire to compete for governmental positions. Preparation required years of intensive study in classical texts and contemporary knowledge. Success provided social mobility for capable people from modest backgrounds. The system created shared educational experiences that unified the governing class around common values and knowledge. Military conquest during the early Tang period established Chinese control over territories that extended far beyond traditional boundaries. Tang armies advanced deep into Central Asia, establishing Chinese authority over Silk Road trade routes. They invaded the Korean peninsula and established tributary relationships with local kingdoms. They pushed into Vietnam and created lasting Chinese influence in Southeast Asia. Central Asian campaigns demonstrated Tang military capabilities and strategic vision. Chinese forces crossed deserts and mountains to establish garrison towns thousands of miles from the homeland. They defeated powerful nomadic confederations and established tributary relationships with distant kingdoms. They created diplomatic networks that extended Chinese influence to India, Persia, and the Byzantine Empire. The conquest of the western regions restored Chinese control over crucial trade routes and demonstrated imperial power to peoples throughout Asia. Tang forces captured key oasis cities that controlled caravan routes. They established military colonies that provided permanent Chinese presence. They created administrative systems that integrated diverse ethnic groups under Chinese authority. Korean campaigns, though less completely successful than Central Asian expeditions, established Chinese influence over the peninsula that would last for centuries. Tang forces captured major Korean cities and installed Chinese administrators. They created tributary relationships that brought Korean kingdoms into the Chinese sphere of influence. Cultural exchange increased dramatically as Korean elites adopted Chinese governmental and educational systems. Economic prosperity during the early Tang period supported territorial expansion while creating widespread domestic abundance. Agricultural productivity increased through improved techniques and expanded cultivation. Commercial activity flourished as political stability encouraged trade and investment. Urban populations grew rapidly as cities became centers of manufacturing and commerce. Population growth reflected the success of Tang policies and the return of peace after centuries of warfare. The empire may have contained over 50 million people by the mid-7th century. This demographic expansion provided soldiers for military campaigns, workers for construction projects, and taxpayers for governmental operations. Large populations also created markets for manufactured goods and agricultural products. Cultural openness became a defining characteristic of Tang civilization as the dynasty welcomed foreign peoples, ideas, and practices. The capital Chang'an hosted merchants, diplomats, and scholars from throughout the known world. Foreign religions were practiced freely alongside traditional Chinese beliefs. International marriages created personal connections that transcended political boundaries. International exchange accelerated as Tang power and prosperity attracted attention from distant lands. The Silk Road experienced its golden age of activity during this period. Diplomatic missions traveled between Tang China and kingdoms in Central Asia, India, and the Middle East. Cultural influences flowed in all directions, enriching Chinese civilization while spreading Chinese achievements to other peoples. Chang'an became the largest city in the world during the Tang period, with a population exceeding 1 million people. The city was planned on a grand scale with wide boulevards, spacious parks, and magnificent buildings. Palace complexes demonstrated imperial power through their scale and beauty. Commercial districts served merchants from every corner of Asia. Educational institutions attracted students from throughout the region. The international character of Chang'an reflected Tang cosmopolitan policies that welcomed foreign participation in Chinese civilization. Foreign merchants established permanent communities within the city. Foreign officials served in the imperial government. Foreign artists and craftsmen contributed to Tang cultural achievements. This openness created unprecedented cultural synthesis and innovation. In 690 CE, an extraordinary woman achieved what no other female had accomplished in Chinese history. Wu Zetian declared herself emperor, not empress, of China. She demanded the same authority and respect traditionally reserved for male rulers. Her reign challenged fundamental assumptions about gender roles while demonstrating exceptional political and administrative capabilities. Wu Zetian's rise to power required overcoming obstacles that would have defeated less determined individuals. She entered the imperial palace as a low-ranking concubine during Taizong's reign. Her intelligence and beauty attracted attention, but her humble origins provided no political foundation. She built influence through careful cultivation of relationships and demonstration of exceptional abilities. The key to Wu Zetian's success was her relationship with Emperor Gaozong, Taizong's successor. She became his favored consort and eventually his empress. When Gaozong suffered strokes that limited his capabilities, Wu Zetian gradually assumed governmental responsibilities. She demonstrated administrative skills that impressed officials and gained popular support through effective policies. Wu Zetian's assumption of imperial authority required eliminating potential rivals and building new sources of political support. She removed court officials who opposed female rule and promoted individuals who recognized her capabilities. She cultivated relationships with Buddhist monasteries that supported her legitimacy. She created new governmental positions filled by people loyal to her personally, rather than to traditional institutions. Political innovations during Wu Zetian's reign expanded opportunities for capable individuals regardless of their social background or gender. She promoted women to administrative positions previously reserved for men. She expanded the examination system to include candidates from merchant and artisan families. She created new governmental departments that required fresh approaches and innovative thinking. Administrative reforms under Wu Zetian demonstrated that effective governance transcended gender considerations. She implemented policies that improved agricultural productivity and encouraged commercial development. She maintained military strength that protected the empire from external threats. She sponsored public works projects that benefited ordinary people while demonstrating imperial power. Wu Zetian's legal reforms addressed discrimination and abuse that had previously received little governmental attention. She strengthened protections for women against domestic violence and economic exploitation. She expanded educational opportunities for girls from elite families. She appointed female officials to positions overseeing women's welfare and legal rights. These innovations influenced Chinese social development for centuries. Cultural patronage under Wu Zetian reached remarkable levels as she sought to demonstrate that female rule could achieve the same cultural flowering as male emperors. She sponsored Buddhist art and architecture that rivaled the greatest achievements of previous dynasties. She supported poets and scholars who created works celebrating her reign. She encouraged international cultural exchange that enriched Chinese civilization. Buddhist support provided Wu Zetian with religious legitimacy that complemented her political authority. She sponsored monastery construction and supported scholarly translation projects. She promoted Buddhist festivals and ceremonies that demonstrated her piety. Buddhist monks provided ideological justification for female rule by emphasizing spiritual equality and the irrelevance of gender to moral authority. The Longmen grottos, carved during Wu Zetian's reign, represent some of the finest Buddhist art ever created in China. Thousands of statues and relief carvings demonstrate sophisticated artistic techniques and deep religious devotion. The largest Buddha statue was reportedly modeled on Wu Zetian herself, symbolizing the connection between imperial authority and spiritual enlightenment. Artistic flourishing during Wu Zetian's reign created new forms of cultural expression that celebrated both imperial power and aesthetic beauty. Court painters developed new styles that captured the grandeur of palace life. Craftsmen produced luxury goods that demonstrated Chinese technical capabilities. Architectural projects created buildings that combined practical function with symbolic meaning. Military policies under Wu Zetian maintained Tang territorial expansion while adapting to new strategic challenges. She appointed capable generals based on demonstrated ability rather than traditional qualifications. She supported military innovations that improved Chinese battlefield effectiveness. She maintained defensive preparations that protected the empire while avoiding unnecessary warfare that would drain resources. Wu Zetian's diplomatic achievements extended Chinese influence throughout Asia, while building peaceful relationships with neighboring peoples. She exchanged ambassadors with kingdoms from Japan to Persia. She established tributary relationships that acknowledged Chinese supremacy while respecting local autonomy. She promoted commercial exchanges that benefited all participants while strengthening Chinese prosperity. The legacy of Wu Zetian's reign extended far beyond her personal achievements to influence Chinese attitudes toward female capabilities and political authority. She demonstrated that women could govern as effectively as men when given opportunities to develop and exercise their abilities. She established precedents for female political participation that influenced later Chinese history. She proved that effective leadership transcended traditional gender roles. Wu Zetian's abdication in 705 CE marked the end of the only female imperial reign in Chinese history, but her influence continued shaping Tang policies and Chinese culture. The dynasty resumed male succession, but governmental innovations she had introduced remained in place. Cultural achievements sponsored during her reign continued influencing Chinese art and literature. Her example inspired later generations of Chinese women to seek greater political and social participation. Emperor Xuanzong ascended the throne in 712 CE and presided over the most brilliant period in Chinese cultural history. His reign lasted 44 years and witnessed achievements in poetry, art, music and scholarship that have never been surpassed. The Tang dynasty reached its territorial peak, economic prosperity, and cultural sophistication under his patronage and leadership. Economic prosperity during Xuanzong's reign created the foundation for unprecedented cultural flowering. Agricultural productivity reached new heights through improved techniques and favorable weather conditions. Commercial activity expanded as political stability encouraged long-distance trade. Urban populations grew dramatically as cities became centers of manufacturing and cultural activity. Government revenues increased sufficiently to support massive cultural projects and territorial expansion. The population of Tang China may have reached 90 million people during Xuanzong's reign, making it the most populous region in the world. This demographic success reflected effective governance, agricultural abundance, and social stability. Large populations provided the labor force needed for monumental construction projects and the armies required for territorial expansion. They also created markets that supported sophisticated commercial and cultural activities. Agricultural innovations increased food production to levels that could support large urban populations and military forces. New crop varieties provided better nutrition and higher yields. Irrigation improvements brought water to previously uncultivated lands. Storage techniques reduced losses from spoilage and pest damage. Transportation systems moved surplus crops from rural areas to urban centers efficiently. Poetry reached its golden age during Xuanzong's reign, as court patronage and social prosperity created ideal conditions for literary creation. The three greatest poets in Chinese history, Li Bai, Du Fu, and Wang Wei-al, lived and worked during this period. Their achievements established standards for Chinese poetry that continue influencing literary development today. Li Bai, known as the Immortal Poet, created works of extraordinary beauty and emotional power. His poems celebrated the joy of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the pleasures of wine and good company. He wrote with spontaneous creativity that captured the essence of experiences in perfectly chosen words. His work embodied the optimistic spirit of Tang civilization at its peak. Du Fu, called the poet sage, addressed social and political themes with remarkable compassion and insight. His poems documented the experiences of ordinary people during times of war and social upheaval. He wrote with technical mastery that combined formal perfection with deep emotional resonance. His work provided moral guidance while achieving supreme artistic excellence. Wang Wei combined poetic achievement with accomplishments in painting and music, exemplifying the cultural sophistication of Tang civilization. His poems captured the spiritual essence of landscape and natural beauty with extraordinary precision. He developed techniques that translated visual experiences into literary form. His work influenced both poetry and painting for centuries. Court culture during Xuanzong's reign set standards for refinement and sophistication that influenced Chinese aesthetics for generations. Palace ceremonies followed elaborate protocols that demonstrated imperial dignity through artistic beauty. Court music reached unprecedented technical complexity and emotional expressiveness. Dance performances combined physical grace with dramatic storytelling. These cultural activities created shared experiences that unified elite society around common aesthetic values. The imperial court attracted talent from throughout the empire and beyond, creating unprecedented concentration of artistic and intellectual capability. Scholars competed for appointments that provided opportunities to participate in cultural projects. Artists sought imperial patronage that allowed them to work on the grandest scale. Musicians and performers gained recognition through court appearances. This concentration of talent stimulated innovation and excellence. International trade during Xuanzong's reign connected China to economies throughout Asia and beyond. The Silk Road experienced its most prosperous period as political stability encouraged commercial ventures. Chinese goods reached markets in India, Persia, and the Byzantine Empire. Foreign products entered China in unprecedented variety and quantity. Commercial prosperity supported cultural development while spreading Chinese influence globally. Diplomatic relations extended Chinese influence peacefully throughout the known world. Tang China exchanged ambassadors with over 70 foreign kingdoms and peoples. Diplomatic missions carried not only political messages but also cultural exchanges that enriched all participants. Tributary relationships acknowledged Chinese supremacy while respecting local autonomy and traditions. Chang'an reached its peak as a cosmopolitan world center during Xuanzong's reign. The city's population may have exceeded 2 million people, including substantial communities of foreign merchants, students, and officials. The Western market served customers from throughout Asia with goods from every corner of the known world. Foreign restaurants, temples, and cultural centers made Chang'an truly international. Technological innovations during this period advanced Chinese capabilities in multiple fields while spreading to other civilizations through expanded cultural contact. Printing technology developed from earlier woodblock techniques. Gunpowder began being used for military purposes. Navigation improvements enhanced maritime trade. Medical knowledge advanced through systematic study and practice. Scholarly advancement reached new heights as governmental support and social prosperity created ideal conditions for intellectual development. Historical writing achieved unprecedented comprehensiveness and analytical sophistication. Philosophical studies explored ethical and metaphysical questions with remarkable depth. Scientific investigations advanced understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and natural phenomena. Religious tolerance during Xuanzong's reign created spiritual diversity that enriched Chinese culture while maintaining social harmony. Buddhism continued developing distinctive Chinese characteristics. Taoism evolved into sophisticated philosophical and religious traditions. Confucianism adapted to new social conditions while maintaining its ethical emphasis. Foreign religions practiced freely alongside traditional Chinese beliefs. The synthesis of different religious and philosophical traditions created new approaches to spiritual and ethical questions that influenced Chinese culture for centuries. Buddhist compassion combined with Confucian social responsibility. Taoist harmony complemented Buddhist enlightenment. Traditional ancestor worship integrated with new spiritual insights. This religious synthesis provided moral guidance while respecting individual spiritual choices. Cultural achievements during Xuanzong's reign established standards that defined Chinese civilization for later generations. Artistic techniques developed during this period became models for future creativity. Literary forms created during the Golden Age continued influencing Chinese writing. Musical innovations established traditions that shaped Chinese performance. These achievements created cultural foundations that supported Chinese identity through subsequent periods of political change. The Golden Age of Tang civilization ended abruptly in 755 CE when An Lushan, a general of Central Asian origin, launched the most destructive rebellion in Chinese history. This massive uprising would devastate the empire, kill millions of people, and permanently weaken imperial authority. The rebellion marked the beginning of Tang decline and fundamentally changed Chinese civilization. An Lushan had gained Emperor Xuanzong's complete trust through successful military campaigns and apparent loyalty. He commanded the most powerful armies in the empire, stationed on the northeastern frontier. His mixed Chinese and nomadic heritage gave him influence with both Chinese officials and foreign peoples. His strategic position and military strength made him perhaps the most powerful individual in the empire after the emperor himself. The causes of An Lushan's rebellion reflected fundamental weaknesses that had developed during the Tang Golden Age. Military commanders had accumulated excessive power that challenged central authority. Regional economies had developed interests that conflicted with imperial policies. Ethnic tensions had increased as foreign peoples gained prominent positions. Court corruption had undermined governmental effectiveness and popular loyalty. The rebellion began with lightning attacks that captured key cities and threatened the Tang capital, and Lushan's forces were better trained and equipped than imperial armies, which had grown complacent during decades of peace. His rapid advance forced Emperor Xuanzong to flee Chang'an in disgrace. The fall of the world's greatest city shocked peoples throughout Asia and demonstrated Tang vulnerability. Popular support for the rebellion in some regions reflected grievances that had accumulated during the later years of Xuanzong's reign. Heavy taxation to support court luxury and military expenses had created economic hardship. Forced labor obligations for construction projects had disrupted agricultural activities. Corruption had made governmental services unreliable and unfair. These problems provided recruits for rebel armies and weakened imperial resistance. The flight from Chang'an marked a personal and political crisis for Emperor Xuanzong that ended his reign's golden age. Palace officials and imperial family members abandoned the capital in panic. Treasury reserves and cultural treasures were lost to rebel forces. The emperor's authority collapsed as people witnessed imperial weakness and failure. Court culture that had flourished for decades was scattered and destroyed. Imperial counterattacks gradually contained and eventually defeated the rebellion, but success came at enormous cost. Government forces required assistance from foreign allies, particularly Tibetan and Arab troops whose help compromised Chinese independence. Military expenses exhausted imperial finances and created debts that plagued later reigns. Regional commanders gained autonomy that permanently weakened central authority. The human cost of the rebellion was catastrophic on a scale rarely seen in human history. Contemporary estimates suggest that the population declined by over 30 million people during the 8 years of warfare. Entire regions were depopulated through warfare, famine, and disease. Economic destruction took decades to repair. Cultural losses included irreplaceable libraries, artworks, and architectural treasures. Economic devastation extended beyond immediate war damage to create lasting changes in Chinese society and politics. Agricultural productivity declined dramatically in war-torn regions. Commercial networks were disrupted for decades. Urban populations declined as people fled to safer rural areas. Tax revenues fell so sharply that the government could barely maintain basic operations. Political reforms after the rebellion attempted to prevent similar challenges to imperial authority while adapting to new realities. Military organization was restructured to limit the power of individual commanders. Regional administration was modified to balance local autonomy with central control. Tax systems were revised to rebuild government finances. These reforms restored stability but could not fully restore Tang power. Regional autonomy increased as the central government lacked resources to maintain direct control over distant territories. Provincial governors gained independence that approached sovereignty in some cases. Local strongmen established hereditary rule in their territories. Military commissioners commanded personal armies that served their interests rather than imperial policies. China began fragmenting into semi-independent regions. Military reorganization replaced the professional armies that had supported Tang expansion with militia forces that served regional rather than imperial interests. The equal field system that had provided systematic military recruitment collapsed. Foreign mercenaries became essential for imperial defense. The loss of military superiority reduced Chinese international influence and encouraged territorial losses. Cultural changes reflected the broader social and political transformation that followed the rebellion. Court culture never fully recovered its previous brilliance. Poetry and art addressed themes of loss and decline rather than celebrating imperial greatness. Buddhism gained adherents seeking comfort during difficult times. Popular culture began developing independently of court patronage and influence. Social transformation accelerated as traditional patterns of authority and status were disrupted by warfare and political changes. Merchant families gained wealth and influence that challenged aristocratic dominance. Military leaders from modest backgrounds achieved high positions. Regional differences became more pronounced as central authority weakened. Social mobility increased even as overall prosperity declined. The gradual decline toward the dynasty's end occurred over more than a century as successive problems weakened imperial capability and popular support. Natural disasters created humanitarian crises that strained government resources, Economic problems reduced tax revenues and increased social unrest. Foreign invasions captured territories and threatened the capital itself. Internal rebellions diverted resources from constructive activities. Despite its eventual decline and fall in 907 CE, the Tang dynasty left cultural achievements and institutional innovations that defined Chinese civilization for over 1,000 years. The dynasty's golden age established standards for poetry, art, and literature that continue influencing creative expression today. Its governmental systems provided models that later dynasties adapted and refined. Its international influence spread Chinese culture throughout East Asia and beyond. Cultural achievements during the Tang period created foundations that supported Chinese identity through subsequent periods of political change and foreign rule. Tang poetry became the standard by which all later Chinese verse was measured. Li Bai, Du Fu, and Wang Wei established techniques and themes that influenced poets for centuries. Their work demonstrated the possibilities of Chinese literary expression, while providing models for future creativity. Artistic innovations during the Tang period established traditions that shaped Chinese aesthetic development indefinitely. Painting techniques developed during this era influenced artistic creation for over a millennium. Sculpture and architecture achieved standards that later generations sought to emulate. Decorative arts reached levels of sophistication that demonstrated Chinese technical capabilities and artistic sensitivity. The Tang approach to cultural synthesis created methods for integrating foreign influences while maintaining distinctive Chinese characteristics. Buddhism was adapted to Chinese conditions without losing its essential spiritual content. Foreign artistic styles were incorporated into Chinese traditions while maintaining cultural coherence. International exchange enriched Chinese civilization while strengthening rather than weakening cultural identity. Governmental institutions developed during the Tang period provided frameworks that supported Chinese imperial administration until the 20th century. The examination system created meritocratic civil service that served imperial interest effectively. Administrative structures balanced central authority with regional autonomy. Legal systems provided justice while maintaining social order. These innovations influenced governmental development throughout East Asia. The Tang approach to territorial administration created methods for governing diverse populations across vast distances that influenced imperial strategy for centuries. Military organization balanced professional armies with local defense forces. Commercial policies encouraged trade while maintaining governmental control. Cultural integration promoted unity while respecting regional differences. These techniques supported Chinese territorial expansion and cultural influence. International influence during the Tang period established Chinese civilization as the dominant cultural force in East Asia. Korean kingdoms adopted Chinese governmental systems and educational traditions. Japanese missions brought Chinese innovations to the island nation. Vietnamese territories incorporated Chinese administrative techniques. Southeast Asian kingdoms sought Chinese recognition and cultural connection. Technological and scientific advances during the Tang period contributed to global human knowledge and capability. Chinese innovations in printing, navigation, and metallurgy eventually reached other civilizations through trade and cultural contact. Medical knowledge developed during this period influenced healing practices throughout Asia. Astronomical observations advanced understanding of celestial phenomena. These achievements demonstrated Chinese intellectual capabilities. Educational traditions established during the Tang period created systematic approaches to learning that influenced Chinese culture for centuries. Classical texts were preserved and transmitted through governmental and private schools. Scholarly methods for studying historical and philosophical works were developed and refined. Literary education created shared cultural experiences that unified Chinese intellectuals across regional and temporal boundaries. The Tang legacy in religious and philosophical development created traditions that continued shaping Chinese thought long after the dynasty's fall. Buddhist philosophy was integrated with Chinese ethical and political traditions. Taoist spirituality was systematized without losing its connection to natural harmony. Confucian social teaching was adapted to new historical conditions while maintaining its moral emphasis. The foundation for Song dynasty achievements was established by Tang innovations in government, culture, and technology. Song scholars built upon Tang historical and philosophical work. Song artists developed Tang aesthetic traditions into new forms of creative expression. Song governmental systems refined Tang administrative innovations. Song commercial development grew from Tang trade networks and economic policies. The Tang dynasty demonstrated that Chinese civilization could achieve extraordinary heights when effective leadership combined with social stability and economic prosperity. Their success provided inspiration for later generations facing their own challenges. Their failures offered lessons about the dangers of overextension and the importance of maintaining popular support. Their legacy influenced Chinese development for over 1,000 years while contributing to world civilization through cultural exchange and technological innovation. The memory of Tang greatness continued inspiring Chinese leaders and intellectuals throughout subsequent periods of division, foreign rule and modern transformation. The dynasty's cosmopolitan spirit influenced Chinese approaches to international relations. Its cultural achievements provided standards that supported Chinese pride and identity. Its governmental innovations offered models for effective administration. The Tang dynasty represented the peak of traditional Chinese civilization and continues influencing China's development in the modern world. From the ashes of Tang greatness emerged a dynasty that would transform human civilization through innovation rather than conquest. The Song dynasty began in 960 CE when General Zhao Guangyin seized power and established a new approach to imperial rule. Unlike previous dynasties that built empires through military expansion, the Song would achieve greatness through technological innovation, economic development, and intellectual achievement. The Song founders learned crucial lessons from Tang decline and the chaos that followed. Military generals had accumulated too much power and threatened imperial authority. Regional autonomy had weakened central control. Excessive military spending had drained government resources. The Song deliberately chose a different path that emphasized civilian administration over military conquest, economic prosperity over territorial expansion. Agricultural innovations during the early Song period triggered the most dramatic population growth in Chinese history. New rice varieties from Southeast Asia allowed multiple harvests per year in southern regions. Improved ploughing techniques increased crop yields per unit of land. Advanced irrigation systems brought water to previously marginal agricultural areas. Terracing techniques allowed cultivation on steep hillsides that had never supported farming. The introduction of champa rice revolutionized Chinese agriculture and supported unprecedented population growth. This drought-resistant variety could grow in previously unsuitable conditions. It matured more quickly than traditional varieties, allowing farmers to plant additional crops each year. Government programs distributed seeds and provided technical training to farmers throughout the empire. Agricultural productivity increased so dramatically that China could support nearly double its previous population. Population growth during the Northern Song period may have reached 100 million people, making China the most populous country in human history up to that time. This demographic explosion reflected the success of agricultural innovations and governmental policies that encouraged family formation. Large populations provided labor for technological projects, consumers for manufactured goods, and taxpayers for governmental operations. Urban development accelerated as agricultural surpluses freed people from farming to pursue other occupations. Cities grew rapidly as centers of manufacturing, commerce, and cultural activity. Kaifeng, the Northern Song capital, became one of the world's largest cities with over 1 million inhabitants. Commercial centers developed specialized districts for different crafts and trades. Urban planning created infrastructure to support dense populations. The commercial revolution transformed Chinese economic life as market systems replaced government-controlled distribution. Private merchants gained prominence and wealth that challenged traditional social hierarchies. Money replaced barter as the standard medium of exchange. Credit systems developed to facilitate long-distance trade. Commercial law evolved to govern increasingly complex business relationships. Banking innovations created sophisticated financial systems that supported commercial expansion. Paper money replaced heavy copper coins for large transactions. Letters of credit allowed merchants to conduct business across vast distances without transporting actual currency. Government banks provided services that encouraged commercial development. Interest-bearing deposits became available for the first time in Chinese history. Technological advances during the Northern Song period created innovations that would eventually transform global civilization. Printing technology developed from earlier woodblock techniques into movable type systems that could produce books efficiently and economically. This innovation made written knowledge available to broader segments of society while preserving classical learning for future generations. The invention of movable type printing around 1040 CE by Bi Sheng represented one of humanity's most important technological breakthroughs. Clay characters could be arranged and rearranged to print different texts. This system was faster and more economical than carving individual woodblocks for each book. Printing technology spread gradually throughout China and eventually reached other civilizations through trade contacts. Printing revolution democratized knowledge and transformed Chinese intellectual life. Books became cheaper and more widely available than ever before. Classical texts could be preserved accurately and transmitted without copying errors. New works reached broader audiences more quickly. Educational opportunities expanded as written materials became accessible to people from modest backgrounds. Government could communicate policies and laws more effectively throughout the empire. Gunpowder development progressed from earlier chemical experiments into systematic military applications. Song engineers created various explosive devices for use in warfare and construction. Cannons and rockets provided new tactical capabilities for armies and navies. Mining operations used controlled explosions to extract ore and build tunnels. Fireworks became popular for celebrations and entertainment. Military applications of gunpowder gave Song forces advantages over enemies who lacked this technology. Early cannons could breach walls that had previously been impregnable. Explosive devices could sink ships and destroy fortifications. Fire arrows carried incendiary materials to enemy positions. These innovations compensated partially for Song military weakness in traditional cavalry warfare. Compass technology evolved from earlier magnetic instruments into reliable navigation tools that revolutionized maritime trade and exploration. Ships could now navigate accurately in any weather conditions. Long-distance ocean voyages became safer and more predictable. Commercial routes expanded to include maritime connections with Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. Naval operations gained strategic capabilities through improved navigation. The magnetic compass transformed global navigation and exploration when the technology eventually spread to other civilizations. Chinese maritime trade expanded dramatically as ships could travel confidently across open ocean. Navigation accuracy increased travel efficiency and reduced commercial risks. Military navies gained strategic advantages through superior navigation capabilities. The compass became one of China's most important technological gifts to world civilization. Merchant-class growth created new social dynamics that challenged traditional Confucian hierarchies. Successful merchants accumulated wealth that exceeded many noble families. Commercial success provided social mobility for people from modest backgrounds. Trade connections created international relationships that transcended political boundaries. Merchant families began participating in cultural activities previously reserved for scholarly elites. Neo-Confucianism emerged during the Northern Song period as philosophers sought to revitalize traditional Chinese thought through integration with Buddhist and Taoist insights. Zhou Dunyi, Xiaoyong, and other early Neo-Confucian thinkers developed systematic approaches to metaphysical questions while maintaining Confucian ethical emphasis. Their work created philosophical foundations that would influence Chinese thought for centuries. The development of Neo-Confucian philosophy represented one of the most important intellectual achievements in Chinese history. Scholars like Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao created comprehensive systems that addressed questions about reality, knowledge, and moral cultivation. They integrated insights from different philosophical traditions while maintaining distinctive Confucian characteristics. Their work provided intellectual frameworks that could compete with Buddhist philosophy. Scientific achievements during the Northern Song period advanced human understanding of natural phenomena through systematic observation and experimentation. Astronomers created accurate calendars and predicted celestial events with remarkable precision. Mathematicians developed new techniques for calculation and measurement. Medical practitioners advanced anatomical knowledge through careful study and surgical experience. Empirical methods developed during this period established foundations for scientific investigation that influenced Chinese scholarship for centuries. Scholars emphasized direct observation rather than relying solely on classical authorities. Experimental techniques tested theoretical predictions against actual results. Documentation practices preserved discoveries for future investigation. These approaches created distinctively Chinese contributions to global scientific knowledge. Shen Kuo exemplified Song scientific achievement through his comprehensive investigations of natural phenomena. His dream pool essays documented discoveries in astronomy, mathematics, geography, and medicine. He explained magnetic declination, described movable type printing, and analyzed geological formations. His work demonstrated the breadth and depth of Song intellectual curiosity and investigative capability. Educational expansion during the Northern Song period created systematic approaches to learning that influenced Chinese culture indefinitely. Government schools provided instruction in classical texts and practical subjects. Private academies offered advanced education for students seeking to pass imperial examinations. Printing technology made textbooks and reference works widely available. Educational opportunities expanded beyond traditional elite families. The examination system reached full development during the Northern Song period as the primary method for selecting government officials. Regular examinations at local, provincial, and metropolitan levels created systematic pathways for advancement based on demonstrated knowledge and ability. Success required mastery of classical literature, poetry composition, and essay writing on policy questions. The system created a scholarly class united by common educational experiences. The Northern Song Golden Age ended abruptly in 1127 CE when Jurchen peoples from Manchuria conquered northern China and captured the imperial capital. The Jin dynasty established by the Jurchens forced the Song court to flee southward to Hangzhou. This devastating military defeat began the Southern Song period, during which the dynasty demonstrated remarkable resilience and continued cultural achievement despite constant military pressure. The Jin invasion represented the most serious foreign challenge to Chinese civilization since the nomadic invasions that ended the Han dynasty. Jurchen armies used superior cavalry tactics and siege techniques to overwhelm Song defenses. They captured the capital Kaifeng and took the emperor prisoner along with thousands of court officials and craftsmen. The speed and completeness of their victory shocked the Chinese world and forced fundamental reassessment of Song policies. The flight south required abandoning most of northern China to foreign rule, while establishing new governmental and economic systems in unfamiliar territory. The Song court relocated to Hangzhou, a commercial city that had never served as an imperial capital. Officials had to recreate administrative systems without access to traditional resources and personnel. The imperial family lost their ancestral lands and ceremonial centers that had legitimized their authority for over a century. Emperor Gaozong, who led the Southern Song restoration, faced challenges that would have overwhelmed less capable leadership. He had to rebuild governmental institutions while under constant military threat. He needed to create new revenue sources to replace lost northern territories. He was required to maintain Chinese cultural traditions while adapting to radically different circumstances. His success in achieving these goals demonstrated exceptional political and administrative abilities. Economic adaptation to southern conditions required fundamental changes in governmental and commercial policies. Rice cultivation became more important than wheat farming. Water transportation replaced overland routes for moving goods and people. Maritime trade expanded to compensate for lost continental connections. New industries developed to serve different regional needs and opportunities. These adaptations created economic foundations that supported Southern Song prosperity. The move to Hangzhou transformed a regional commercial center into one of the world's great cities. The population may have exceeded 1 million people, making it comparable to the largest cities of its time. Commercial districts served merchants from throughout Asia. Cultural institutions attracted scholars and artists from across the Chinese world. Palace complexes demonstrated continued imperial dignity despite military defeats. Maritime trade development became crucial for Southern Song economic survival and cultural connections. Chinese ships traveled throughout Southeast Asia, the Indian Ocean, and beyond to maintain commercial relationships that provided essential revenue. Naval technology advanced to support long-distance voyages and protect commercial shipping. Port cities developed sophisticated facilities for international commerce. The Southern Song Navy became one of the most advanced maritime forces in the world during this period. Shipbuilding techniques produced vessels larger and more seaworthy than any previous Chinese ships. Naval weapons included early cannon and explosive devices that gave advantages in sea battles. Navigation improvements allowed accurate long-distance voyages. Harbour defences protected commercial and military vessels from enemy attacks. Technological refinements continued despite military pressures as Song engineers and scholars maintained their commitment to innovation and improvement. Printing technology advanced to include more efficient typesetting and book production techniques. Gunpowder weapons became more powerful and reliable for military applications. Agricultural techniques adapted to southern conditions while maintaining high productivity levels. Industrial development expanded beyond traditional crafts to include new forms of manufacturing that served both civilian and military needs. Iron and steel production increased to meet demand for weapons and tools. Textile manufacturing created fine fabrics for domestic use and export trade. Ceramic production reached unprecedented levels of technical skill and artistic beauty. These industries provided employment while supporting economic growth. Cultural achievements during the Southern Song period demonstrated that intellectual and artistic excellence could flourish despite political and military challenges. Poetry continued developing with new themes that reflected the experiences of loss and adaptation. Painting reached new heights of technical sophistication and emotional expression. Historical writing documented contemporary events while preserving classical knowledge. Song painting during this period created some of the most beautiful landscapes in Chinese art history. Artists like Fan Quan and Guo Xi developed techniques that captured the spiritual essence of natural scenery. Their work influenced Chinese aesthetic traditions for centuries. Landscape painting became a distinctively Chinese art form that expressed philosophical and spiritual insights through visual beauty. Philosophical developments during the Southern Song period refined and expanded Neo-Confucian thought through the work of scholars like Zhu Xi and Lu Zhu-yuan. These thinkers created comprehensive philosophical systems that addressed metaphysical, ethical, and political questions. Their debates about the nature of reality and moral cultivation established intellectual traditions that influenced Chinese thought until modern times. Zhu Xi became the most influential Neo-Confucian philosopher through his systematic integration of earlier thinkers into comprehensive philosophical framework. His commentaries on classical texts became standard interpretations for centuries. His educational theories influenced Chinese learning for nearly 1,000 years. His synthesis of ethical and metaphysical thought created intellectual foundations that supported Chinese culture through periods of political change. Educational expansion continued during the Southern Song period as the dynasty used cultural achievement to maintain legitimacy despite military weakness. Government schools increased in number and quality. Private academies offered advanced instruction for examination candidates. Printing technology made educational materials more widely available. Scholarly traditions preserved classical knowledge while encouraging new investigations. Military innovations attempted to compensate for Song weaknesses in traditional cavalry warfare through technological and tactical developments. Gunpowder weapons became more sophisticated and effective. Naval forces gained capabilities that could challenge enemy superiority on water. Fortification techniques improved to defend against siege operations. These innovations demonstrated Chinese ingenuity while revealing the limitations of technological solutions to strategic problems. The Southern Song relationship with the Jin dynasty evolved from initial hostility toward eventual diplomatic accommodation that allowed both sides to focus on internal development. Tribute payments acknowledged Jin superiority while maintaining Song independence. Commercial exchanges benefited both sides economically. Cultural contacts continued despite political division. This pragmatic approach allowed Southern Song civilization to flourish despite territorial losses. Preparation for future challenges occurred as Southern Song leaders recognized that their adaptation strategies might not be sufficient for long-term survival. Military preparations attempted to build forces capable of recovering northern territories. Economic development sought to create resources for extended warfare. Diplomatic initiatives explored alliances with other powers facing Jin pressure. These efforts demonstrated Song resilience while revealing awareness of continuing vulnerabilities. The Song dynasty created the most comprehensive intellectual revolution in Chinese history through the systematic development of Neo-Confucian philosophy. This philosophical renaissance addressed fundamental questions about reality, knowledge, and moral cultivation, while creating frameworks that influenced Chinese thought for nearly 1,000 years. Song scholars achieved a synthesis of traditional Chinese wisdom with new insights that demonstrated the continued vitality of Chinese intellectual traditions. Neo-Confucianism emerged from Song scholars' recognition that traditional Confucian thought needed renewal and expansion to compete with Buddhist and Taoist philosophical systems. Early Neo-Confucian thinkers like Zhou Dunyi and Xiao Yong developed cosmological theories that explained the relationship between universal principles and individual things. They created systematic approaches to metaphysical questions that had previously been addressed primarily by Buddhist and Taoist philosophers. The philosophical system that emerged combined rational investigation with moral cultivation in ways that were distinctively Chinese while addressing universal human concerns. Song Neo-Confucians emphasized the importance of studying natural phenomena and human relationships to understand fundamental principles that governed all existence. They created educational programs that integrated intellectual study with personal moral development. Juxi's philosophical synthesis became the most influential intellectual achievement of the Song period and one of the most important developments in Chinese cultural history. His commentaries on classical texts established standard interpretations that guided Chinese education for centuries. His theoretical framework addressed questions about the nature of reality, the sources of knowledge, and the methods of moral cultivation with unprecedented systematical thoroughness. The concept of Li principle became central to Neo-Confucian thought, as Song philosophers sought to explain the relationship between universal patterns and particular phenomena. They argued that everything in existence reflected underlying principles that could be understood through careful study and reflection. This insight created intellectual foundations for scientific investigation while maintaining emphasis on moral and spiritual development. Educational reforms during the Song period created systematic approaches to learning that influenced Chinese culture indefinitely. The curriculum integrated classical studies with practical skills needed for governmental service. Teaching methods emphasized critical thinking rather than mere memorization. Educational institutions expanded beyond traditional elite families to include students from merchant and artisan backgrounds. These innovations created more systematic and inclusive approaches to education. The examination system reached its full development during the Song period as the primary method for selecting government officials and creating educated leadership. Regular examinations at multiple levels tested candidates on classical literature, poetry composition, philosophical understanding, and policy analysis. Success required years of intensive study and demonstrated mastery of diverse subjects. The system created a scholarly class with shared educational experiences and common intellectual commitments. Examination preparation required systematic study methods that influenced Chinese intellectual development for centuries. Students memorized classical texts while developing analytical skills for interpreting their meanings. They practiced poetry composition and essay writing to demonstrate literary abilities. They studied historical examples and policy questions to prepare for governmental responsibilities. This educational process created intellectual discipline and cultural unity. Scientific method development during the Song period established foundations for empirical investigation that distinguished Chinese scholarship from purely theoretical approaches. Song scholars emphasized direct observation and experimental verification rather than relying solely on classical authorities. They documented their discoveries and methods so future investigators could build upon their work. These approaches created distinctively Chinese contributions to global scientific knowledge. Technological innovation during the Song period demonstrated the practical applications of systematic investigation and experimental method. Engineers and craftsmen worked closely with scholars to develop new techniques and improve existing processes. Government support for technological development created institutional frameworks for sustained innovation. Competition between different regions and social groups encouraged creative solutions to practical problems. The integration of theoretical knowledge with practical application became a distinctive characteristic of Song intellectual culture. Scholars who achieved success in examinations were expected to demonstrate administrative competence in governmental positions. Technological innovations were expected to serve both economic and cultural purposes. Educational institutions taught both classical learning and practical skills. This integration created intellectual traditions that valued both theoretical understanding and practical effectiveness. Literary achievements during the Song period established new forms of artistic expression while maintaining connections to traditional Chinese cultural values. Poetry developed new styles that reflected contemporary experiences while demonstrating mastery of classical techniques. Prose writing became more sophisticated in addressing complex philosophical and political questions. Historical writing achieved unprecedented analytical depth while preserving narrative appeal. Su Sha exemplified Song literary achievement through his mastery of multiple forms and his integration of intellectual depth with artistic beauty. His poetry captured both personal emotions and philosophical insights with remarkable technical skill. His prose works addressed political and social questions with wisdom and eloquence. His calligraphy demonstrated artistic achievement that complemented his literary abilities. His work influenced Chinese culture for centuries. Historical writing during the Song period created comprehensive approaches to understanding the past that influenced Chinese historical consciousness for nearly 1,000 years. Sima Guang's comprehensive mirror for aid in government provided systematic analysis of political events and their underlying causes. This work established methods for historical investigation and interpretation that became standard for Chinese scholarship. Historical education became essential preparation for political leadership. Art and aesthetic theory reached new levels of sophistication during the Song period as scholars and artists developed systematic approaches to creative expression and aesthetic appreciation. Painting theory explained the relationship between artistic technique and spiritual insight. Calligraphy was analyzed as both practical skill and artistic expression. Music theory integrated mathematical principles with aesthetic and emotional effects. The development of landscape painting as a distinctively Chinese art form represented one of the most important cultural achievements of the Song period. Artists developed techniques for capturing the spiritual essence of natural scenery while demonstrating technical mastery. Painting became a method for expressing philosophical insights about the relationship between human beings and natural forces. These artistic traditions influenced Chinese culture while contributing to global aesthetic development. Economic theories developed during the Song period created systematic approaches to understanding commercial activity and governmental policy that influenced Chinese political thought for centuries. Scholars analyzed the relationship between agricultural productivity and commercial development. They studied the effects of taxation and monetary policy on economic growth. They developed theoretical frameworks for understanding market mechanisms and governmental intervention. Commercial practices during the Song period established patterns that influenced economic development throughout East Asia and beyond. Banking innovations created credit systems that facilitated long-distance trade. Insurance mechanisms reduced commercial risks. Accounting methods provided systematic approaches to business management. These developments demonstrated Chinese economic sophistication while contributing to global commercial evolution. Social changes during the Song period reflected the broader transformations that were occurring throughout Chinese civilization. The merchant class gained wealth and influence that challenged traditional social hierarchies. Educational opportunities expanded beyond traditional elite families. Regional differences became more pronounced as economic development varied across different territories. These changes created more dynamic and diverse social structures. Women's roles evolved during the Song period as economic and cultural changes created new opportunities and constraints. Wealthy merchant families could provide education for daughters that had previously been available only to noble families. However, Neo-Confucian emphasis on social order led to more restrictive expectations for female behavior. The practice of foot binding became more widespread during this period, reflecting complex attitudes toward femininity and social status. Environmental awareness developed during the Song period as scholars and officials recognized the relationship between human activity and natural conditions. Agricultural treatises discussed soil conservation and sustainable farming practices. Government policies addressed deforestation and water management. Scholars studied the effects of climate change on agricultural productivity. These insights created early approaches to environmental stewardship. Agricultural science reached new levels of sophistication during the Song period through systematic study of farming techniques and crop varieties. Scholars documented methods for improving soil fertility and crop yields. They analyzed the relationship between climate conditions and agricultural success. They developed techniques for pest control and disease prevention. This knowledge supported the population growth and economic prosperity that characterized Song civilization. The Song dynasty's cultural and intellectual legacy established foundations that continued influencing Chinese civilization long after the dynasty's political collapse. Neo-Confucian philosophy became the orthodox intellectual tradition for subsequent dynasties. Educational methods and examination systems continued shaping Chinese learning. Technological innovations spread throughout the world and transformed global civilization. The Song period demonstrated that cultural achievement could flourish, even when military and political power declined, creating lasting contributions to human knowledge and capability. The greatest military force in human history appeared on China's northern borders in the early 13th century. Mongol armies under Genghis Khan had conquered vast territories from Korea to Eastern Europe. Their cavalry forces moved with unprecedented speed and coordination. Their siege techniques could capture any fortification. Their strategic planning surpassed all previous military achievements. China faced an enemy unlike any in its long history. Mongol invasion strategies combined traditional nomadic warfare with sophisticated techniques learned from conquered civilizations. Their cavalry units could travel hundreds of miles without rest stops. They used psychological warfare to terrorize enemies before battles began. They employed Chinese engineers to build siege equipment and breach city walls. They coordinated massive armies across thousands of miles of territory with remarkable precision. The conquest of the Jin dynasty in northern China demonstrated Mongol military superiority and strategic thinking. Mongol forces avoided frontal attacks on heavily fortified cities when possible. They cut supply lines and isolated garrison forces. They used Chinese defectors who understood local conditions and defensive capabilities. The systematic destruction of Jin resistance took decades but achieved complete success. Chinese resistance to Mongol invasion showed both the strengths and limitations of traditional Chinese military organization. Individual cities fought heroically against overwhelming odds. Chinese engineers developed new defensive techniques to counter Mongol siege warfare. Regional commanders coordinated resistance efforts across vast territories. However, disunity between different Chinese kingdoms prevented effective collective defense. The Song dynasty mounted the most sustained resistance to Mongol conquest through adaptation of their technological advantages and naval superiority. Song forces used gunpowder weapons more effectively than any previous army. Their naval fleets controlled river systems that provided natural defensive barriers. Their fortified cities could withstand extended sieges. Yet even Song resistance eventually collapsed under relentless Mongol pressure. Kublai Khan represented a new generation of Mongol leadership that understood the importance of adapting nomadic traditions to Chinese conditions. He had grown up partially within Chinese cultural influence. He appreciated the sophistication of Chinese governmental and cultural traditions. He recognized that ruling sedentary agricultural populations required different approaches than governing nomadic peoples. The establishment of the Yuan dynasty in 1271 CE marked Kublai Khan's commitment to governing China through adaptation of traditional Chinese imperial forms rather than pure Mongol methods. He adopted Chinese imperial titles and ceremonies while maintaining Mongol cultural identity. He established his capital at Beijing, creating a new center of power that combined Mongol and Chinese traditions. Integration of Mongol and Chinese administrative systems created hybrid governmental structures that served the practical needs of ruling diverse populations. Mongol officials held the highest positions while Chinese administrators managed day-to-day operations. Traditional Chinese bureaucratic methods were adapted to serve Mongol strategic objectives. Local governance maintained Chinese characteristics while acknowledging Mongol supreme authority. The four-class social system established under Yuan rule reflected Mongol attempts to maintain political control while utilizing Chinese administrative capabilities. Mongols occupied the highest social rank with greatest privileges and opportunities. Central Asian peoples who had served Mongol expansion held the second rank. Northern Chinese, who had submitted early to Mongol rule, formed the third class. Southern Chinese, who had resisted longest, occupied the lowest position in the social hierarchy. Economic policies under Yuan rule encouraged international trade and commercial development on an unprecedented scale. The Mongol Empire's vast territorial extent created the largest free trade zone in human history. Merchants could travel safely from Europe to China under Mongol protection. Commercial law was standardized across different cultural regions. Currency systems were coordinated to facilitate long-distance trade. The Grand Canal was restored and expanded under Yuan rule to connect the new capital at Beijing with economic centers in southern China. This massive engineering project required coordinating the labor of hundreds of thousands of workers. The completed canal system allowed efficient transportation of grain and goods between northern and southern China. Economic integration supported political unity while demonstrating Yuan administrative capabilities. International trade expansion during the Yuan period connected China to global networks that brought unprecedented cultural and economic exchange. The Silk Road experienced a golden age of activity under Mongol protection. Maritime trade routes connected China to Southeast Asia, India, and beyond. Chinese goods reached European markets for the first time through systematic commercial networks. Paper money issued by the Yuan government represented one of the most advanced monetary systems in the world at that time. Government guarantee made paper currency acceptable throughout the empire and beyond. Inflation control maintained monetary stability that encouraged commercial confidence. International merchants could conduct business using Chinese paper money rather than transporting heavy metal coins across vast distances. Marco Polo's journey to China during Kublai Khan's reign created the first detailed Western account of Chinese civilization and demonstrated the international character of Yuan rule. His descriptions of Chinese cities, technologies, and customs amazed European readers. His accounts of paper money, coal use, and governmental administration revealed Chinese achievements that Europe had not yet developed. His work established China's reputation in European imagination. Cultural exchange accelerated during the Yuan period as the Mongol Empire facilitated contact between previously separated civilizations. Chinese technological innovations spread westward along trade routes. Foreign artistic styles and religious traditions entered China. Scientific knowledge was shared between Chinese scholars and intellectuals from other cultures. This exchange enriched all participating civilizations while demonstrating the benefits of international cooperation. Technological diffusion during the Yuan period spread Chinese innovations throughout the Mongol Empire and beyond. Gunpowder technology reached the Middle East and Europe through Mongol military campaigns. Printing techniques were transmitted to other literate cultures. Navigation innovations improved maritime trade throughout Asian waters. Chinese medical knowledge influenced healing practices across vast territories. The Yuan period demonstrated that Chinese civilization could maintain its essential characteristics while adapting to foreign political control. Traditional Chinese education continued in schools and academies. Classical literature was preserved and transmitted to new generations. Confucian ethics influenced governmental operations despite Mongol political dominance. Chinese cultural identity survived foreign rule while gaining international connections that enriched its development. The Yuan dynasty created the most internationally diverse period in Chinese history, as Mongol rule brought together peoples, ideas, and traditions from across the known world. Beijing became a truly cosmopolitan capital, where Chinese scholars worked alongside Persian administrators, Arab merchants traded with European visitors, and Central Asian artists created works that blended multiple cultural traditions. This unprecedented cultural exchange enriched Chinese civilization while spreading Chinese achievements globally. International cultural synthesis reached extraordinary levels as the Mongol Empire facilitated contact between civilizations that had previously developed in isolation. Chinese painting techniques influenced Persian miniature art. Islamic architectural styles appeared in Chinese buildings. European mechanical innovations were adapted for Chinese manufacturing. Buddhist, Christian, and Islamic religious traditions coexisted and influenced each other in ways that had never been possible before. Persian and Arab scholars brought advanced mathematical and astronomical knowledge that enhanced Chinese scientific capabilities. Islamic methods for calculating celestial movements improved Chinese calendar systems. Persian architectural techniques contributed to the construction of magnificent buildings in Beijing and other Chinese cities. Arab commercial practices influenced Chinese business methods and international trade procedures. Religious tolerance under Yuan rule allowed unprecedented spiritual diversity throughout the Chinese Empire. Buddhism maintained its traditional influence while adapting to new international connections. Taoism continued developing its distinctive Chinese characteristics. Confucian ethics remained important for governmental and social relationships. Christianity, Islam, and other foreign religions practiced freely and attracted Chinese converts. Nestorian Christianity experienced remarkable growth during the Yuan period, as Mongol tolerance and international connections created opportunities for missionary activity. Christian communities established churches and schools in major Chinese cities. Christian scholars participated in intellectual discussions with Confucian and Buddhist thinkers. Some Mongol nobles converted to Christianity, providing political protection and patronage for Christian institutions. Islamic influence expanded significantly during the Yuan period through the presence of Muslim administrators, merchants, and scholars in Chinese cities. Muslims brought advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and medicine that enriched Chinese intellectual traditions. Islamic architectural techniques influenced the design of palaces and public buildings. Muslim merchants established communities that maintained their religious practices while participating in Chinese economic life. Technological and artistic developments flourished as international contact stimulated innovation and creative expression. Chinese porcelain reached new levels of technical sophistication and artistic beauty. Textile production incorporated new techniques and materials from different cultural traditions. Metalworking advanced through the adoption of foreign methods and tools. These innovations demonstrated the benefits of cultural exchange for technological progress. Yuan porcelain became famous throughout the known world for its technical excellence and aesthetic beauty. Chinese ceramics reached markets in Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East, and Europe. Foreign artistic influences contributed to new decorative styles and forms. The international demand for Chinese porcelain stimulated technological improvements and artistic innovation. Chinese ceramic techniques influenced pottery production throughout Asia and beyond. Literature during the Yuan period developed new forms that reflected the international character of Mongol rule, while maintaining distinctive Chinese characteristics. Drama reached unprecedented popularity and sophistication as playwrights created works that addressed contemporary social conditions. Poetry adapted traditional Chinese forms to express new themes and experiences. Historical writing documented the complex cultural interactions of the period. The development of Chinese drama during the Yuan period created one of the most important achievements in Chinese literary history. Playwrights like Guan Hanqing created works that combined sophisticated literary techniques with popular entertainment. Yuan drama addressed social criticism, romantic themes, and historical subjects with unprecedented artistic skill. These works influenced Chinese theatre for centuries, while demonstrating the creative possibilities of cultural synthesis. Performing arts evolution during the Yuan period reflected both Chinese traditions and foreign influences that enriched artistic expression. Traditional Chinese music incorporated new instruments and techniques from Central Asian and Middle Eastern sources. Dance performances adapted foreign styles while maintaining Chinese aesthetic characteristics. Court entertainment became more varied and sophisticated through international cultural exchange. Educational traditions continued during the Yuan period despite foreign political control, as Chinese scholars maintained their commitment to preserving and transmitting classical knowledge. Private schools and academies provided instruction in traditional Chinese subjects. The examination system continued operating, though with modifications that reflected Mongol political priorities. Scholarly writing preserved Chinese intellectual traditions while adapting to new historical conditions. The continuation of Chinese educational institutions demonstrated the resilience of Chinese cultural traditions and their ability to survive foreign political control. Confucian schools maintained traditional curricula while adapting to contemporary needs. Buddhist monasteries preserved religious and philosophical texts. Private tutoring provided education for families who could afford individualized instruction. These institutions ensured cultural continuity across political changes. Scientific achievements during the Yuan period combined Chinese empirical methods with international theoretical knowledge to advance human understanding of natural phenomena. Astronomers used Islamic mathematical techniques to improve Chinese calendar systems. Medical practitioners integrated foreign knowledge with traditional Chinese healing methods. Mathematicians adopted new computational techniques from different cultural traditions. Economic integration with the broader Mongol Empire created unprecedented opportunities for Chinese participation in global commerce, while exposing China to international economic influences. Chinese manufacturers adapted their products to serve foreign markets. Chinese merchants established trading relationships throughout Asia and beyond. Chinese currency gained acceptance in international transactions. These developments demonstrated China's economic sophistication, while creating new forms of international interdependence. The Silk Road reached its greatest extent and activity level during the Yuan period, as Mongol political unity created safe passage for merchants and travelers across vast territories. Chinese goods traveled farther than ever before, while foreign products entered Chinese markets in unprecedented variety and quantity. Commercial techniques developed during this period influenced international trade for centuries. The global exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies enriched all participating civilizations. Cultural preservation efforts during the Yuan period ensured that Chinese tradition survived foreign rule while adapting to new conditions. Scholars compiled encyclopedias and reference works that preserved classical knowledge. Artists maintained traditional techniques while experimenting with new styles and subjects. Writers documented contemporary events while preserving historical consciousness. These efforts created cultural continuity that supported eventual Chinese political restoration. By the mid-14th century, the Yuan dynasty faced mounting problems that undermined its authority and legitimacy. Administrative corruption had weakened governmental effectiveness throughout the empire. Natural disasters created humanitarian crises that strained imperial resources. Economic difficulties reduced tax revenues while increasing social unrest. The Mongol ruling class had lost much of its military effectiveness through generations of Chinese cultural adaptation. Administrative corruption became endemic during the later Yuan period as governmental positions were sold rather than awarded based on merit or ability. Officials used their positions for personal enrichment rather than public service. Tax collection became increasingly oppressive and arbitrary. Justice systems failed to protect ordinary people from abuse and exploitation. These problems created widespread popular dissatisfaction with Yuan rule. The paper money system that had been one of Yuan's greatest innovations began causing serious economic problems as the government printed excessive currency to meet financial needs. Inflation reduced the value of wages and savings. Commercial confidence declined as merchants lost faith in government monetary policy. International trade suffered as foreign merchants became reluctant to accept Chinese currency. Economic instability undermined popular support for Yuan authority. Natural disasters struck with devastating frequency during the later Yuan period. creating humanitarian crises that overwhelmed governmental response capabilities. The Yellow River changed course multiple times, destroying agricultural areas and displacing millions of people. Floods and droughts alternated in cycles that prevented agricultural recovery. Earthquakes damaged cities and infrastructure. These disasters were interpreted as signs of lost heavenly mandate. The Yellow River floods of the 1340s displaced millions of peasants and created conditions that fostered rebellion and social unrest. Traditional flood control systems had deteriorated under corrupt administration. Relief efforts were inadequate and often diverted for private gain. Displaced populations became desperate and receptive to revolutionary messages. The government's failure to address these crises effectively demonstrated its loss of competence and legitimacy. Popular rebellions erupted throughout China as different groups expressed their dissatisfaction with Yuan rule and sought alternatives that promised better governance. Secret societies organized resistance movements that combined political opposition with religious and cultural elements. Regional leaders declared independence from central authority. Military commanders began serving local rather than imperial interests. The empire began fragmenting under pressure from multiple sources. The Red Turban uprisings represented the most serious challenges to Yuan authority, as these movements combined Chinese nationalism with religious motivation and social reform. Red Turban leaders proclaimed the restoration of Chinese rule and the elimination of foreign domination. They attracted support from peasants, merchants, and intellectuals who had become alienated from Yuan rule. Their success demonstrated the depth of Chinese resentment against Mongol authority. Zhu Yuanzhang emerged as the most effective Red Turban leader through his combination of military skill, political wisdom, and organizational ability. He built a base of power in southern China that gradually expanded northward. His forces were better disciplined and organized than other rebel armies. He offered effective governance that contrasted favorably with Yuan corruption and incompetence. His success attracted support from people who sought stable and legitimate authority. Regional resistance movements developed throughout China as local leaders asserted independence from failing central authority. Some regions returned to local Chinese rule while others established autonomous territories. Military commanders accumulated personal power that challenged imperial control. Trade networks adapted to serve regional rather than imperial interests. The unity that Mongol conquest had created began dissolving into local autonomy. Mongol military effectiveness declined dramatically during the later Yuan period, as the warrior traditions that had created the empire were weakened by generations of settled life and Chinese cultural influence. Mongol nobles had lost their nomadic military skills while failing to fully master Chinese governmental techniques. Their armies were no longer superior to Chinese forces. Their political authority depended increasingly on Chinese cooperation rather than Mongol military dominance. Chinese cultural restoration accelerated as the Yuan dynasty weakened and people sought alternatives that reflected their traditional values and institutions. Confucian education experienced renewed interest as scholars emphasized its moral and political relevance. Traditional Chinese arts and literature gained prominence over foreign-influenced styles. Regional cultures reasserted their distinctive characteristics while maintaining connections to broader Chinese identity. The transition to Ming rule occurred through systematic military campaigns that gradually eliminated Yuan authority while establishing new governmental institutions. Zhu Yuanzhang's forces captured key cities and strategic positions throughout southern and central China. They established administrative systems that restored Chinese governmental traditions while incorporating useful innovations from Yuan rule. The transition demonstrated both the resilience of Chinese culture and the importance of effective political leadership. Lessons about foreign rule and cultural adaptation emerged from the Yuan experience that would influence Chinese political thought for centuries. Foreign rulers could achieve legitimacy through adoption of Chinese governmental traditions and respect for Chinese cultural values. However, successful adaptation required genuine commitment rather than superficial accommodation. Cultural synthesis could enrich Chinese civilization while maintaining its essential characteristics. These insights would influence Chinese responses to future foreign contacts and challenges. The UN legacy included both positive contributions and warning examples that shaped subsequent Chinese development. International cultural exchange had enriched Chinese civilization while demonstrating the benefits of openness to foreign influences. Technological and commercial innovations had advanced Chinese capabilities. However, the importance of maintaining cultural identity and effective governance while adapting to new conditions had been clearly demonstrated. The Yuan period showed both the possibilities and dangers of cultural synthesis under foreign political control. The fall of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 CE marked the end of Mongol rule in China and the restoration of native Chinese governance under the Ming dynasty. However, the cultural and technological exchanges that had occurred during the Yuan period continued influencing Chinese development. The lessons learned about foreign rule, cultural adaptation, and governmental effectiveness would guide Chinese leaders facing future challenges. The Yuan experience demonstrated that Chinese civilization could survive and even benefit from foreign rule while maintaining its essential character and eventually reasserting its political independence. From the chaos of Yuan collapse emerged the most remarkable success story in Chinese history. Zhu Yuanzhang was born into a peasant family so poor that his parents could not afford to give him a proper name. He worked as a cowherd, a beggar, and a Buddhist monk just to survive. When famine devastated his village, his entire family died except for him. This homeless orphan would become the Hongwu Emperor and found a dynasty that lasted nearly 3 centuries. Zhu Yuanzhang's rise began when he joined a Red Turban rebel group in desperation rather than ambition. His natural leadership abilities quickly attracted attention from other rebels. He possessed an extraordinary memory that allowed him to remember faces, names, and details that others forgot. He showed genuine concern for ordinary people's welfare rather than seeking personal power alone. These qualities distinguished him from other rebel leaders who fought only for themselves. The future emperor's military campaigns demonstrated strategic brilliance combined with political wisdom. He built secure base areas before attempting major conquests. He treated captured cities fairly to encourage surrenders rather than desperate resistance. He recruited capable administrators who could govern conquered territories effectively. His army became known for discipline and good behavior toward civilian populations. The final victory over the Yuan dynasty in 1368 required coordinating complex military operations across vast territories while establishing new governmental institutions. Zhu Yuanzhang's forces captured Beijing and expelled the last Yuan emperor back to Mongolia. They systematically eliminated Yuan resistance throughout China. The transition from rebel leader to legitimate emperor demonstrated exceptional organizational and political abilities. Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed the Ming dynasty, choosing a name that meant brilliant to symbolize the restoration of Chinese rule and culture. He took the imperial title Hongwu, meaning vast military achievement, to commemorate his victory over foreign rule. His reign would focus on rebuilding China's strength, while ensuring that no future foreign conquest could succeed against Chinese civilization. Administrative reforms under the Hongwu Emperor created new governmental structures designed to prevent the corruption and weakness that had plagued previous dynasties. He abolished the position of chancellor to concentrate authority in imperial hands. He established the Grand Secretariat to handle administrative coordination. He created multiple oversight agencies that monitored each other to prevent abuse of power. These reforms centralized authority while maintaining administrative efficiency. The Hongwu Emperor's approach to governance emphasized direct imperial control over all important decisions. He reviewed thousands of governmental documents personally rather than delegating responsibility to ministers. He conducted regular audiences with officials to assess their competence and loyalty. He traveled throughout the empire to observe conditions directly. This hands-on leadership style ensured effective administration, but created enormous workloads for subsequent emperors. Legal reforms established comprehensive law codes that restored traditional Chinese principles while addressing contemporary problems. The Great Ming Legal Code specified punishments for all possible crimes and administrative violations. Local magistrates received detailed instructions for handling routine cases. Appeal processes ensured that serious cases received careful review. These legal innovations created systematic approaches to justice that served as models for later dynasties. Economic reconstruction focused on agricultural recovery and population growth after the devastation of late Yuan warfare and natural disasters. The Hongwu Emperor implemented land redistribution programs that provided farms for landless peasants. He sponsored irrigation projects that restored damaged agricultural systems. He encouraged internal migration to repopulate devastated regions. Tax policies favored agricultural production over commercial activities. Agricultural focus reflected the Hongwu Emperor's understanding that China's strength depended on rural prosperity and population growth. Government programs provided seeds, tools, and technical assistance to farming communities. Agricultural treatises documented improved farming techniques and distributed them throughout the empire. Granary systems stored surplus crops against times of scarcity. These policies created the agricultural foundation for Ming prosperity. Population growth during the early Ming period demonstrated the success of agricultural policies and governmental stability. The empire's population may have increased from 60 million to over 100 million during the first century of Ming rule. This demographic recovery provided labor for agricultural expansion, soldiers for military forces, and taxpayers for governmental operations. Large populations also created markets for manufactured goods and commercial services. Military reorganization created defensive forces capable of protecting China from future foreign invasions while maintaining internal order. The Hongwu Emperor established hereditary military units stationed throughout the empire. Soldiers received land grants that supported their families while ensuring their loyalty to the dynasty. Military colonies combined agricultural production with defensive responsibilities. This system provided security without excessive cost to the imperial treasury. Defensive strategies emphasized protection of China's borders through fortification systems and military colonies. The Great Wall was rebuilt and extended to create comprehensive barriers against northern nomadic invasions. Garrison towns controlled strategic passes and transportation routes. Coastal defenses protected against maritime attacks. These preparations reflected lessons learned from the Mongol conquest and Yuan dynasty experiences. Cultural revival under the Hongwu Emperor restored traditional Chinese values while incorporating beneficial innovations from the Yuan period. Confucian education resumed its central role in training government officials and social leaders. Classical texts were reprinted and distributed to schools throughout the empire. Traditional arts and crafts received imperial patronage and protection. Chinese cultural identity was reinforced while foreign influences were carefully controlled. Confucian orthodoxy became the official ideological foundation for Ming governmental and educational systems. The Neo-Confucian synthesis developed during the Song dynasty provided philosophical frameworks for imperial authority and social organization. Imperial examinations tested candidates on classical knowledge and Confucian ethical principles. Official appointments required demonstrated commitment to traditional Chinese values and governmental principles. The Hongwu Emperor's reign established patterns that would define Ming governance for nearly 3 centuries. Imperial authority was centralized and strengthened. Administrative efficiency was emphasized over aristocratic privilege. Agricultural prosperity was prioritized over commercial development. Cultural orthodoxy was maintained while useful innovations were adopted. These policies created stability and prosperity that supported Chinese civilization through changing historical circumstances. The Yongle Emperor ascended the throne in 1402 through a civil war that demonstrated his military and political capabilities. Originally the Prince of Yan, he challenged his nephew's succession and fought 4 years to claim imperial authority. His victory established him as one of China's most dynamic and ambitious rulers. His reign would witness the greatest expansion of Chinese power and influence in the dynasty's history. The decision to move the capital from Nanjing to Beijing represented the Yongle Emperor's vision of restored Chinese greatness and strategic necessity. Beijing's location provided better defense against northern nomadic threats. The move demonstrated imperial power through the massive construction projects required. It created a new center of government that combined traditional Chinese symbolism with practical administrative needs. The relocation required coordinating the efforts of hundreds of thousands of workers and officials. Forbidden City construction began in 1406 and represented the most ambitious architectural project in Chinese history. Over 1 million workers labored for 14 years to create a palace complex that demonstrated imperial power and cultural sophistication. The design followed traditional Chinese principles while incorporating innovations that served contemporary needs. Materials came from throughout the empire, demonstrating governmental organizational capabilities and economic resources. The architectural plan of the Forbidden City reflected Chinese cosmological beliefs and governmental principles. The layout followed north-south axis that symbolized imperial connection to heavenly authority. Different buildings served specific ceremonial and administrative functions. Color schemes and decorative elements conveyed political and cultural meanings. The scale and beauty of the complex impressed all visitors while reinforcing imperial dignity and power. Construction techniques and materials used in the Forbidden City demonstrated Chinese engineering capabilities and artistic achievement. Massive timbers were transported from forests thousands of miles away. Stone blocks were quarried and carved with precision that required exceptional skills. Roofing systems used colored tiles that created visual effects while providing practical protection. Interior decorations combined functionality with artistic beauty that established lasting aesthetic standards. Zheng He's treasure fleets represented the peak of Chinese maritime power and the most ambitious naval expeditions in human history before the European Age of Exploration. Between 1405 and 1433, 7 massive expeditions carried Chinese power and influence throughout Southeast Asia, the Indian Ocean, and beyond. These voyages demonstrated Chinese technological capabilities while establishing diplomatic and commercial relationships across vast oceanic distances. The scale of Zheng He's expeditions dwarfed all previous maritime undertakings by any civilization. The largest ships were over 400 feet long and carried crews of several hundred people. Complete fleets included hundreds of vessels carrying over 27,000 sailors, soldiers, merchants, and officials. Supply systems supported these expeditions for months at sea and in foreign ports. The organizational requirements rivaled those needed for major military campaigns. Naval technology during these expeditions showcased Chinese engineering and navigational capabilities. Ships were built using advanced construction techniques that created vessels larger and more seaworthy than any others in the world. Navigation systems used magnetic compasses, detailed charts, and astronomical observations to maintain accurate courses across open ocean. Supply systems included water storage, food preservation, and medical facilities for long voyages. The purposes of Zheng He's expeditions combined diplomatic, commercial, and strategic objectives that demonstrated Chinese power while establishing beneficial relationships. The fleets carried imperial letters and gifts to foreign rulers. They established tributary relationships that acknowledged Chinese supremacy while providing benefits to participating kingdoms. They protected Chinese merchant activities and gathered intelligence about distant regions. They demonstrated Chinese capability to project power across vast oceanic distances. International diplomacy during these expeditions established Chinese influence throughout maritime Asia, while creating peaceful relationships that benefited all participants. Chinese fleets visited kingdoms in Southeast Asia, India, Persia, Arabia, and East Africa. They established permanent diplomatic contacts and commercial relationships. Local rulers received Chinese recognition and protection in exchange for acknowledging Chinese superiority. These relationships created networks that enhanced Chinese security and prosperity. Tributary relationships established during the expeditions created systematic approaches to international relations that served Chinese interests while providing benefits to participating peoples. Foreign kingdoms sent regular embassies to the Chinese court with tribute gifts and diplomatic messages. China provided military protection, commercial opportunities, and technological assistance. These relationships created stable international systems that reduced conflicts while encouraging beneficial exchanges. The expedition's reach extended Chinese influence to previously unknown regions and peoples. Chinese fleets reached the eastern coast of Africa and established diplomatic contact with African kingdoms. They explored islands throughout the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. They gathered geographic and ethnographic information that expanded Chinese knowledge of the world. Their achievements demonstrated Chinese capabilities while creating international relationships that enhanced Chinese power and prestige. Economic impact of the maritime expeditions created prosperity, while demonstrating the costs and benefits of international engagement. The expeditions required enormous governmental investment in shipbuilding, supplies, and personnel. However, they also generated substantial returns through tribute payments, commercial opportunities, and strategic advantages. Foreign trade increased dramatically as Chinese protection encouraged merchant activities throughout maritime Asia. Technological achievements during this period advanced Chinese capabilities while contributing to global knowledge and development. Navigation techniques were refined through practical oceanic experience. Shipbuilding methods were improved to meet the demands of long-distance voyages. Geographic knowledge was expanded through systematic exploration and documentation. Medical techniques were developed to maintain health during extended sea voyages. Cultural flourishing under the Yongle Emperor reflected the confidence and prosperity that came from successful governance and international achievement. Palace construction demonstrated architectural sophistication. Literary works celebrated imperial achievements and cultural values. Artistic productions reached new levels of technical skill and aesthetic beauty. Educational institutions preserved traditional knowledge while encouraging new developments. The Yongle Encyclopedia represented one of the most ambitious scholarly projects in human history. This massive compilation attempted to preserve all existing Chinese knowledge in nearly 12,000 volumes. Scholars from throughout the empire contributed their expertise to create comprehensive coverage of history, literature, philosophy, science, and practical subjects. The encyclopedia demonstrated Chinese intellectual achievements while preserving knowledge for future generations. The decision to end maritime expeditions after 1433 reflected changing priorities and financial concerns that would have lasting consequences for Chinese development. The enormous costs of the expeditions strained imperial finances. Northern nomadic threats required military resources that had been devoted to naval operations. Confucian officials opposed expeditions as wasteful adventures that diverted resources from domestic needs. Conservative reaction against international engagement grew stronger after the Yongle Emperor's death. Consequences of ending the maritime expeditions created opportunities for other peoples while limiting Chinese international influence. Chinese withdrawal from oceanic exploration allowed European powers to establish their own maritime networks. Commercial relationships that had benefited Chinese merchants were disrupted or lost. International influence that had enhanced Chinese security declined. The decision represented a turning inward that would affect Chinese development for centuries. The legacy of the maritime expeditions demonstrated Chinese capabilities while revealing the importance of sustained commitment to international engagement. Chinese achievements in navigation, shipbuilding, and diplomacy had established their civilization as the world's dominant maritime power. However, the decision to abandon these achievements showed how internal political changes could affect international relationships. The expeditions represented the peak of Chinese international power and influence in the pre-modern period. By the 16th century, the Ming dynasty faced mounting problems that gradually undermined its effectiveness and legitimacy. Economic difficulties stemmed from the enormous costs of maintaining large armies and extensive bureaucracies, without corresponding increases in revenue. Administrative corruption weakened governmental services and alienated the population. Natural disasters created humanitarian crises that strained imperial resources while demonstrating governmental inadequacy. Economic troubles began with inflation caused by massive imports of silver from Spanish America through trade with European merchants. Traditional Chinese currency systems could not adapt quickly to the influx of precious metals. Prices rose faster than wages, creating hardship for ordinary people. Government revenues failed to keep pace with expenses, creating chronic financial shortages. These economic pressures affected every aspect of Chinese society and government. The single whip tax reform attempted to address fiscal problems by simplifying tax collection and increasing government revenues. Land taxes were consolidated and collected in silver rather than grain or labor service. Administrative efficiency improved through standardized procedures. However, The reform also created new problems by increasing monetary demand while making tax collection more difficult for local officials. The policy demonstrated both the possibilities and limitations of fiscal reform. Administrative corruption became endemic throughout the Ming governmental system as officials used their positions for personal enrichment rather than public service. Examination fraud allowed unqualified candidates to obtain governmental positions. Tax collection became increasingly oppressive and arbitrary. Justice systems failed to protect ordinary people from abuse and exploitation. Civil service positions were sold rather than awarded based on merit and ability. The eunuch system that had provided loyal servants for earlier emperors became a source of corruption and abuse during the later Ming period. Powerful eunuchs accumulated wealth and political influence that challenged traditional governmental structures. They formed factions that competed for imperial favor and control over policy decisions. Their influence often prevented necessary reforms while protecting their own interests against the public good. Natural disasters struck with devastating frequency during the later Ming period, creating conditions that fostered rebellion and social unrest. The Little Ice Age brought colder temperatures that reduced agricultural productivity. Floods and droughts alternated in cycles that prevented agricultural recovery. Earthquakes damaged cities and infrastructure. These disasters were interpreted as signs of lost heavenly mandate, while creating practical problems that overwhelmed governmental response capabilities. Agricultural crisis developed as population growth exceeded increases in food production, while natural disasters reduced crop yields. Traditional farming techniques could not support the expanding population. Marginal lands brought into cultivation were vulnerable to environmental changes. Food shortages became more frequent and severe. Rural populations faced increasing hardship that made them receptive to revolutionary messages and desperate solutions. Popular rebellions erupted throughout China as different groups expressed their dissatisfaction with Ming rule while seeking alternatives that promised better governance. Secret societies organized resistance movements that combined political opposition with religious elements. Regional leaders declared independence from central authority. Military commanders began serving local rather than imperial interests. The empire began fragmenting under pressure from multiple sources of opposition. Li Zicheng's rebellion represented the most serious internal threat to Ming authority, as his movement attracted support from displaced peasants, unpaid soldiers, and dissatisfied officials. His forces captured key cities and threatened the capital itself. His promises of tax reduction and social reform appealed to people suffering from Ming misgovernment. His military success demonstrated the weakness of imperial forces and the depth of popular discontent with the dynasty. Military pressures intensified as the Ming government struggled to address both internal rebellions and external threats simultaneously. Imperial armies were stretched thin across multiple fronts. Military expenses consumed increasing portions of government revenue. Troop morale declined as soldiers went unpaid for extended periods. Equipment and training deteriorated as resources were diverted to other urgent needs. Military effectiveness declined just when it was most needed. The Manchu rise in northeastern China created a new external threat that would ultimately prove decisive in Ming downfall. The Manchus had unified tribal peoples in Manchuria under effective leadership. They adopted Chinese governmental techniques while maintaining their military traditions. They attracted Chinese support through promises of better governance and lower taxes. Their strategic position allowed them to threaten Beijing while maintaining secure base areas. Border conflicts with the Manchus revealed Ming military weakness and provided opportunities for Manchu expansion. Chinese frontier defenses proved inadequate against Manchu mobility and tactics. Defeated Chinese generals and their armies often defected to Manchu service. Territorial losses provided the Manchus with resources and strategic positions for further expansion. Each defeat weakened Ming prestige while strengthening Manchu confidence and capabilities. Cultural developments during the late Ming period demonstrated that intellectual and artistic achievement could continue despite political and economic problems. Literature reached new heights through novels like Journey to the West and Water Margin. Scholarly works addressed contemporary problems while preserving classical knowledge. Artistic productions maintained traditional standards while adapting to changing social conditions. These achievements showed the resilience of Chinese culture despite governmental failures. The novel as a literary form reached maturity during the late Ming period through works that addressed both entertainment and serious social themes. Romance of the Three Kingdoms romanticized historical events, while providing insights into political and military strategy. Dream of the Red Chamber explored family relationships and social change with psychological sophistication. These works influenced Chinese literature for centuries while providing commentary on contemporary society. Commercial publishing expanded during the late Ming period as printing technology became more efficient and economical. Books became more affordable and widely available throughout Chinese society. Popular literature addressed the interests of merchant families and urban populations. Educational materials spread literacy beyond traditional elite families. Publishing became a significant economic activity that provided employment while facilitating cultural transmission. The fall of the Ming dynasty occurred in 1644 when Li Zicheng's rebels captured Beijing, and the Chongzhen emperor committed suicide rather than face capture. However, the rebel victory proved temporary as Manchu forces, invited by Chinese officials, defeated Li Zicheng and established Qing dynasty rule. The transition demonstrated both the collapse of Ming authority and the continued importance of legitimate succession in Chinese political culture. The invitation of Manchu forces by Chinese General Wu Sangui represented a crucial decision that determined China's future for over 2 centuries. Wu Sangui chose Manchu alliance over rebel rule because he believed foreign authority was preferable to social revolution. His decision reflected traditional Chinese preference for legitimate authority over popular uprising. The consequences would establish foreign rule that lasted until 1912 while maintaining Chinese cultural and governmental traditions. The Ming dynasty left architectural achievements that remain among the world's greatest cultural treasures and symbols of Chinese civilization. The Forbidden City established standards for palace architecture that influenced building throughout East Asia. Its design principles combined practical functionality with symbolic meaning. Its scale and beauty demonstrated Chinese engineering capabilities and artistic sophistication. The complex continues serving as a powerful symbol of Chinese cultural achievement and imperial grandeur. The Temple of Heaven represented Ming architectural innovation in religious building, while demonstrating imperial connection to heavenly authority. Its circular design reflected Chinese cosmological beliefs about the relationship between earth and heaven. Its acoustic properties allowed ceremonies to be conducted effectively. Its artistic decoration combined beauty with symbolic meaning. The temple complex influenced religious architecture throughout the Chinese cultural sphere. Ming architectural techniques established construction methods that supported buildings of unprecedented scale and durability. Wooden frame construction used sophisticated joinery that created flexibility while maintaining structural integrity. Foundation systems provided stability for massive buildings. Roof systems distributed weight effectively while creating distinctive aesthetic effects. These techniques influenced Chinese architecture for centuries while demonstrating advanced engineering knowledge. Literature during the Ming period created new forms that expanded Chinese cultural expression while preserving traditional values. The 4 great classical novels established narrative techniques and thematic approaches that influenced Chinese literature indefinitely. Historical novels combined entertainment with moral instruction. Romantic works explored personal relationships within social contexts. These achievements demonstrated the maturity of Chinese literary culture, while creating lasting influences on popular imagination. Journey to the West became one of China's most beloved literary works through its combination of adventure, humor, and spiritual insight. The story of the Monkey King's adventures provided entertainment while conveying Buddhist and Taoist teachings. Its creative use of fantasy elements expanded the possibilities of Chinese narrative literature. Its influence extended throughout East Asia and eventually reached global audiences through translations and adaptations. Technological innovations during the Ming period advanced Chinese capabilities while contributing to global development. Printing technology reached new levels of efficiency and quality. Agricultural techniques supported larger populations on the same amount of land. Manufacturing processes created products that were sought throughout the known world. These innovations demonstrated continued Chinese creativity while providing practical benefits for Chinese society. Scientific advancement during the Ming period combined traditional Chinese empirical methods with new theoretical approaches that advanced understanding of natural phenomena. Medical knowledge expanded through systematic study and practical experience. Astronomical observations improved calendar systems and navigational techniques. Mathematical studies addressed both theoretical questions and practical applications. These achievements maintained Chinese scientific leadership while contributing to global knowledge. The Ming pharmaceutical tradition reached new heights through systematic study of medicinal plants and treatment methods. Medical texts documented thousands of therapeutic substances and their applications. Clinical observations improved understanding of disease processes and recovery methods. Surgical techniques advanced through practical experience and careful documentation. Chinese medical knowledge influenced healing practices throughout Asia while contributing to global medical development. Artistic achievements during the Ming period established aesthetic standards that influenced Chinese culture for centuries while contributing to global artistic traditions. Porcelain production reached unprecedented technical sophistication and artistic beauty. Painting techniques developed new approaches to landscape and portrait representation. Decorative arts created objects that combined practical function with aesthetic excellence. These achievements demonstrated Chinese artistic capabilities while influencing cultural development throughout the world. Ming porcelain became famous throughout the global economy for its technical excellence and artistic beauty. Chinese ceramics reached markets in Europe, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and the Americas. Technical innovations created new glazes and decorative techniques. Artistic development produced works that balanced traditional themes with contemporary sensibilities. Porcelain became one of China's most important exports while influencing ceramic production worldwide. Educational systems during the Ming period created institutional approaches to learning that preserved Chinese cultural traditions while adapting to contemporary needs. Imperial examinations maintained merit-based selection for governmental positions. Private schools provided instruction for students from diverse social backgrounds. Publishing made educational materials widely available. These systems created literate populations that could participate in cultural and economic development while maintaining social stability. Scholarly traditions during the Ming period preserved classical knowledge while encouraging new investigations that addressed contemporary questions and challenges. Historical writing documented recent events while maintaining connections to traditional methods. Philosophical studies explored ethical and political questions with continued relevance. Scientific investigations advanced understanding while maintaining practical applications. These traditions created intellectual continuity that supported cultural development through changing historical circumstances. The foundation for Qing dynasty success was established by Ming institutional innovations and cultural achievements that provided frameworks for continued Chinese development. Administrative systems proved adaptable to foreign rule while maintaining Chinese characteristics. Educational traditions could be continued under different political authority. Cultural achievements provided sources of pride and identity that transcended political changes. Economic development created prosperity that could support new governmental approaches while maintaining social stability. The Ming legacy demonstrated that Chinese civilization could achieve remarkable heights through effective governance, cultural patronage, and technological innovation, while maintaining distinctive characteristics that distinguished it from other world civilizations. Their architectural achievements established lasting standards for beauty and functionality. Their literary works influenced cultural development for centuries. Their governmental institutions provided models that guided Chinese political development. The Ming dynasty represented both the achievements and limitations of traditional Chinese civilization, while creating foundations that would support China's adaptation to modern historical challenges. In 1644, China faced the most successful foreign conquest in its history. The Manchus were not like previous invaders who had tried to rule through force alone. They understood that governing China required Chinese cooperation and cultural adaptation. Their success would create the last and one of the greatest dynasties in Chinese history. The Manchus possessed crucial military advantages that allowed them to succeed where other foreign peoples had failed. Their cavalry forces were superior to Chinese armies that had grown weak through decades of fighting internal rebellions. They used advanced firearms and artillery that gave them technological superiority. Most importantly, they attracted Chinese support by promising better governance than the corrupt late Ming administration. Chinese support for Manchu conquest came from unexpected sources. General Wusangi invited Manchu forces to help defeat Li Zicheng's rebellion that had captured Beijing. Many Chinese officials preferred foreign rule to social revolution and chaos. Merchants and landowners believed Manchu authority would provide the stability needed for economic recovery. This Chinese cooperation made Manchu victory possible and lasting. The conquest proceeded systematically as Manchu forces defeated remaining Ming resistance, while establishing new governmental institutions. They captured key cities and strategic positions throughout northern China. They offered generous terms to Ming officials who surrendered peacefully. They demonstrated effective administration that contrasted favorably with late Ming chaos and corruption. By 1662, they had eliminated all significant resistance and controlled the entire Chinese empire. Manchu military organization combined traditional nomadic warfare techniques with Chinese administrative methods. Manchu cavalry provided mobility and shock power that Chinese forces could not match. Chinese defectors contributed their knowledge of local conditions and governmental procedures. The Eight Banner system created military units that combined Manchu, Chinese, and Mongol forces under unified command. This synthesis proved more effective than purely nomadic or purely Chinese approaches. Administrative synthesis created governmental structures that combined the best features of Manchu and Chinese traditions. The Qing maintained Chinese administrative districts and bureaucratic procedures. They preserved the examination system that selected officials based on merit and classical learning. However, they also ensured that Manchus held key positions and maintained ultimate authority. This dual system provided efficiency while guaranteeing foreign control. The Kangxi Emperor, who ruled for 61 years from 1661 to 1722, established the foundations for Qing greatness through his exceptional abilities and wise policies. He mastered both Manchu and Chinese cultures while maintaining authority over both peoples. He demonstrated military leadership by personally commanding campaigns that expanded imperial territory. He showed administrative competence that created prosperity and stability throughout the empire. Kangxi's cultural policies balanced Manchu identity with Chinese traditions in ways that satisfied both peoples while strengthening imperial authority. He encouraged Manchu nobles to maintain their language and customs while requiring them to learn Chinese classical literature. He patronized Chinese scholars and cultural activities while ensuring Manchu political dominance. He created synthesis that preserved both cultures while creating unified imperial identity. Territorial expansion under Kangxi extended Chinese control to its greatest extent in history through systematic military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. His armies conquered Taiwan and eliminated the last Ming resistance. They pushed into Central Asia and established Chinese authority over vast regions that had never been under imperial control. They secured the northern borders against Russian expansion while maintaining peaceful relations with that growing power. The conquest of Taiwan in 1683 completed the elimination of Ming resistance. While demonstrating Qing naval capabilities and administrative flexibility, Kangxi's forces built a fleet that could challenge the island's defences. They offered amnesty to defenders who surrendered peacefully. They established governmental institutions that integrated Taiwan into the imperial system while respecting local customs and practices. The success demonstrated Qing adaptability and determination. Central Asian campaigns extended Chinese influence over regions that would remain part of China until the present day. Qing forces defeated nomadic peoples who had threatened Chinese borders for centuries. They established garrison towns and administrative systems that maintained permanent Chinese presence. They created tributary relationships with local leaders while ensuring imperial authority. These achievements secured China's western frontiers while expanding imperial resources. Economic recovery began immediately under Qing rule, as political stability encouraged agricultural production and commercial activity. The new dynasty reduced taxes that had been raised to desperate levels during late Ming crises. They repaired irrigation systems and transportation networks that had been damaged by warfare. They encouraged internal migration to repopulate devastated regions. Agricultural productivity increased rapidly as peace returned to Chinese territories. Population growth during the early Qing period reflected the success of imperial policies and the return of stability after decades of warfare and chaos. The empire's population may have reached 150 million people by the end of Kangxi's reign. This demographic expansion provided labor for agricultural and commercial development. It created markets for manufactured goods while supplying soldiers for military forces. Large populations also demonstrated the prosperity and stability that legitimized Qing rule. Cultural integration proceeded gradually as Manchus and Chinese learned to coexist while maintaining their distinctive identities. Intermarriage between Manchu and Chinese families created personal connections that transcended ethnic boundaries. Educational institutions taught both Manchu and Chinese classics. Governmental service required competence in both cultural traditions. This integration strengthened the dynasty while preserving cultural diversity. Han-Manchu relations evolved from initial suspicion and resentment toward eventual acceptance and cooperation based on mutual benefit and shared interests. Chinese scholars found that Qing rule provided opportunities for advancement and cultural patronage. Manchu nobles discovered that Chinese civilization offered sophistication and administrative techniques that enhanced their capabilities. Both peoples benefited from the prosperity and stability that effective governance provided. Imperial consolidation under the early Qing created institutional frameworks that would support Chinese development for over 2 centuries. Administrative systems combined efficiency with local autonomy. Military organization provided security while maintaining internal peace. Economic policies encouraged productivity while generating government revenues. Cultural synthesis preserved traditions while encouraging beneficial innovations. These achievements established foundations for the greatest period in Chinese imperial history. The Qianlong Emperor ascended the throne in 1735 and ruled for over 60 years during the peak of Chinese imperial civilization. His reign witnessed unprecedented territorial expansion, economic prosperity, and cultural achievement. China became the wealthiest and most powerful empire in the world. The population reached levels that would not be exceeded until modern times. Cultural productions achieved heights that represented the culmination of Chinese artistic and intellectual traditions. Territorial expansion under Qianlong extended Chinese control over regions that nearly doubled the empire's size while creating the boundaries that largely define modern China. His armies conquered Tibet and integrated it into the imperial system through a combination of military force and diplomatic accommodation. They pushed deep into Central Asia to establish Chinese authority over Xinjiang and its trade routes. They secured the southwestern borders by conquering Burma and establishing tributary relationships with Southeast Asian kingdoms. The conquest of Tibet required sophisticated military and diplomatic strategies that respected local religious and cultural traditions while establishing imperial authority. Chinese forces overcame the challenges of high-altitude warfare and difficult supply lines. They negotiated with Tibetan religious leaders to create administrative arrangements that maintained Buddhist autonomy while ensuring political control. The integration of Tibet expanded Chinese territory while demonstrating Qing flexibility and wisdom. Central Asian campaigns established Chinese control over the Silk Road trade routes while securing borders against nomadic invasions that had threatened Chinese civilization for centuries. Qing forces used superior organization and firepower to defeat tribal confederations that had previously been unconquerable. They established permanent garrisons and administrative systems that maintained Chinese presence across vast distances. These achievements ended the nomadic threat while opening new opportunities for trade and cultural exchange. Economic prosperity during Qianlong's reign created living standards that would not be matched again until modern industrial development. Agricultural productivity increased through improved techniques and favorable weather conditions. Commercial activity expanded as political stability encouraged trade and investment. Manufacturing developed to serve both domestic and export markets. Government revenues reached levels that supported massive public works projects and cultural patronage. The population boom during this period may have reached 300 million people, making China by far the most populous country in the world. This demographic success reflected effective governance, agricultural abundance, and social stability. Large populations provided the labor needed for territorial expansion and economic development. They created markets that supported sophisticated commercial and manufacturing activities. Population growth demonstrated the prosperity and effectiveness of Qing rule. Agricultural expansion supported population growth through the cultivation of new lands and crops that increased food production dramatically. New World crops like maize and sweet potatoes allowed farming in previously marginal areas. Improved seeds and farming techniques increased yields from existing agricultural areas. Government programs encouraged internal migration to develop frontier regions. These innovations created the agricultural foundation for Chinese prosperity and demographic expansion. Manufacturing during the Qianlong period reached levels of sophistication and output that amazed foreign visitors, while providing exports that brought wealth from throughout the world. Chinese porcelain, silk, tea, and other products were sought after in markets from Europe to Southeast Asia. Production techniques combined traditional craftsmanship with innovations that increased efficiency and quality. Manufacturing centers developed specialized skills that created regional advantages and international reputations. Scholarly achievements during this period represented the culmination of Chinese intellectual traditions, while preserving knowledge for future generations. The Complete Library of Four Treasures project collected and preserved literary works from throughout Chinese history. Imperial academies sponsored research and writing that advanced knowledge in multiple fields. Educational institutions expanded to serve growing populations while maintaining traditional scholarly standards. The Complete Library project represented one of the largest scholarly undertakings in human history as teams of scholars collected, copied, and preserved over 36,000 volumes of Chinese literature and learning. This massive compilation included classical texts, historical works, philosophical treatises, and scientific studies. The project demonstrated Qing commitment to Chinese culture, while preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. The library became a treasure house of Chinese civilization that influenced scholarship for centuries. Literary culture flourished during the Qianlong period as imperial patronage and social prosperity created ideal conditions for creative expression. Poetry reached new heights of technical refinement and emotional depth. Historical novels achieved unprecedented popularity and literary sophistication. Scholarly writing addressed contemporary questions while preserving traditional knowledge. These achievements demonstrated the continued vitality of Chinese cultural traditions. Dream of the Red Chamber, written during this period, became one of China's greatest literary achievements through its psychological sophistication and social insight. This novel explored family relationships, social change, and individual destiny with unprecedented depth and complexity. Its portrayal of aristocratic life provided detailed documentation of Chinese culture and society. Its influence on Chinese literature and thought continued for centuries while demonstrating the heights that Chinese creative expression could achieve. International relations during the Qianlong period established Chinese authority over the largest empire in Chinese history, while creating tributary relationships that acknowledged Chinese supremacy throughout East Asia. Korea, Vietnam, Burma, and other kingdoms sent regular tribute missions to Beijing. These relationships provided security benefits while generating substantial revenues. They created international systems that enhanced Chinese prestige while serving the interests of all participants. The tributary system reached its fullest development during this period as a method for organizing international relationships that served Chinese interests while providing benefits to participating peoples. Foreign kingdoms received Chinese protection and commercial opportunities in exchange for acknowledging Chinese superiority. Regular tribute missions brought exotic goods and diplomatic recognition to the Chinese court. Cultural exchange accompanied political relationships, spreading Chinese influence while enriching Chinese knowledge of the wider world. Trade relationships with European merchants began during this period as Western demands for Chinese goods created new economic opportunities, while raising questions about foreign contact and cultural influence. Chinese tea, silk and porcelain generated enormous profits for both Chinese and European merchants. However, Chinese authorities strictly limited foreign activities to prevent unwanted political and cultural influences. This controlled approach initially served Chinese interests while creating tensions that would later cause serious problems. The height of traditional Chinese civilization was achieved during Qianlong's reign, as Chinese culture, government, and economy reached levels that represented the culmination of thousands of years of development. Administrative systems governed the largest and most populous empire in the world with remarkable efficiency. Cultural achievements in literature, art, and scholarship demonstrated the sophistication of Chinese intellectual traditions. Economic prosperity supported living standards that amazed foreign observers. Military power secured borders while expanding territorial control. These achievements represented the peak of imperial Chinese civilization. The arrival of European merchants and missionaries in increasing numbers during the late 18th and early 19th centuries created challenges that would ultimately transform Chinese civilization. Europeans brought new technologies, ideas, and demands that challenged traditional Chinese approaches to foreign relations and cultural exchange. The Qing government's attempts to control and limit Western contact would lead to conflicts that exposed Chinese military weakness and forced adaptation to new international realities. European arrival in China initially followed patterns established by earlier foreign merchants, but European demands and capabilities soon exceeded traditional frameworks for managing foreign relationships. British merchants sought expanded trade opportunities that would break Chinese restrictions on commercial activity. Christian missionaries wanted to spread their religious teachings throughout Chinese society. European governments backed their citizens with military power that China could not match. Trade conflicts emerged as European demands for expanded commercial access clashed with Chinese policies that sought to control and limit foreign influence. The British East India Company wanted to trade throughout China rather than being restricted to Canton. They sought to establish permanent diplomatic representation in Beijing. They demanded legal jurisdiction over their citizens rather than subjection to Chinese law. These demands challenged fundamental principles of Chinese sovereignty and cultural superiority. The Canton system that regulated foreign trade represented Chinese attempts to enjoy commercial benefits while minimizing unwanted foreign influence. All European trade was restricted to the single port of Canton. Foreign merchants could only conduct business through licensed Chinese intermediaries. They were forbidden to learn Chinese language or travel beyond designated areas. This system served Chinese interests while creating frustrations that would eventually lead to armed conflict. The Opium Wars of 1839, 1842, and 1856-1860 revealed Chinese military weakness while forcing the imperial government to accept unequal treaties that compromised Chinese sovereignty. British forces used superior naval power and modern weapons to defeat Chinese resistance. They captured key cities and threatened the imperial capital itself. Chinese defeat forced acceptance of foreign demands that had previously been rejected. These wars marked the beginning of what Chinese would later call the Century of Humiliation. The First Opium War began when Chinese authorities attempted to stop British merchants from importing opium that was creating addiction and social problems throughout China. British military response demonstrated technological superiority that Chinese forces could not match. Steam-powered warships, modern artillery, and professional military organization gave British forces overwhelming advantages. Chinese defeat forced opening additional ports to foreign trade while accepting British extraterritorial rights. Unequal treaties imposed after Chinese military defeats created new legal and commercial frameworks that compromised Chinese sovereignty while providing advantages to foreign powers. The Treaty of Nanjing opened 5 ports to British trade and residence. It ceded Hong Kong to Britain and forced payment of massive indemnities. It established foreign extraterritorial jurisdiction that exempted foreign citizens from Chinese law. Similar treaties with other Western powers created privileges that reduced China to semi-colonial status. Internal rebellions during the mid-19th century created additional pressures that weakened imperial authority, while draining resources needed for modernization and defense. The Taiping Rebellion lasted 14 years and may have killed over 20 million people. The Nian and Muslim rebellions created additional military challenges. These internal conflicts revealed popular dissatisfaction with Qing rule while demonstrating governmental inability to maintain order and security. The Taiping Rebellion represented the most serious internal challenge to Qing authority since the dynasty's founding, as this massive uprising combined Chinese nationalism with Christian religious elements and social revolutionary ideas. Hong Xiuquan proclaimed himself the younger brother of Jesus Christ and established a rival government that controlled much of southern China. His followers implemented radical social reforms including gender equality and land redistribution. The rebellion's scale and duration demonstrated the depth of Chinese discontent with traditional authority. Administrative corruption had become endemic throughout the Qing governmental system, as officials used their positions for personal enrichment rather than public service. The examination system was compromised by fraud and favoritism. Tax collection became increasingly oppressive and arbitrary. Justice systems failed to protect ordinary people from abuse and exploitation. These problems created widespread popular dissatisfaction, while reducing governmental effectiveness and legitimacy. Technological lag became apparent as Chinese military forces proved unable to match Western weapons and tactics that represented advances from the Industrial Revolution. Chinese cannon were inferior to modern European artillery. Chinese warships could not compete with steam-powered naval vessels. Chinese military organization and training methods had not adapted to modern warfare requirements. This technological gap would continue widening as China failed to adopt Western innovations quickly enough. Military weakness was demonstrated repeatedly as Chinese forces suffered defeats that revealed the extent of technological and organizational problems. Traditional Chinese military strengths in numbers and fortification were neutralized by Western superiority in firepower and mobility. Chinese commanders lacked training in modern military techniques. Equipment was outdated and poorly maintained. These weaknesses encouraged further foreign aggression while undermining Chinese confidence and international prestige. Economic pressures increased as the costs of foreign indemnities, internal rebellions, and governmental corruption exceeded imperial revenues. Traditional agricultural taxation could not support the growing expenses of modern government and military forces. Foreign trade generated profits for merchants, but also created dependencies that compromised Chinese economic autonomy. Inflation and monetary instability created additional hardships for ordinary people while reducing governmental effectiveness. Social unrest increased as economic hardships, foreign humiliations, and governmental failures created widespread dissatisfaction with traditional authority and institutions. Secret societies organized opposition movements that combined political resistance with religious and cultural elements. Regional differences became more pronounced as central authority weakened. Traditional social relationships were disrupted by economic changes and foreign influences. Chinese society began changing in ways that challenged imperial authority and cultural traditions. Reform attempts during the late 19th century sought to strengthen China through selective adoption of Western technologies and governmental techniques, while preserving traditional Chinese culture and political authority. The self-strengthening movement attempted to build modern industries and military forces. Educational reforms introduced Western scientific knowledge. Administrative changes sought to improve governmental efficiency and reduce corruption. However, these reforms were limited and came too late to restore Chinese power and prestige. Conservative resistance to reform reflected fears that Western innovations would undermine traditional Chinese culture and social stability while creating opportunities for foreign domination. Conservative officials opposed changes that might reduce their own power and privileges. Traditional scholars argued that Chinese civilization was superior to Western culture and required no fundamental modifications. These attitudes prevented comprehensive reforms that might have preserved imperial authority while adapting to modern conditions. The final decades of imperial China witnessed increasingly desperate attempts to preserve traditional authority while adapting to modern conditions that demanded fundamental changes. The Boxer Rebellion of 1899 to 1901 represented a violent reaction against foreign influence that ultimately weakened China further while demonstrating the impossibility of returning to traditional isolation. Foreign military intervention to suppress the rebellion forced additional indemnities and concessions that reduced Chinese sovereignty even more. The Boxer Rebellion emerged from popular frustration with foreign privilege and Chinese governmental weakness as secret societies organized violent resistance against Christian missions and foreign commercial activities. Boxer fighters believed their martial arts and spiritual practices would protect them against modern weapons. They attacked foreign installations and Chinese Christians throughout northern China. The imperial court initially supported the rebellion before foreign military intervention forced them to cooperate in its suppression. Foreign intervention to suppress the Boxer Rebellion involved military forces from 8 countries that captured Beijing and forced the imperial court to flee the capital in disgrace. This humiliation demonstrated complete Chinese inability to resist foreign pressure, while creating additional financial burdens through massive indemnity payments. The intervention showed that China had become so weak that small foreign forces could defeat its government and dictate terms for its survival. Constitutional reform attempts during the final decade of imperial rule sought to preserve the dynasty through adoption of modern governmental techniques that might satisfy demands for political change while maintaining imperial authority. The Qing court announced plans for gradual constitutional monarchy that would include elected assemblies and expanded civil rights. However, these reforms came too late and moved too slowly to satisfy revolutionary demands for fundamental political change. The establishment of provincial assemblies and preparation for a national parliament represented significant departures from traditional Chinese governmental practices while attempting to preserve imperial authority within modern constitutional frameworks. These institutions would provide representation for educated elites while maintaining imperial oversight of governmental operations. However, the assemblies became forums for criticism of imperial policies while providing organization for opposition movements. Revolutionary movements gained strength as educated Chinese lost confidence in imperial ability to preserve Chinese independence and dignity while providing effective governance for modern conditions. Sun Yat-sen and other revolutionary leaders advocated republican government that would eliminate foreign rule while creating modern political institutions. Their ideas attracted support from military officers, overseas Chinese, and educated youth who wanted fundamental political change. The Xinhai Revolution began in October 1911 with a military uprising in Wuhan that quickly spread throughout southern China as provincial governments declared independence from imperial authority. Revolutionary forces gained control of most Chinese provinces within months. Imperial armies proved unable to suppress the rebellion effectively. The revolution demonstrated that the imperial system had lost legitimacy and support among the Chinese people. Republican government was proclaimed in January 1912 as revolutionary leaders established the Republic of China, with Sun Yat-sen as provisional president. The new government promised democratic institutions, national independence, and social progress that would restore Chinese strength and dignity. However, the Republic would face enormous challenges in governing a vast country that lacked experience with democratic institutions while confronting continued foreign pressure and internal divisions. Imperial abdication came in February 1912 when the Empress Dowager Long Yu issued an edict on behalf of the child Emperor Puyi that transferred authority to the Republican government while hoping to preserve the imperial family's safety and dignity. The abdication ended over 2,000 years of imperial rule in China. The last emperor retained his title and continued living in the Forbidden City until 1924, but imperial authority had ended forever. The legacy of the imperial system continued influencing Chinese political and cultural development long after the dynasty's fall, as traditional concepts of governmental authority, cultural identity, and social organization remained important elements in Chinese thought and practice. Imperial administrative techniques influenced republican governmental organization. Traditional educational methods continued shaping Chinese intellectual development. Cultural achievements from imperial periods remained sources of pride and identity that transcended political changes. The end of imperial China marked not only political transformation, but also the conclusion of the world's longest continuous imperial tradition and one of humanity's greatest governmental achievements. For over 2 millennia, the imperial system had provided unity and governance for the world's largest and most populous country. It had created cultural achievements that enriched global civilization, while demonstrating human capabilities for organization and creative expression. Its end marked the close of one historical era, while opening possibilities for new forms of political and social development. The transition to modern China began with the end of imperial rule, as Chinese leaders sought new approaches to governance that could restore national strength while serving contemporary needs and aspirations. The challenges that had defeated the imperial system: foreign pressure, internal division, economic modernization, and social change would continue confronting Republican and later communist governments. The lessons learned from imperial successes and failures would continue influencing Chinese development as the ancient civilization adapted to modern conditions while preserving its essential cultural identity and historical consciousness. The story of ancient China concluded with the end of imperial rule, but the civilization that had been created over 5,000 years of continuous development would continue evolving and contributing to human knowledge and achievement. The governmental institutions, cultural traditions, technological innovations, and philosophical insights developed during the imperial era provided foundations that would support China's adaptation to modern conditions while maintaining its distinctive identity as one of the world's great civilizations. As our journey through 5,000 years of Chinese civilization reaches its culmination, we witness the full magnitude of China's gifts to humanity. The innovations, wisdom, and cultural achievements that emerged from the Yellow and Yangtze River valleys transformed not just China, but the entire world. These contributions continue shaping human life today in ways both profound and subtle, touching every corner of our modern existence. The 4 great inventions of ancient China revolutionized human civilization in ways that still define our world today. Paper, invented during the Han Dynasty and perfected under the Tang and Song, democratized knowledge and education. Before paper, writing remained the privilege of elites who could afford expensive silk or cumbersome bamboo strips. Paper made books affordable, spreading literacy from palace courts to village schools, from imperial academies to merchant counting houses. This simple innovation transformed how humanity preserves and transmits knowledge. Islamic scholars carried papermaking from China to the Middle East in the 8th century. The technology reached Europe by the 12th century, enabling the Renaissance explosion of learning that followed. Today, despite our digital age, paper remains fundamental to education, art, and human expression. Every book, every document, every written thought traces its lineage back to those early Chinese workshops, where plant fibers first became writing surfaces. Gunpowder, developed from Taoist alchemical experiments during the Tang Dynasty, changed the nature of warfare and engineering forever. What began as attempts to create elixirs of immortality became humanity's most powerful tool for both destruction and construction. Chinese engineers used controlled explosions to clear mountain passes and extract precious ores. Military commanders employed early cannon and rockets that revolutionized battlefield tactics. When gunpowder reached Europe through the Mongol Empire, it ended the age of medieval warfare. Castle walls could no longer protect feudal lords. Professional armies replaced knightly cavalry. The balance of military power shifted from those who could afford heavy armor to those who could master explosive weapons. The same technology that built the Great Wall and opened China's canals would eventually build the Panama Canal and blast tunnels through mountains worldwide. The magnetic compass transformed navigation and exploration, making possible the age of global discovery that connected all continents for the first time in human history. Chinese navigators first used magnetic needles to find direction during the Song dynasty. This technology allowed ships to travel safely across open oceans without visible landmarks. Maritime trade expanded from coastal waters to transoceanic voyages. European sailors adopted the Chinese compass and used it to explore Africa, reach the Americas, and circumnavigate the globe. Without this Chinese innovation, Columbus might never have reached the New World. Magellan could not have completed the first global circumnavigation. The compass made possible the integration of human civilization into one interconnected world system. Today's GPS satellites serve the same function as those early Chinese magnetic needles, guiding travelers across vast distances with reliable accuracy. Printing technology, from woodblock techniques to movable type, created the foundation for mass communication and democratic education. Before printing, books required months of careful copying by hand. Knowledge remained scarce and expensive. The Chinese invention of printing made information abundant and affordable. Ideas could spread rapidly across vast distances. Educational materials reached students who could never have accessed hand-copied texts. When printing reached Europe, it triggered the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. Martin Luther's ideas spread through printed pamphlets. Galileo's discoveries reached scholars across Europe through printed books. Democratic revolutions drew inspiration from printed political tracts. Modern democracy, science, and human rights all depended on the free flow of information that Chinese printing technology made possible. Beyond these four great inventions, Chinese innovations permeated every aspect of human civilization. Silk production remained a Chinese monopoly for over 1,000 years, creating trade networks that connected Asia, Africa, and Europe. The Silk Road was not just a commercial highway, but a channel for cultural exchange that enriched every civilization it touched. Chinese silk adorned Roman emperors and Byzantine nobles. It inspired artistic traditions from Persia to Constantinople. Chinese philosophical systems shaped human thought in ways that transcend cultural boundaries. Confucian ethics emphasized personal moral cultivation, social responsibility, and governmental accountability. These ideas influenced political development throughout East Asia, while offering universal insights about leadership and social organization. The Confucian ideal of meritocratic government, where officials are selected based on ability rather than birth, became the foundation for modern civil service systems worldwide. Taoist philosophy provided profound insights into the relationship between human society and natural forces. The Taoist emphasis on balance, harmony, and sustainability offers crucial guidance for addressing contemporary environmental challenges. Taoist meditation techniques influenced Buddhist and other spiritual traditions. The Taoist understanding of natural cycles and ecological balance provides wisdom that modern environmentalism is rediscovering. Chinese governmental innovations created administrative techniques that influenced political development across continents. The examination system demonstrated that governance could be based on merit rather than hereditary privilege. Chinese administrative divisions provided models for organizing large territories and diverse populations. Chinese legal codes offered systematic approaches to justice that balanced punishment with rehabilitation, individual rights with social responsibility. Economic systems developed in China influenced commercial practices throughout the world. Chinese banking techniques, including paper money and letters of credit, facilitated international trade centuries before similar innovations appeared elsewhere. Chinese agricultural methods supported the world's largest populations while maintaining sustainable productivity. Chinese manufacturing techniques, from porcelain to silk production, established standards for quality and efficiency that inspired craftsmen globally. Scientific achievements in ancient China established empirical methods that influenced the development of modern science. Chinese astronomers created accurate calendars and predicted celestial events with remarkable precision. Chinese mathematicians developed computational techniques that advanced understanding of numerical relationships. Chinese medical practitioners combined careful observation with systematic treatment that saved countless lives while advancing understanding of human physiology. The Chinese tradition of careful observation and documentation laid groundwork for scientific method that would eventually transform human understanding of natural phenomena. Chinese scholars recorded earthquakes, comets, and other natural events with accuracy that modern scientists still consult. Chinese agricultural treatises documented farming techniques with precision that supported sustainable food production for millennia. The philosophical traditions that emerge from ancient China continue providing wisdom and guidance for contemporary human challenges. These systems of thought address fundamental questions about how individuals should live, how societies should organize themselves, and how human beings should relate to the natural world. Their insights remain relevant because they address universal aspects of human experience that transcend time and cultural boundaries. Confucian ethics establish principles for personal moral development and social harmony that remain influential throughout the world today. The Confucian emphasis on education, self-cultivation, and social responsibility offers guidance for individuals seeking meaningful lives while contributing to their communities. Confucian ideals about governmental accountability and moral leadership provide standards that democratic societies continue striving to achieve. The Confucian concept of the gentleman, or exemplary person, who combines learning with virtue, competence with compassion, offers a model for personal development that remains relevant in any era. This ideal emphasizes that true education involves moral as well as intellectual development. Success should be measured not just by personal achievement but by contribution to social welfare. Leadership requires moral example as well as technical competence. Confucian family values that emphasize respect for elders, care for children, and mutual support between generations offer wisdom for societies struggling with social fragmentation and generational conflict. The Confucian understanding that individual fulfillment comes through healthy relationships and social contribution provides alternatives to excessive individualism that can isolate people from meaningful community connections. Taoist philosophy provides profound insights into achieving balance and harmony in personal life and social organization. The Taoist emphasis on following natural patterns rather than forcing artificial solutions offers guidance for sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Taoist meditation practices that cultivate inner peace and clarity remain valuable tools for managing stress and finding meaning in complex modern life. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action, teaches that effective behavior flows from understanding natural patterns rather than imposing rigid control. This wisdom applies to leadership, education, and personal relationships. Taoist insights about the cyclical nature of change help people adapt to inevitable transitions while maintaining stability and purpose. Taoist appreciation for simplicity and naturalness provides alternatives to materialism and technological dependence. Buddhist integration within Chinese culture created synthetic approaches to spirituality that combined compassion with practical wisdom. Chinese Buddhism emphasized that enlightenment could be achieved through daily life activities rather than withdrawal from the world. This approach made spiritual development accessible to ordinary people while maintaining connection to family and social responsibilities. The Buddhist emphasis on compassion and universal interconnection offers guidance for addressing contemporary challenges like inequality, environmental destruction, and international conflict. Buddhist understanding of suffering's causes and remedies provides psychological insights that remain valuable for mental health and personal fulfillment. Buddhist meditation techniques offer practical methods for cultivating peace and clarity in chaotic modern environments. Legalist principles about governmental efficiency and systematic administration provide insights for creating effective institutions while maintaining accountability and fairness. Legalist emphasis on clear laws, consistent enforcement, and merit-based advancement offers guidance for building governmental and organizational systems that serve public rather than private interests. Legalist understanding of institutional design remains relevant for creating effective modern bureaucracies. Chinese art and literature achieve timeless beauty that continues inspiring creative expression worldwide. Chinese poetry established forms and themes that influenced literary development across cultures. Chinese painting techniques that captured the spiritual essence of landscape provided models for artistic expression that transcended cultural boundaries. Chinese calligraphy demonstrated that writing itself could become art that combined meaning with visual beauty. The Chinese integration of different philosophical and religious traditions demonstrated that diverse approaches to truth and wisdom could coexist and enrich each other rather than competing destructively. This pluralistic approach offers guidance for contemporary societies struggling with religious and cultural diversity. Chinese cultural synthesis showed that maintaining distinct traditions while creating common ground strengthens rather than weakens civilizational achievement. Historical consciousness that preserved and transmitted knowledge across thousands of years created foundations for cultural continuity that survived political changes and foreign invasions. Chinese historical writing established traditions for learning from past experiences while adapting to new circumstances. This historical awareness provides models for maintaining cultural identity while embracing beneficial changes. Chinese historical consciousness demonstrates that civilizations can maintain their essential characteristics while evolving to meet new challenges. The 5,000-year story of ancient China offers profound lessons about the possibilities and challenges of human civilization. These insights transcend cultural boundaries to address universal aspects of human experience. They provide guidance for contemporary challenges while demonstrating the potential for human achievement and wisdom. The cycles of unity and division that characterize Chinese history reveal fundamental patterns in human political organization. Centralized authority provides benefits like coordination, efficiency, and cultural synthesis, but it can also create rigidity, oppression, and vulnerability to collapse. Decentralized authority allows local autonomy and innovation, but can lead to conflict, inefficiency, and cultural fragmentation. Chinese experience suggests that successful civilizations must balance central coordination with local flexibility, adapting these relationships to changing circumstances. These patterns appear in contemporary challenges facing nations and international organizations. The European Union struggles to balance national sovereignty with continental coordination. Federal systems worldwide seek optimal relationships between central and local authority. China's historical experience offers insights about managing these tensions while maintaining both unity and diversity. The balance between tradition and innovation proved crucial for Chinese survival and prosperity across millennia. Civilizations that clung too rigidly to past practices failed to adapt to new challenges and opportunities. Those that abandoned traditional wisdom lost cultural identity and social stability. Chinese success came from preserving essential values while adapting methods and institutions to serve contemporary needs. This lesson remains relevant for contemporary societies facing rapid technological and social change. Modern nations must preserve cultural identity and social cohesion while adapting to globalization, technological innovation, and environmental challenges. Chinese historical experience demonstrates that successful adaptation requires distinguishing between essential principles and particular practices, maintaining the former while modifying the latter. The importance of good governance and moral leadership emerges clearly from Chinese experience across different dynasties and historical periods. Technical competence alone could not sustain political authority without moral legitimacy and popular support. Military strength could not compensate for administrative incompetence or ethical corruption. Successful leadership required combining practical skills with moral example, individual capability with social responsibility. These insights remain crucial for contemporary democratic societies, where leaders must earn and maintain popular support through demonstrated competence and ethical behavior. Chinese experience suggests that sustainable political authority requires serving public rather than private interests, maintaining accountability to popular welfare, and demonstrating moral as well as technical qualifications for leadership responsibility. Cultural resilience and adaptability allowed Chinese civilization to survive and flourish despite foreign invasions, natural disasters, and internal upheavals. This resilience came from maintaining core values and institutions while adapting surface practices to new circumstances. Chinese culture preserved essential characteristics while incorporating beneficial influences from other civilizations. This adaptability prevented stagnation while maintaining continuity. Contemporary civilizations facing globalization and cultural change can learn from Chinese experience about maintaining identity while embracing beneficial innovations. Cultural strength comes from confidence in fundamental values rather than rigid adherence to particular practices. Healthy cultures grow through interaction with others while maintaining their distinctive contributions to human diversity and achievement. Environmental harmony and sustainable development practices developed in China over thousands of years offer crucial guidance for contemporary environmental challenges. Chinese agricultural techniques supported large populations for millennia without exhausting soil fertility or destroying ecosystems. Chinese philosophy emphasized living in harmony with natural cycles rather than trying to dominate and exploit natural resources. These approaches provide models for sustainable development that contemporary civilization desperately needs. The Chinese understanding that human prosperity depends on environmental health remains relevant for addressing climate change, resource depletion, and ecological destruction. Chinese historical experience demonstrates that sustainable prosperity requires working with rather than against natural systems, thinking in terms of generations rather than immediate profits, and accepting responsibility for environmental stewardship. Human potential for achievement and wisdom shines throughout Chinese history in remarkable individuals and collective accomplishments. Chinese civilization demonstrated that human beings could create beauty, discover truth, and organize society in ways that serve the highest human aspirations. Chinese achievements in art, literature, science, and governance showed what human creativity and cooperation could accomplish when directed toward worthy goals. These examples provide inspiration and guidance for contemporary efforts to address human challenges and realize human potential. Chinese history demonstrates that extraordinary achievement comes from combining individual excellence with collective cooperation, practical wisdom with moral vision, and creative innovation with cultural continuity. The legacy of ancient China reminds us that human beings can create civilizations worthy of our highest aspirations and deepest wisdom. The story of ancient China ultimately reveals that civilization is humanity's greatest achievement and most important responsibility. Through 5,000 years of continuous development, the Chinese people created a civilization that enriched human life while demonstrating possibilities for wisdom, beauty, and social organization. Their legacy continues influencing contemporary development while providing inspiration for future human achievement. In understanding ancient China, we better understand the potential for human civilization to serve the highest aspirations of the human spirit while addressing the practical challenges of human existence. Our journey through 5,000 years of continuous civilization draws to its close. We have walked alongside emperors and peasants, scholars and soldiers, artists and inventors who shaped the destiny of humanity itself. From the earlier settlements along the Yellow River to the final imperial dynasty, we have witnessed the remarkable story of human achievement, resilience, and wisdom. The themes that emerged from this vast tapestry of history speak to the deepest truths about human experience. We have seen how civilizations rise through innovation, leadership, and cultural synthesis. We have witnessed how they endure through adaptation, wisdom, and the preservation of essential values. We have observed how they contribute to the greater human story through their unique gifts of beauty, knowledge, and understanding. The resilience of Chinese civilization across millennia offers profound lessons about human strength and adaptability. Through foreign invasions and internal upheavals, natural disasters and political chaos, the essential spirit of Chinese culture persevered. This resilience came not from rigid adherence to the past, but from the wisdom to preserve what was valuable while adapting to new circumstances. The Chinese people learned that true strength lies in flexibility, true wisdom in balance, and true progress in building upon the achievements of previous generations. Innovation flowed through Chinese history like a mighty river, transforming not only China but the entire world. From the invention of paper to the development of gunpowder, from the creation of the compass to the advancement of printing, Chinese minds gave humanity tools that continue shaping our lives today. These innovations emerged from a culture that valued learning, rewarded creativity, and understood that human progress comes through the patient accumulation of knowledge and the bold application of new ideas. Cultural continuity provided the foundation that allowed Chinese civilization to survive and flourish across changing dynasties and historical epochs. The preservation of classical learning, the transmission of cultural values, and the maintenance of institutional memory created stability that supported both continuity and change. This continuity demonstrates that civilizations thrive when they honor their heritage while remaining open to new possibilities. The lessons about leadership and governance that emerge from Chinese experience remain relevant for contemporary challenges. Effective leaders combined competence with moral authority, strength with compassion, and vision with practical wisdom. Good governance required serving the people's welfare rather than personal interests, maintaining accountability to higher principles, and adapting to changing circumstances while preserving essential values. These insights offer guidance for modern democracies and institutions worldwide. The patterns of human nature revealed through Chinese history transcend cultural boundaries. We have seen how individuals and societies struggle with the same fundamental challenges across time, balancing freedom with order, innovation with tradition, individual ambition with collective welfare. We have witnessed how human beings can achieve extraordinary heights of creativity, wisdom, and moral development when supported by effective institutions and inspiring cultural values. China's ongoing influence on the modern world continues the legacy of these ancient achievements. Chinese philosophical traditions offer wisdom for contemporary challenges. Chinese technological innovations continue driving global development. Chinese approaches to governance and social organization provide models and insights for nations worldwide. The economic and cultural renaissance of modern China builds upon foundations laid thousands of years ago by ancient Chinese civilization. Universal human experiences emerge clearly through the particular story of Chinese development. The desire for meaning and purpose, the need for community and belonging, the aspiration for justice and beauty, the struggle between selfish and noble impulses, these themes appear throughout Chinese history because they represent fundamental aspects of human nature. In understanding Chinese civilization, we better understand ourselves and our common humanity. This invitation to contemplate civilization's fragility and strength reminds us that human achievements are both precious and vulnerable. The great cities and institutions of ancient China could not survive without constant renewal and adaptation. The cultural treasures and wisdom traditions required continuous effort to preserve and transmit. Yet when properly maintained, human civilizations can endure for millennia, enriching countless generations and contributing to the eternal human quest for truth, beauty, and meaning. As you reflect on this vast panorama of human achievement and endurance, consider your own place in the continuing story of civilization. You are connected to every innovation and insight we have encountered tonight. The paper that records your thoughts traces its lineage to Han Dynasty workshops. The philosophical questions that occupy your mind were contemplated by Song Dynasty scholars. The challenges you face in your own life echo struggles that have occupied human beings for thousands of years. Your individual existence gains meaning and perspective through connection to this great human story. The struggles and aspirations of ancient Chinese emperors and peasants remind us that every human life participates in humanity's ongoing quest for wisdom, justice, and fulfillment. Your personal challenges and achievements take their place in the continuing narrative of human development and progress. There is profound comfort in humanity's enduring achievements that have survived wars, disasters, and the passage of centuries. The poetry of Li Bai still moves readers today. The wisdom of Confucius still guides ethical reflection. The architectural marvels of the Forbidden City still inspire awe and wonder. These achievements demonstrate that human creativity and wisdom can transcend time, offering beauty and insight to every generation. The timeless wisdom we have encountered tonight offers guidance for your own journey through life. The Confucian emphasis on moral cultivation and social responsibility. The Taoist insights into balance and harmony with natural forces. The Buddhist understanding of compassion and interconnection. The Chinese appreciation for learning, beauty, and cultural continuity. These perspectives provide resources for finding meaning, purpose, and peace in your own experience. As you prepare for rest and contemplation, let the tranquil rhythms of Chinese civilization guide your thoughts toward peace. Like the gentle flow of the Yangtze River, like the patient growth of bamboo, like the enduring strength of the Great Wall, allow your mind to find the calm and steady rhythms that support both rest and renewal. The ancient Chinese understood that wisdom comes not from constant activity, but from the peaceful alternation of effort and rest, engagement and contemplation. In this quiet moment, you join the countless generations who have found comfort in contemplating the achievements and wisdom of those who came before. You participate in the eternal human experience of seeking understanding, finding meaning, and preparing for tomorrow through peaceful reflection on the lessons of the past. The gentle wisdom of ancient China accompanies you into rest, offering the peace that comes from understanding your connection to the great human story that continues through your own life and contributions. Ancient China's eternal contribution to human heritage lives on through individuals like you who appreciate beauty, seek wisdom, and strive to contribute something valuable to the ongoing human story. Rest now in the comfort of knowing that you are part of something magnificent and enduring, something that connects you to the best achievements of human civilization, while supporting your own journey toward wisdom, fulfillment, and peace.